Preface of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Conspiracy of Pontiac and the Indian War after the Conquest of Canada. To Jared Sparks, LL.D., President of Harvard University, these volumes are dedicated as a testimonial of high personal regard and a tribute of respect for his distinguished services to American history. Preface to the 6th edition. I chose the subject of this book as affording better opportunities than any other portion of American history for portraying forest life and the Indian character, and I have never seen reason to change this opinion. In the 19 years that have passed since the first edition was published, a considerable amount of additional material has come to light. This has been carefully collected and is incorporated in the present edition. The most interesting portion of this new material has been supplied by the Bouquet and Haldimand papers, added some years ago to the manuscript collections of the British Museum. Among them are several hundred letters from officers engaged in the Pontiac War, some official, others personal and familiar, affording very curious illustrations of the events of the day and of the characters of those engaged in them. Among the facts which they bring to light, some are sufficiently startling, as, for example, the proposal of the commander-in-chief to infect the hostile tribes with the smallpox, and that of a distinguished subordinate officer to take revenge on the Indians by permitting an unrestricted sale of rum. The 2 volumes of the present edition have been made uniform with those of the series France and England in North America. I hope to continue that series to the period of the extinction of French power on this continent. The Conspiracy of Pontiac will then form a sequel, and its introductory chapters will be, in a certain sense, a summary of what has preceded. This will involve some repetition in the beginning of the book, but I have nevertheless thought it best to let it remain as originally written. Boston, 16th of September, 1870. Preface to the first edition. The Conquest of Canada was an event of monumental consequence in American history. It changed the political aspect of the continent, prepared a way for the independence of the British colonies, rescued the vast tracts of the interior from the rule of military despotism, and gave them eventually to the keeping of an ordered democracy. Yet to the red natives of the soil, its results were wholly disastrous. Could the French have maintained their ground, the ruin of the Indian tribes might long have been postponed, but the victory of Quebec was the signal of their swift decline. Thenceforth they were destined to melt and vanish before the advancing waves of Anglo-American power, which now rolled westward unchecked and unopposed. They saw the danger, and, led by a great and daring champion, struggled fiercely to avert it. The history of that epoch, crowded as it is with scenes of tragic interest, with marvels of suffering and vicissitude, of heroism and endurance, has been, as yet, unwritten, buried in the archives of governments, or among the obscurer records of private adventure. To rescue it from oblivion is the object of the following work. It aims to portray the American forest and the American Indian at the period when both received their final doom. It is evident that other study than that of the closet is indispensable to success in such an attempt. Habits of early reading had greatly aided to prepare me for the task, but necessary knowledge of a more practical kind has been supplied by the indulgence of a strong natural taste, which, at various intervals, led me to the wild regions of the north and west. Here by the campfire or in the canoe, I gained familiar acquaintance with the men and scenery of the wilderness. In 1846 I visited various primitive tribes of the Rocky Mountains, and was for a time domesticated in a village of the western Dakota, on the high plains between Mount Laramie and the range of the Medicine Bow. The most troublesome part of the task was the collection of the necessary documents. These consisted of letters, journals, reports, and dispatches scattered among numerous public offices and private families in Europe and America. When brought together, they amounted to about 3,400 manuscript pages. Contemporary newspapers, magazines, and pamphlets have also been examined, and careful search made for every book which directly or indirectly might throw light on the subject. I have visited the sites of all the principal events recorded in the narrative, and gathered such local traditions as seemed worthy of confidence. I am indebted to the liberality of the Honourable Lewis Cass for a curious collection of papers relating to the siege of Detroit by the Indians. Other important contributions have been obtained from the state paper offices of London and Paris, from the archives of New York, Pennsylvania, and other states, and from the manuscript collections of several historical societies. The late William L. Stone, Esquire, commenced an elaborate biography of Sir William Johnson, which it is much to be lamented he did not live to complete. By the kindness of Mrs. Stone, I was permitted to copy from his extensive collection of documents such portions as would serve the purposes of the following history. To President Sparks of Harvard University, General Whiting, USA, Brantz Mayer, Esquire, of Baltimore, Francis J. Fisher, Esquire, and the Reverend George E. Ellis of Charlestown, I beg to return a warm acknowledgment for counsel and assistance. Mr. Benjamin Purley Poore and Mr. Henry Stevens procured copies of valuable documents from the archives of Paris and London. Henry R. Schoolcraft, Esquire, Dr. Elwin of Philadelphia, Dr. O'Callaghan of Albany, Georgia, George H. Moore, Esquire, of New York, Lyman C. Draper, Esquire, of Philadelphia, Judge Law of Vincennes, and many others, have kindly contributed materials to the work, nor can I withhold an expression of thanks to the aid so freely rendered in the dull task of proofreading and correction. The crude and promiscuous mass of materials presented an aspect by no means inviting. The field of the history was uncultured and unreclaimed, and the labour that awaited me was more like that of the border settler, who before he begins his rugged dwelling must fell the forest trees, burn the undergrowth, clear the ground, and hew the fallen trunks to due proportion. Several obstacles have retarded the progress of the work. Of these, one of the most considerable was the condition of my sight. For about 3 years the light of day was insupportable, and every attempt at reading or writing completely debarred. Under these circumstances, the task of sifting the materials and composing the work was begun and finished. The papers were repeatedly read aloud by an amanuensis. Copious notes and extracts were made, and the narrative written down from my dictation. This process, though extremely slow and laborious, was not without its advantages. I am well convinced that the authorities have been even more minutely examined, more scrupulously collated, and more thoroughly digested than they would have been under ordinary circumstances. In order to escape the tedious circumlocution, which, from the nature of the subject, could not otherwise have been avoided, the name English is applied throughout the volume to the British American colonists, as well as to the people of the mother country. The necessity is somewhat to be regretted, since even at an early period clear distinctions were visible between the offshoot and the parent stock. Boston, August 1st, 1851. End of preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 1, Introductory, Indian Tribes East of the Mississippi. The Indian is a true child of the forest and the desert. The wastes and solitudes of nature are his congenial home. His haughty mind is imbued with the spirit of the wilderness, and the light of civilization falls on him with a blighting power. His unruly pride and untamed freedom are in harmony with the lonely mountains, cataracts, and rivers among which he dwells, and primitive America, with her savage scenery and savage men, opens to the imagination a boundless world, unmatched in wild sublimity. The Indians east of the Mississippi may be divided into several great families, each distinguished by a radical peculiarity of language. In their moral and intellectual, their social and political state, these various families exhibit strong shades of distinction, but before pointing them out, I shall indicate a few prominent characteristics, which, faintly or distinctly, mark the whole in common. All are alike a race of hunters, sustaining life wholly or in part by the fruits of the chase. Each family is split into tribes, and these tribes, by the exigencies of the hunter life, are again divided into sub-tribes, bands or villages, often scattered far asunder, over a wide extent of wilderness. Unhappily for the strength and harmony of the Indian race, each tribe is prone to regard itself not as the member of a great whole, but as a sovereign and independent nation, often arrogating to itself an importance superior to all the rest of mankind, and the warrior, whose pretty horde might muster a few scores of half-starved fighting men, strikes his hand upon his heart and exclaims in all the pride of patriotism, "I am a Menominee." In an Indian community, each man is his own master. He abhors restraint, and owns no other authority than his own capricious will, and yet this wild notion of liberty is not inconsistent with certain gradations of rank and influence. Each tribe has its sachem, or civil chief, whose office is in a manner hereditary, and among many, though by no means among all tribes, descends in the female line, so that the brother of the incumbent, or the son of his sister, and not his own son, is the rightful successor to his dignities. If, however, in the opinion of the old men and subordinate chiefs, the heir should be disqualified for the exercise of the office by cowardice, incapacity, or any defect of character, they do not scruple to discard him, and elect another in his place, usually fixing their choice on one of his relatives. The office of the sachem is no enviable one. He has neither laws to administer nor power to enforce his commands. His counselors are the inferior chiefs and principal men of the tribe, and he never sets himself in opposition to the popular will, which is the sovereign power of these savage democracies. His province is to advise, and not to dictate. But should he be a man of energy, talent, and address, and especially should he be supported by numerous relatives and friends, he may often acquire no small measure of respect and power. A clear distinction is drawn between the civil and military authority, though both are often united in the same person. The functions of war chief may for the most part be exercised by anyone whose prowess and reputation are sufficient to induce the young men to follow him to battle, and he may, whenever he thinks proper, raise a band of volunteers and go out against the common enemy. We might imagine that a society so loosely framed would soon resolve itself into anarchy. Yet this is not the case, and an Indian village is singularly free from wranglings and petty strife. Several causes conspire to this result. The necessity of the hunter life preventing the accumulation of large communities make more stringent organization needless, while a species of self-control, inculcated from childhood upon every individual, enforced by a sentiment of dignity and manhood, and greatly aided by the peculiar temperament of the race, tends strongly to the promotion of harmony. Though he owns no law, the Indian is inflexible in his adherence to ancient usages and customs, and the principle of hero worship, which belongs to his nature, inspires him with deep respect for the sages and captains of his tribe. The very rudeness of his condition, and the absence of the passions which wealth, luxury, and the other incidents of civilization engender, are favorable to internal harmony, and to the same cause must likewise be ascribed too many of his virtues, which would quickly vanish were he elevated from his savage state. A peculiar social institution exists among the Indians, very curious in its character, and though I am not prepared to say that it may be traced through all the tribes east of the Mississippi, yet its prevalence is so general, and its influence on political relations so important, as to claim especial attention. Indian communities, independently of their local distribution into tribes, bands, and villages, are composed of several distinct clans. Each clan has its emblem, consisting of the figure of some bird, beast, or reptile, and each is distinguished by the name of the animal which it thus bears as its device, as, for example, the clan of the wolf, the deer, the otter, or the hawk. In the language of the Algonquins, these emblems are known by the name of totems. The members of the same clan, being connected, or supposed to be so, by ties of kindred, more or less remote, are prohibited from intermarriage. Thus wolf cannot marry wolf, but he may, if he chooses, take a wife from the clan of hawks, or any other clan but his own. It follows that when this prohibition is rigidly observed, no single clan can live apart from the rest, but the whole must be mingled together, and in every family the husband and wife must be of different clans. To different totems attach different degrees of rank and dignity, and those of the bear, the tortoise, and the wolf are among the first in honor. Each man is proud of his badge, jealously asserting its claims to respect, and the member of the same clan, though they may perhaps speak different dialects and dwell far asunder, are yet bound together by the closest ties of fraternity. If a man is killed, every member of the clan feels called upon to avenge him, and the wayfarer, the hunter, or the warrior is sure of a cordial welcome in the distant lodge of his clansman, whose face perhaps he has never seen. It may be added that certain privileges, highly prized as hereditary rights, sometimes reside in particular clans, such as that of furnishing a sachem to the tribe, or of performing certain religious ceremonies or magic rites. The Indians east of the Mississippi may be divided into three great families: the Iroquois, the Algonquins, and the Mobilian, each speaking a language of its own, varied by numerous dialectic forms. To these families must be added a few stragglers from the great western race of the Dakota, besides several distinct tribes of the south, each of which has been regarded as speaking a tongue peculiar to itself. The Mobilian group embraces the motley confederacy of the Creeks, the crafty Choctaws, and the stanch and warlike Chickasaws. Of these, and of the distinct tribes dwelling in their vicinity or within their limits, I shall only observe that they offer, with many modifications and under different aspects, the same essential features which mark the Iroquois and the Algonquins, the two great families of the North. The latter, who were the conspicuous actors in the events of the ensuing narrative, demand a closer attention. The Iroquois family. Foremost in war, foremost in eloquence, foremost in their savage arts of policy, stood the fierce people called by themselves the Haudenosaunee, and by the French the Iroquois, a name which has since been applied to the entire family of which they formed the dominant member. They extended their conquests and their depredations from Quebec to the Carolinas, and from the western prairies to the forests of Maine. On the south, they forced tribute from the subjugated Delawares, and pierced the mountain fastnesses of the Cherokees with incessant forays. On the north, they uprooted the ancient settlements of the Wyandots. On the west, they exterminated the Eries and the Andastes, and spread havoc and dismay among the tribes of the Illinois. And on the east, the Indians of New England fled at the first peal of the Mohawk war cry. Nor was it the Indian race alone who quailed before their ferocious valor. All Canada shook with the fury of their onset. The people fled to the forts for refuge. The blood-besmeared conquerors roamed like wolves among the burning settlements, and the colony trembled on the brink of ruin. The Iroquois, in some measure, owed their triumphs to the position of their country, for they dwelt within the present limits of the state of New York, whence several great rivers and the inland oceans of the northern lakes opened ready thoroughfares to their roving warriors through all the adjacent wilderness. But the true fountain of their success is to be sought in their own inherent energies, wrought to the most effective action under a political fabric well suited to the Indian life, in their mental and moral organization, in their insatiable ambition and restless ferocity, in their scheme of government, as in their social customs and religious observances. The Iroquois displayed, in full symmetry and matured strength, the same characteristics which in other tribes are found distorted, withered, decayed to the root, or perhaps faintly visible in an imperfect germ. They consisted of 5 tribes or nations: the Mohawks, the Oneidas, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, and the Senecas, to whom a 6th, the Tuscaroras, was afterwards added. To each of these tribes belonged an organization of its own. Each had several sachems, who, with the subordinate chiefs and principal men, regulated all its internal affairs. But when foreign powers were to be treated with, or matters involving the whole confederacy required deliberation, all the sachems of the several tribes convened in general assembly at the great council house in the valley of Onondaga. Here ambassadors were received, alliances were adjusted, and all subjects of general interest discussed with exemplary harmony. The order of debate was prescribed by time-honored customs, and in the fiercest heat of controversy, the assembly maintained its self-control. But the mainstay of Iroquois polity was the system of totemship. It was this which gave the structure its elastic strength, and but for this a mere confederacy of jealous and warlike tribes must soon have been rent asunder by shocks from without or discord from within. At some early period, the Iroquois probably formed an individual nation, for the whole people, irrespective of their separation into tribes, consisted of 8 totemic clans, and the members of each clan, to what nation soever they belonged, were mutually bound to one another by those close ties of fraternity which mark this singular institution. Thus, the 5 nations of the Confederacy were laced together by an 8-fold band, and to this hour their slender remnants cling to one another with invincible tenacity. It was no small security to the liberties of the Iroquois, liberties which they valued beyond any other possession, that by the Indian custom of descent in the female line, which among them was more rigidly adhered to than elsewhere, the office of the sachem must pass not to his son, but to his brother, his sister's son, or some yet remoter kinsman. His power was constantly deflected into the collateral branches of his family, and thus one of the strongest temptations of ambition was cut off. The Iroquois had no laws, but they had ancient customs which took the place of laws. Each man, or rather each clan, was the avenger of its own wrongs, but the manner of the retaliation was fixed by established usage. The tribal sachems, and even the great council at Onondaga, had no power to compel the execution of their decrees, yet they were looked up to with a respect which the soldier's bayonet or the sheriff's staff would never have commanded, and it is highly to the honor of the Indian character that they could exert so great an authority where there was nothing to enforce it but the weight of moral power. The origin of the Iroquois is lost in hopeless obscurity. That they came from the west, that they came from the north, that they sprang from the soil of New York, are the testimonies of 3 conflicting traditions, all equally worthless as aids to historic inquiry. It is at the area of their confederacy, the event to which the 5 tribes owed all their greatness and power, and to which we need assign no remoter date than that of a century before the first arrival of the Dutch in New York, that faint rays of light begin to pierce the gloom, and the chaotic traditions of the earlier epoch mold themselves into forms more palpable and distinct. Taionawatha, the god of the waters, such is the belief of the Iroquois, descended to the earth to instruct his favorite people in the arts of savage life. And when he saw how they were tormented by giants, monsters, and evil spirits, he urged the divided tribes for the common defense to band themselves together in an everlasting league. While the injunction was as yet unfulfilled, the sacred messenger was recalled to the Great Spirit, but before his departure he promised that another should appear, empowered to instruct the people in all that pertained to their confederation. And accordingly, as a band of Mohawk warriors was threading the funereal labyrinth of an ancient pine forest, they heard, amid its blackest depths, a hoarse voice chanting in measured cadence, and following the sound, they saw, seated among the trees, a monster so hideous that they stood benumbed with terror. His features were wild and frightful. He was encompassed by hissing rattlesnakes, which, Medusa-like, hung writhing from his head, and on the ground around him were strewn implements of incantation and magic vessels formed of human skulls. Recovering from their amazement, the warriors could perceive that in the mystic words of the chant, which he still poured forth, were couched the laws and principles of the destined confederacy. The tradition further declares that the monster, being surrounded and captured, was presently transformed to human shape, that he became a chief of transcendent wisdom and prowess, and to the day of his death ruled the councils of the now united tribes. To this hour, the presiding sachem of the council at Onondaga inherits from him the honored name of Atotarho. The traditional epoch which preceded the auspicious event of the Confederacy, though wrapped in clouds and darkness, and defying historic scrutiny, has yet a character and meaning of its own. The gloom is peopled thick with phantoms, with monsters and prodigies, shapes of wild enormity, yet offering, in the Teutonic strength of their conception, the evidence of a robustness of mind unparalleled among tribes of a different lineage. In these evil days, the scattered and divided Iroquois were beset with every form of peril and disaster. Giants, cased in armor of stone, descended on them from the mountains of the north. Huge beasts trampled down their forests like fields of grass. Human heads with streaming hair and glaring eyeballs shot through the air like meteors, shedding pestilence and death throughout the land. A great horned serpent rose from Lake Ontario, and only the thunderbolts of the skies could stay his ravages and drive him back to his native deeps. The skeletons of men, victims of some monster of the forest, were seen swimming in the lake of Teungtu, and around the Seneca village on the hill of Genundewa, a two-headed serpent coiled himself, of size so monstrous that the wretched people were unable to ascend his scaly sides, and perished in multitudes by his pestilential breath. Mortally wounded at length by the magic arrow of a child, he rolled down the steep, sweeping away the forest with his writhings, and plunging into the lake below, where he lashed the black waters till they boiled with blood and foam, and at length, exhausted with his agony, sank and perished at the bottom. Under the falls of Niagara dwelt the spirit of the thunder, with his brood of giant sons, and the Iroquois trembled in their villages when, amid the blackening shadows of the storm, they heard his deep shout roll along the firmament. The energy of fantasy, whence these barbarous creations drew their birth, displayed itself at a later period in that peculiar eloquence which the wild democracy of the Iroquois tended to call forth, and to which the mountain and the forest, the torrent and the storm, lent their stores of noble imagery. That to this imaginative vigor was joined mental power of a different stamp is witnessed by the caustic irony of Garangula and Sagoyawatha, and no less by the subtle policy, sagacious as it was treacherous, which marked the dealings of the Iroquois with surrounding tribes. With all this mental superiority, the arts of life among them had not emerged from their primitive rudeness, and their coarse pottery, their spear and arrow heads of stone, were in no way superior to those of many other tribes. Their agriculture deserves a higher praise. In 1696, the invading army of Count Frontenac found the maize fields extending 1.5 leagues or 2 leagues from their villages, and in 1779 the troops of General Sullivan were filled with amazement at their abundant stores of corn, beans, and squashes, and at the old apple orchards which grew around their settlements. Their dwellings and works of defense were far from contemptible, either in their dimensions or in their structures, and though by the several attacks of the French, and especially by the invasion of Denonville in 1687 and of Frontenac 9 years later, their fortified towns were levelled to the earth, never again to reappear, yet in the works of Champlain and other early writers we find abundant evidence of their pristine condition. Along the banks of the Mohawk, among the hills and hollows of Onondaga, in the forests of Oneida and Cayuga, on the romantic shores of Seneca Lake and the rich borders of the Genesee, surrounded by waving maize fields and encircled from afar by the green margin of the forest, stood the ancient strongholds of the Confederacy. The clustering dwellings were encompassed by palisades, in single, double, or triple rows, pierced with loopholes, furnished with platforms within, for the convenience of the defenders, with magazines of stones to hurl upon the heads of the enemy, and with water conductors to extinguish any fire which might be kindled from without. The area which these defences enclosed was often several acres in extent, and the dwellings, ranged in order within, were sometimes more than 100 feet in length. Posts, firmly driven into the ground, with an intervening framework of poles, formed the basis of the structure, and its sides and arched roof were closely covered with layers of elm bark. Each of the larger dwellings contained several distinct families, whose separate fires were built along the central space, while compartments on each side, like the stalls of a stable, afforded some degree of privacy. Here rude couches were prepared, and bear and deerskins spread, while above the ripened ears of maize, suspended in rows, formed a golden tapestry. In the long evenings of midwinter, when in the wilderness without the trees cracked with biting cold, and the forest paths were clogged with snow, then around the lodge fires of the Iroquois, warriors, squaws, and restless naked children were clustered in social groups, each dark face brightening in the fickle firelight, while with jest and laugh the pipe passed round from hand to hand. Perhaps some shriveled old warrior, the story-teller of the tribe, recounted to attentive ears the deeds of ancient heroism, legends of spirits and monsters, or tales of witches and vampires, superstitions not less rife among this all-believing race than among the nations of the transatlantic world. The life of the Iroquois, though void of those multiplying phases which vary the routine of civilized existence, was one of sharp excitement and sudden contrast. The chase, the warpath, the dance, the festival, the game of hazard, the race of political ambition, all had their votaries. When the assembled sachems had resolved on war against some foreign tribe, and when from their great council house of bark in the valley of Onondaga their messengers had gone forth to invite the warriors to arms, then from east to west, through the farthest bounds of the Confederacy, 1,000 warlike hearts caught up the summons. With fasting and praying and consulting dreams and omens, with invoking the war god and dancing the war dance, the warriors sought to ensure the triumph of their arms, and then, their rites concluded, they began their stealthy progress through the devious pathways of the forest. For days and weeks, in anxious expectation, the villagers awaited the result, and now, as evening closed, a shrill, wild cry, pealing from afar over the darkening forest, proclaimed the return of the victorious warriors. The village was alive with sudden commotion, and snatching sticks and stones, knives and hatchets, men, women, and children, yelling like fiends let loose, swarmed out of the narrow portal to visit upon the captives a foretaste of the deadlier torments in store for them. The black arches of the forest glowed with the fires of death, and with brandished torch and firebrand, the frenzied multitude closed around their victim. The pen shrinks to write, the heart sickens to conceive the fierceness of his agony, yet still, amid the din of his tormentors, rose his clear voice of scorn and defiance. The work was done, the blackened trunk was flung to the dogs, and with clamorous shouts and hootings, the murderers sought to drive away the spirit of their victim. The Iroquois reckoned these barbarities among their most exquisite enjoyments, and yet they had other sources of pleasure, which made up in frequency and in innocence what they lacked in intensity. Each passing season had its feasts and dances, often mingling religion with social pastime. The young had their frolics and merrymakings, and the old had their no less frequent councils, where conversation and laughter alternated with grave deliberations for the public weal. There were also stated periods marked by the recurrence of momentous ceremonies, in which the whole community took part: the mystic sacrifice of the dogs, the orgies of the dream feast, and the loathsome festival of the exhumation of the dead. Yet in the intervals of war and hunting, these resources would often fail, and while the women were toiling in the cornfields, the lazy warriors beguiled the hours with smoking or sleeping, with gambling or gallantry. If we seek for a single trait preeminently characteristic of the Iroquois, we shall find it in that boundless pride which impelled them to style themselves, not inaptly as regards their own race, the men surpassing all others. "Must I," exclaimed one of their great warriors, as he fell wounded among a crowd of Algonquins, "must I, who have made the whole earth tremble, now die by the hands of children?" Their power kept pace with their pride. Their war parties roamed over half America, and their name was a terror from the Atlantic to the Mississippi. But when we ask the numerical strength of the dreaded Confederacy, when we discover that, in the days of their greatest triumphs, their united cantons could not have mustered 4,000 warriors, we stand amazed at the folly and dissension which left so vast a region the prey of a handful of bold marauders. Of the cities and villages now so thickly scattered over the lost domain of the Iroquois, a single one might boast a more numerous population than all the 5 united tribes. From this remarkable people, who with all the ferocity of their race blended heroic virtues and marked endowments of intellect, I pass to other members of the same great family, whose different fortunes may perhaps be ascribed rather to the force of circumstance than to any intrinsic inferiority. The peninsula between the lakes Huron, Erie, and Ontario was occupied by 2 distinct peoples, speaking dialects of the Iroquois tongue: the Hurons or Wyandots, including the tribe called by the French the Dionondades, or Tobacco Nation, dwelt among the forests which bordered the eastern shores of the freshwater sea, to which they have left their name, while the Neutral Nation, so called from their neutrality in the war between the Hurons and the 5 Nations, inhabited the northern shores of Lake Erie, and even extended their eastern flank across the Strait of Niagara. The population of the Hurons has been variously stated at from 10,000 to 30,000 souls, but probably did not exceed the former estimate. The Franciscans and the Jesuits were early among them, and from their descriptions it is apparent that, in legends and superstitions, manners and habits, religious observances and social customs, they were closely assimilated to the brethren of the 5 Nations. Their capacious dwellings of bark and their palisaded forts seemed copied after the same model. Like the 5 Nations, they were divided into tribes and cross-divided into totemic clans, and as with them, the office of Sechem descended in the female line. The same crude materials of a political fabric were to be found in both, but unlike the Iroquois, the Wyandots had not as yet wrought them into a system and woven them into a harmonious whole. Like the 5 Nations, the Wyandots were, in some measure, an agricultural people. They bartered the surplus products of their maize fields to surrounding tribes, usually receiving fish in exchange, and this traffic was so considerable that the Jesuits styled their country the granary of the Algonquins. Their prosperity was rudely broken by the hostilities of the Five Nations, for though the conflicting parties were not ill-matched in point of numbers, yet the united counsels and ferocious energies of the Confederacy swept all before them. In the year 1649, in the depth of winter, their warriors invaded the country of the Wyandots, stormed their largest villages, and involved all within in indiscriminate slaughter. The survivors fled in panicked terror, and the whole nation was broken and dispersed. Some found refuge among the French of Canada, where at the village of Lorette, near Quebec, their descendants still remain. Others were incorporated with their conquerors, while others again fled northward, beyond Lake Superior, and sought an asylum among the wastes which bordered on the northeastern bands of the Dakota. Driven back by those fierce bison hunters, they next established themselves about the outlet of Lake Superior, and the shores and islands in the northern parts of Lake Huron. Thence, about the year 1680, they descended to Detroit, where they formed a permanent settlement, and where, by their superior valor, capacity, and address, they soon acquired an ascendancy over the surrounding Algonquins. The ruin of the neutral nation followed close on that of the Wyandots, to whom, according to Jesuit authority, they bore an exact resemblance in character and manners. The Senecas soon found means to pick a quarrel with them. They were assailed by all the strength of the insatiable Confederacy, and within a few years their destruction as a nation was complete. South of Lake Erie dwelt two members of the Iroquois family. The Andastes built their fortified villages along the valley of the lower Susquehanna, while the Erigas, or Eries, occupied the borders of the lake which still retains their name. Of these two nations little is known, for the Jesuits had no missions among them, and few traces of them survive beyond their names and the record of their destruction. The war with the Wyandots was scarcely over when the Five Nations turned their arms against their Erie brethren. In the year 1655, using their canoes as scaling ladders, they stormed the Erie stronghold, leapt down like tigers among the defenders, and butchered them without mercy. The greater part of the nation was involved in the massacre, and the remnant was incorporated with the conquerors, or with other tribes to which they fled for refuge. The ruin of the Andastes came next in turn, but this brave people fought for 20 years against their inexorable assailants, and their destruction was not consummated until the year 1672, when they shared the fate of the rest. Thus, within less than a quarter of a century, 4 nations, the most brave and powerful of the North American savages, sank before the arms of the Confederates. Nor did their triumphs end here. Within the same short space, they subdued their southern neighbors, the Lenape, the leading members of the Algonquin family, and expelled the Ottawas, a numerous people of the same lineage, from the borders of the river which bears their name. In the north, the west, and the south, their conquests embraced every adjacent tribe, and meanwhile their war parties were harassing the French of Canada with reiterated inroads and yelling the war whoop under the walls of Quebec. They were the worst of conquerors. Inordinate pride, the lust of blood and dominion were the mainsprings of their warfare, and their victories were strained with every excess of savage passion. That their triumphs must have cost them dear, that, in spite of their cautious tactics, these multiplied conflicts must have greatly abridged their strength, would appear inevitable. Their losses were in fact considerable, but every breach was repaired by means of a practice to which they, in common with other tribes, constantly adhered. When their vengeance was glutted by the sacrifice of a sufficient number of captives, they spared the lives of the remainder and adopted them as members of their confederated tribes, separating wives from husbands and children from parents, and distributing them among different villages in order that old ties and associations might be more completely broken up. This policy is said to have been designated among them by a name which signifies flesh cut into pieces and scattered among the tribes. In the years 1714 to 1715, the Confederacy received a great accession of strength. Southwards, about the headwaters of the rivers Neuse and Tar, and separated from their kindred tribes by intervening Algonquin communities, dwelt the Tuscaroras, a warlike people belonging to the generic stock of the Iroquois. The wrongs inflicted by white settlers and their own undistinguishing vengeance involved them in a war with the colonists, which resulted in their defeat and expulsion. They emigrated to the Five Nations, whose allies they had been in former wars with southern tribes, and who now gladly received them, admitting them as a sixth nation into their confederacy. It is a remark of Gallatin that, in their career of conquest, the Five Nations encountered more stubborn resistance from the tribes of their own family than from those of a different lineage. In truth, all the scions of this warlike stock seemed endued with singular vitality and force, and among them we must seek for the best type of the Indian character. Few tribes could match them in prowess, constancy, moral energy, or intellectual vigor. The Jesuits remarked that they were more intelligent, yet less tractable, than other savages, and Charlevoix observes that though the Algonquins were readily converted, they made but fickle proselytes, while the Hurons, though not easily won over to the church, were far more faithful in their adherence. Of this tribe, the Hurons or Wyandots, a candid and experienced observer declares that of all the Indians with whom he was conversant, they alone held it disgraceful to turn from the face of an enemy when the fortunes of the fight were adverse. Besides these inherent qualities, the tribes of the Iroquois race derived great advantages from their superior social organization. They were all, more or less, tillers of the soil, and were thus enabled to concentrate a more numerous population than the scattered tribes who live by the chase alone. In their well-peopled and well-constructed villages they dwelt together the greater part of the year, and thence the religious rites and social and political usages, which elsewhere existed only in the germ, attained among them a full development. Yet these advantages were not without alloy, and the Jesuits were not slow to remark that the stationary and thriving Iroquois were more loose in their observance of social ties than the wandering and starving savages of the north. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. The Algonquin Family. Except the detached nation of the Tuscaroras and a few smaller tribes adhering to them, the Iroquois family was confined to the region south of the lakes Erie and Ontario, and the peninsula east of Lake Huron. They formed, as it were, an island in the vast expanse of Algonquin population, extending from Hudson's Bay on the north to the Carolinas on the south, from the Atlantic on the east to the Mississippi and Lake Winnipeg on the west. They were Algonquins who greeted Jacques Cartier as his ships ascended the St. Lawrence. The first British colonists found savages of the same race hunting and fishing along the coasts and inlets of Virginia, and it was the daughter of an Algonquin chief who interceded with her father for the life of the adventurous Englishman. They were Algonquins who, under Sassacus the Pequot and Philip of Mount Hope, waged war against the Puritans of New England, who dwelt at Penacook under the rule of the great magician Passaconaway, and trembled before the evil spirits of the White Hills, and who sang aves and told their beads in the forest chapel of Father Razzles, by the banks of the Kennebec. They were Algonquins who, under the great tree at Kensington, made the covenant of peace with William Penn, and when French Jesuits and fur traders explored the Wabash and the Ohio, they found their valleys tenanted by the same far-extended race. At the present day, the traveller perchance may find them pitching their bark lodges along the beach at Mackinac, spearing fish among the rapids of St. Mary's, or skimming the waves of Lake Superior in their birch canoes. Of all the members of the Algonquin family, those called by the English the Delawares, by the French the Loups, and by themselves Lenni Lenape, or original men, hold the first claim to attention, for their traditions declare them to be the parent stem whence other Algonquin tribes have sprung. The latter recognized the claim, and at all solemn councils accorded to the ancestral tribe the title of grandfather. The first European colonists found the conical lodges of the Lenape clustered in frequent groups about the waters of the Delaware and its tributary streams, within the present limits of New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. The nation was separated into 3 divisions, and 3 sachems formed a triumvirate, who, with the council of old men, regulated all its affairs. They were, in some small measure, an agricultural people, but fishing and the chase were their chief dependence, and through a great part of the year they were scattered abroad among forests and streams in search of sustenance. When William Penn held his far-famed council with the sachems of the Lenape, he extended the hand of brotherhood to a people as unwarlike in their habits as his own pacific followers. This is by no means to be ascribed to any inborn love of peace. The Lenape were then in a state of degrading vassalage to the Five Nations, who, that they might drain to the dregs the cup of humiliation, had forced them to assume the name of women, and forego the use of arms. Dwelling under the shadow of the tyrannical confederacy, they were long unable to wipe out the blot, but at length, pushed from their ancient seats by the encroachments of white men, and removed westward, partially beyond the reach of their conquerors, their native spirit began to revive, and they assumed a tone of defiance. During the old French War they resumed the use of arms, and while the Five Nations fought for the English, they espoused the cause of France. At the opening of the Revolution, they boldly asserted their freedom from the yoke of their conquerors, and a few years after, the Five Nations confessed, at a public council, that the Lenape were no longer women but men. Ever since that period, they have stood in high repute for bravery, generosity, and all the savage virtues, and the settlers of the frontier have often found to their cost that the women of the Iroquois have been transformed into a race of formidable warriors. At the present day, the small remnant settled beyond the Mississippi are among the bravest marauders of the West. Their war parties pierce the farthest wilds of the Rocky Mountains, and the prairie traveller may sometimes meet the Delaware warrior returning from a successful foray, a gaudy handkerchief bound about his brows, his snake locks fluttering in the wind, and his rifle resting across his saddle-bow, while the tarnished and begrimed equipments of his half-wild horse bear witness that the rider has waylaid and plundered some Mexican cavalier. Adjacent to the Lenape and associated with them in some of the most notable passages of their history dwelt the Shawanoes, the Chaouanons of the French, a tribe of bold, roving, and adventurous spirit. Their eccentric wanderings, their sudden appearance and disappearances, perplex the antiquary and defy research, but from various scattered notices we may gather that at an early period they occupied the valley of the Ohio, that, becoming embroiled with the Five Nations, they shared the defeat of the Andastes, and about the year 1672 fled to escape destruction. Some found an asylum in the country of the Lenape, where they lived tenants at will of the Five Nations. Others sought refuge in the Carolinas and Florida, where, true to their native instincts, they soon came to blows with the owners of the soil. Again, turning northwards, they formed new settlements in the valley of the Ohio, where they were now suffered to dwell in peace, and where, at a later period, they were joined by such of their brethren as had found refuge among the Lenape. Of the tribes which, single and detached, or cohering in loose confederacies, dwelt within the limits of Lower Canada, Acadia, and New England, it is needless to speak, for they offered no distinctive traits demanding notice. Passing the country of the Lenape and the Shawanoes, and descending the Ohio, the traveller would have found its valley chiefly occupied by two nations, the Miamis or Twitwees, on the Wabash and its branches, and the Illinois, who dwelt in the neighborhood of the river to which they have given their name, while portions of them extended beyond the Mississippi. Though never subjugated, as were the Lenape, both the Miamis and the Illinois were reduced to the last extremity by the repeated attacks of the Five Nations, and the Illinois in particular suffered so much by these and other wars that the population of 10,000 or 12,000, ascribed to them by the early French writers, had dwindled during the first quarter of the 18th century to a few small villages. According to Marest, they were a people sunk in sloth and licentiousness, but that priestly father had suffered much at their hands, and viewed them with a jaundiced eye. Their agriculture was not contemptible. They had permanent dwellings as well as portable lodges, and though wandering through many months of the year among their broad prairies and forests, there were seasons when their whole population was gathered with feastings and merrymaking within the limits of their villages. Turning his course northward, traversing Lakes Michigan and Superior, and skirting the western margin of Lake Huron, the voyager would have found the solitudes of the wild waste around him broken by scattered lodges of the Ojibwas, Potawatomis, and Ottawas. About the bays and rivers west of Lake Michigan, he would have seen the Sacs, the Foxes, and the Menominees, and penetrating the frozen wilderness of the north, he would have been welcomed by the rude hospitality of the wandering Crees or Knisteneux. The Ojibwas, with their kindred, the Potawatomis, and their friends the Ottawas, the latter of whom were fugitives from the eastward, whence they had fled from the wrath of the Iroquois, were banded into a sort of confederacy. They were closely allied in blood, language, manners, and character. The Ojibwas, by far the most numerous of the three, occupied the basin of Lake Superior and extensive adjacent regions. In their boundaries, the career of Iroquois conquest found at length a check. The fugitive Wyandots sought relief in the Ojibwa hunting grounds, and tradition relates that at the outlet of Lake Superior, an Iroquois war party once encountered a disastrous repulse. In their mode of life, they were far more rude than the Iroquois, or even the southern Algonquin tribes. The totemic system is found among them in its most imperfect state. The original clans have become broken into fragments and indefinitely multiplied, and many of the ancient customs of the institution are but loosely regarded. Agriculture is little known, and through summer and winter they range the wilderness with restless wandering, now gorged to repletion, and now perishing with want. In the calm days of summer, the Ojibwa fisherman pushes out his birch canoe upon the great inland ocean of the north, and as he gazes down into the pellucid depths, he seems like one balanced between earth and sky. The watchful fish-hawk circles above his head, and below, farther than his line will reach, he sees the trout glide shadowy and silent over the glimmering pebbles. The little islands on the verge of the horizon seem now starting into spires, now melting from the sight, now shaping themselves into 1,000 fantastic forms, with the strange mirage of the waters, and he fancies that the evil spirits of the lake lie basking their serpent forms on those unhallowed shores. Again he explores the watery labyrinths where the stream sweeps among pine-tufted islands, or runs blackened deep beneath the shadows of moss-bearded firs, or he drags his canoe upon the sandy beach, and while his campfire crackles on the grass plat, reclines beneath the trees and smokes and laughs away the sultry hours in a lazy luxury of enjoyment. But when winter descends upon the north, sealing up the fountains, fettering the streams, and turning the green-robed forests to shivering nakedness, then bearing their frail dwellings on their backs, the Ojibwa family wander forth into the wilderness, cheered only on their dreary track by the whistling of the north wind and the hungry howl of wolves. By the banks of some frozen stream, women and children, men and dogs, lie crouched together around the fire. They spread their benumbed fingers over the embers, while the wind shrieks through the fir trees like the gale through the rigging of a frigate, and the narrow concave of the wigwam sparkles with the frostwork of their congealed breath. In vain they beat the magic drum, and call upon their garden manitoes. The wary moose keeps aloof, the bear lies close in his hollow tree, and famine stares them in the face. And now the hunter can fight no more against the nipping cold and blinding sleet. Stiff and stark, with haggard cheek and shriveled lip, he lies among the snowdrifts, till with tooth and claw the famished wildcat strives in vain to pierce the frigid marble of his limbs. Such harsh schooling is thrown away on the incorrigible mind of the northern Algonquin. He lives in misery as his fathers lived before him. Still, in the brief hour of plenty, he forgets the season of want, and still the sleet and the snow descend upon his houseless head. I have thus passed in brief review the more prominent of the Algonquin tribes, those whose struggles and sufferings form the theme of the ensuing history. In speaking of the Iroquois, some of the distinctive peculiarities of the Algonquins have already been hinted at. It must be admitted that in moral stability and intellectual vigor they are inferior to the former. though some of the most conspicuous offspring of the wilderness, Metacom, Tecumseh, and Pontiac himself, owned their blood and language. The fireside stories of every primitive people are faithful reflections of the form and colouring of the national mind, and it is no proof of sound philosophy to turn with contempt from the study of a fairy tale. The legendary lore of the Iroquois, black as the midnight forests, awful in its gloomy strength, is but another manifestation of that spirit of mastery which uprooted whole tribes from the earth and deluged the wilderness with blood. The traditionary tales of the Algonquins wear a different aspect. The credulous circle around an Ojibwa lodge fire listened to wild recitals of necromancy and witchcraft, men transformed to beasts, and beasts transformed to men, animated trees, and birds who spoke with human tongue. They heard of malignant sorcerers dwelling among the lonely islands of spellbound lakes, of grisly Wendigos and bloodless gibi of evil Manitos lurking in the dens and fastnesses of the woods, of pygmy champions, diminutive in stature but mighty in soul, who by the potency of charm and talisman subdued the direst monsters of the waste, and of heroes who not by downright force and open onset, but by subtle strategy, tricks, or magic art, achieved marvelous triumphs over the brute force of their assailants. Sometimes the tale will breathe a different spirit, and tell of orphan children abandoned in the heart of a hideous wilderness, beset with fiends and cannibals. Some enamored maiden, scornful of earthly suitors, plights her troth to the graceful Manito of the grove, or bright aerial beings, dwellers of the sky, descend to tantalize the gaze of mortals with evanescent forms of loveliness. The mighty giant, the god of the thunder, who made his home among the caverns beneath the cataract of Niagara, was a characteristic conception of Iroquois imagination. The Algonquins held a simpler faith, and maintained that the thunder was a bird who built his nest on the pinnacle of towering mountains. Two daring boys once scaled the height, and thrust sticks into the eyes of the portentous nestlings, which hereupon flashed forth such wrathful scintillations that the sticks were shivered to atoms. The religious belief of the Algonquins, and the remark holds good not of the Algonquins only, but of all the hunting tribes of America, is a cloudy bewilderment where we seek in vain for system or coherency. Among a primitive and savage people, there were no poets to vivify its images, and no priests to give distinctness and harmony to its rites and symbols. To the Indian mind, all nature was instinct with deity. A spirit was embodied in every mountain, lake, and cataract. Every bird, beast, or reptile, every tree, shrub, or grass blade was endued with mystic influence. Yet this untutored pantheism did not exclude the conception of certain divinities of incongruous and ever-shifting attributes. The sun, too, was a god, and the moon was a goddess. Conflicting powers of good and evil divided the universe. But if, before the arrival of Europeans, the Indian recognized the existence of one almighty, self-existent being, the Great Spirit, the Lord of heaven and earth, the belief was so vague and dubious as scarcely to deserve the name. His perceptions of moral good and evil were perplexed and shadowy, and the belief in a state of future reward and punishment was by no means universal. Of the Indian character, much has been written foolishly, and credulously believed in. By the rhapsodies of poets, the cant of sentimentalists, and the extravagance of some who should have known better, a counterfeit image has been tricked out, which might seek in vain for its likeness through every corner of the habitable earth. An image bearing no more resemblance to its original than the monarch of the tragedy and the hero of the epic poem bear to their living prototypes in the palace and the camp. The shadows of his wilderness home and the darker mantle of his own inscrutable reserve have made the Indian warrior a wonder and a mystery. Yet to the eye of a rational observation there is nothing unintelligible in him. He is full, it is true, of contradiction. He deems himself the centre of greatness and renown. His pride is proof against the fiercest torments of fire and steel, and yet the same man would beg for a dram of whisky, or pick up a crust of bread thrown to him, like a dog, from the tent door of the traveller. At one moment he is wary and cautious to the verge of cowardice. At the next he abandons himself to a very insanity of recklessness, and the habitual self-restraint which throws an impenetrable veil over emotion is joined to the unbridled passions of a madman or a beast. Such inconsistencies, strange as they seem in our eyes, when viewed under a novel aspect, are but the ordinary incidents of humanity. The qualities of the mind are not uniform in their action through all the relations of life. With different men and different races of men, pride, valor, prudence, have different forms of manifestation, and where in one instance they lie dormant, in another they are keenly awake. The conjunction of greatness and littleness, meanness and pride, is older than the days of the patriarchs, and such antiquated phenomena displayed under a new form in the unreflecting, undisciplined mind of a savage call for no special wonder, but should rather be classed with the other enigmas of the fathomless human heart. The dissecting knife of a Rochefoucauld might lay bare matters of no less curious observation in the breast of every man. Nature has stamped the Indian with a hard and stern physiognomy. Ambition, revenge, envy, jealousy are his ruling passions, and his cold temperament is little exposed to those effeminate vices which are the bane of milder races. With him, revenge is an overpowering instinct. Nay, more, it is a point of honor and a duty. His pride sets all language at defiance. He loathes the thought of coercion, and few of his race have ever stooped to discharge a menial office. A wild love of liberty, an utter intolerance of control, lie at the basis of his character and fire his whole existence. Yet in spite of this haughty independence, he is a devout hero-worshipper, and high achiever in war or policy, touches a chord to which his nature never fails to respond. He looks up with admiring reverence to the sages and heroes of his tribe, and it is this principle, joined to the respect for age springing from the patriarchal element in his social system, which beyond all others contributes union and harmony to the erratic members of an Indian community. With him, the love of glory kindles into a burning passion, and to allay its cravings he will dare cold and famine, fire, tempest, torture, and death itself. These generous traits are overcast by much that is dark, cold, and sinister, by sleepless distrust and rankling jealousy. Treacherous himself, he is always suspicious of treachery in others. Brave as he is, and few of mankind are braver, he will vent his passion by a secret stab rather than the open blow. His warfare is full of ambuscade and stratagem, and he never rushes into battle with that joyous self-abandonment with which the warriors of the Gothic races flung themselves into the ranks of their enemies. In his feasts and his drinking bouts we find none of that robust and full-toned mirth which reigned at the rude carousals of our barbaric ancestry. He is never jovial in his cups, and maudlin sorrow or maniacal rage is the sole result of his potations. Over all emotion he throws the veil of an iron self-control, originating in a peculiar form of pride, and fostered by rigorous discipline from childhood upward. He is trained to conceal passion, and not to subdue it. The inscrutable warrior is aptly imaged by the hackneyed figure of a volcano covered with snow, and no man can say when or where the wildfire will burst forth. This shallow self-mastery serves to give dignity to public deliberation and harmony to social life. Wrangling and quarrel are strangers to an Indian dwelling, and while an assembly of the ancient Gauls was garrulous as a convocation of magpies, a Roman Senate might have taken a lesson from the grave solemnity of an Indian council. In the midst of his family and friends he hides affection, by nature none of the most tender, under a mask of icy coldness, and in the torturing fires of his enemy the haughty sufferer maintains to the last his look of grim defiance. His intellect is as peculiar as his moral organization. Among all savages, the power of perception preponderate over those of reason and analysis. But this is more especially the case with the Indian, an acute judge of character, at least of such parts of it as his experience enables him to comprehend, keen to a proverb in all exercises of war and the chase. He seldom traces effects to their causes, or follows out actions to their remote results. Though a close observer of external nature, he no sooner attempts to account for her phenomena than he involves himself in the most ridiculous absurdities, and quite content with these new puerilities, he has not the least desire to push his inquiries further. His curiosity, abundantly active within its own narrow circle, is dead to all things else, and to attempt rousing it from its torpor is but a bootless task. He seldom takes cognizance of general or abstract ideas, and his language has scarcely the power to express them, except through the medium of figures drawn from the external world, and often highly picturesque and forcible. The absence of reflection makes him grossly improvident, and unfits him for pursuing any complicated scheme of war or policy. Some races of men seem moulded in wax, soft and melting, at once plastic and feeble. Some races, like some metals, combine the greatest flexibility with the greatest strength. But the Indian is hewn out of a rock. You can rarely change the form without destruction of the substance. Races of inferior energy have possessed a power of expansion and assimilation to which he is a stranger, and it is this fixed and rigid quality which has proved his ruin. He will not learn the arts of civilization, and he and his forest must perish together. The stern, unchanging features of his mind excite our admiration from their very immutability, and we look with deep interest on the fate of this irreclaimable son of the wilderness, the child who will not be weaned from the breast of his rugged mother. And our interest increases when we discern in the unhappy wanderer the germs of heroic virtues mingled among his vices. A hand bountiful to bestow, as it is rapacious to seize, and even in extremest famine imparting its last morsel to a fellow sufferer, a heart which, strong in friendship as in hate, thinks it not too much to lay down life for its chosen comrade, a soul true to its own idea of honour, and burning with an unquenchable thirst for greatness and renown. The imprisoned lion in the showman's cage differs not more widely from the lord of the desert than the beggarly frequenter of frontier garrisons and dram shops differs from the proud denizen of the woods. It is in his native wilds alone that the Indian must be seen and studied. Thus to depict him is the aim of the ensuing history. And if, from the shades of rock and forest, the savage features should look too grimly forth, it is because the clouds of a tempestuous war have cast upon the picture their murky shadows and lurid fires. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Section 3, Chapter 2 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, 1608 to 1763, France and England in America. The American colonies of France and England grew up to maturity under widely different auspices. Canada, the offspring of church and state, nursed from infancy in the lap of power, its puny strength fed with artificial stimulants, its movements guided by rule and discipline, its limbs trained to martial exercise, languished, in spite of all, from the lack of vital sap and energy. The colonies of England, outcast and neglected, but strong in native vigour and self-confiding courage, grew yet more strong with conflict and with striving, and developed the rugged proportions and unwieldy strength of a youthful giant. In the valley of the St. Lawrence and along the coasts of the Atlantic, adverse principles contended for the mastery. Feudalism stood arrayed against democracy, popery against Protestantism, the sword against the ploughshare. The priest, the soldier, and the noble ruled in Canada. The ignorant, light-hearted Canadian peasant knew nothing and cared nothing about popular rights and civil liberties. Born to obey, he lived in contented submission, without the wish or the capacity for self-rule. Power, centered in the heart of the system, left the masses inert. The settlements along the margin of the St. Lawrence were like a camp where an army lay at rest, ready for the march or the battle, and where war and adventure, not trade and tillage, seemed the chief aims of life. The lords of the soil were petty nobles, for the most part soldiers or the sons of soldiers, proud and ostentatious, thriftless and poor, and the people were their vassals. Over every cluster of small white houses glittered the sacred emblem of the cross. The church, the convent, and the roadside shrine were seen at every turn, and in the towns and villages one met each moment the black robe of the Jesuit, the grey garb of the Recollet, and the formal habit of the Ursuline nun. The names of saints, St. Joseph, St. Ignatius, St. Francis, were perpetuated in the capes, rivers, and islands, the forts and villages of the land, and with every day crowds of simple worshippers knelt in adoration before the countless altars of the Roman faith. If we search the world for the sharpest contrast to the spiritual and temporal vassalage of Canada, we shall find it among her immediate neighbours, the Puritans of New England, where the spirit of nonconformity was sublimed to a fiery essence, and where the love of liberty and the hatred of power burned with sevenfold heat. The English colonist with thoughtful brow and limbs hardened with toil, calling no man master, yet bowing reverently to the law which he himself had made, patient and laborious, and seeking for the solid comforts rather than the ornaments of life, no lover of war, yet, if need were, fighting with a stubborn, indomitable courage, and then bending once more with steadfast energy to his farm or his merchandise, such a man might well be deemed the very pith and marrow of a commonwealth. In every quality of efficiency and strength, the Canadian fell miserably below his rival. But in all that pleases the eye and interests the imagination, he far surpassed him. Buoyant and gay like his ancestry of France, he made the frozen wilderness ring with merriment, answered the surly howling of the pine forest with peals of laughter, and warmed with revelry the groaning ice of the St. Lawrence. Careless and thoughtless, he lived happy in the midst of poverty, content if he could but gain the means to fill his tobacco pouch, and decorate the cap of his mistress with a ribbon. The example of a beggared nobility, who, proud and penniless, could only assert their rank by idleness and ostentation, was not lost upon him. A rightful heir to French bravery and French restlessness, he had an eager love of wandering and adventure, and this propensity found ample scope in the service of the fur trade, the engrossing occupation and chief source of income to the colony. When the priest of St. Anne's had shrived him of his sins, when after the parting carousal he embarked with his comrades in the deep-laden canoe, when their oars kept time to the measured cadence of their song, and the blue, sunny bosom of the Ottawa opened before them, when their frail bark quivered among the milky foam and black rocks of the rapid, and when around their campfire they wasted half the night with jests and laughter, then the Canadian was in his element. His footsteps explored the farthest hiding-place of the wilderness. In the evening dance, his red cap mingled with the scalp-locks and feathers of the Indian braves, or stretched on a bearskin by the side of his dusky mistress, he watched the gambols of his hybrid offspring, in happy oblivion of the partner whom he left unnumbered leagues behind. The fur trade engendered a peculiar class of restless bushrangers, more akin to Indians than to white men. Those who had once felt the fascinations of the forest were unfitted ever after for a life of quiet labor, and with this spirit the whole colony was infected. From this cause, no less than from occasional wars with the English and repeated attacks of the Iroquois, the agriculture of the country was sunk to a low ebb, while feudal exactions, a ruinous system of monopoly, and the intermeddlings of arbitrary power cramped every branch of industry. Yet by the zeal of priests and the daring enterprise of soldiers and explorers, Canada, though sapless and infirm, spread forts and missions through all the western wildernesses. Feebly rooted in the soil, she thrust out branches which overshadowed half America, a magnificent object to the eye, but one which the first whirlwind would prostrate in the dust. Such excursive enterprise was alien to the genius of the British colonies. Daring activity was rife among them, but it did not aim at the founding of military outposts and forest missions. By the force of energetic industry, their population swelled with an unheard-of rapidity. Their wealth increased in a yet greater ratio, and their promise of future greatness opened with every advancing year. But it was a greatness rather of peace than of war. The free institutions, the independence of authority, which were the source of their increase, were adverse to that unity of counsel and promptitude of action which are the soul of war. It was far otherwise with their military rival. France had her Canadian forces well in hand. They had but one will, and that was the will of a mistress. Now here, now there, in sharp and rapid onset, they could assail the cumbrous masses and unwieldy strength of their antagonists, as the kingbird attacks the eagle or the swordfish the whale. Between two such combatants the strife must needs be a long one. Canada was a true child of the Church, baptized in infancy and faithful to the last. Champlain, the founder of Quebec, a man of noble spirit, a statesman and a soldier, was deeply imbued with fervid piety. The saving of a soul, he would often say, is worth more than the conquest of an empire. And to forward the work of conversion, he brought with him 4 Franciscan monks from France. At a later period, the task of colonization would have been abandoned, but for the hope of casting the pure light of the faith over the gloomy wastes of heathendom. All France was filled with the zeal of proselytism. Men and women of exalted rank lent their countenance to the holy work. From many an altar daily petitions were offered for the well-being of the mission, and in the holy house of Montmartre a nun lay prostrate day and night before the shrine, praying for the conversion of Canada. In one convent 30 nuns offered themselves for the labors of the wilderness, and priests flocked in crowds to the colony. The powers of darkness took alarm, and when a ship freighted with the apostles of the faith was tempest-tossed upon her voyage, the storm was ascribed to the malice of demons, trembling for the safety of their ancient empire. The general enthusiasm was not without its fruits. The Church could pay back with usury all that she received of aid and encouragement from the temporal power, and the ambition of Richelieu could not have devised a more efficient enginery for the accomplishment of its schemes than that supplied for the zeal of the devoted propagandists. The priest and the soldier went hand in hand, and the cross and the fleur-de-lis were planted side by side. Foremost among the envoys of the faith were the members of that mighty order who, in another hemisphere, had already done so much to turn back the advancing tide of religious freedom and strengthen the arm of Rome. To the Jesuits was assigned for many years the entire charge of the Canadian missions, to the exclusion of the Franciscans, early laborers in the same barren field. Inspired with a self-devoting zeal to snatch souls from perdition and win new empires to the cross, casting from them every hope of earthly pleasure or earthly aggrandizement, the Jesuit fathers buried themselves in deserts, facing death with the courage of heroes and enduring torments with the constancy of martyrs. Their story is replete with marvels, miracles of patient suffering and daring enterprise. They were the pioneers of Northern America. We see them among the frozen forests of Acadia, struggling on snowshoes with some wandering Algonquin horde, or crouching in the crowded hunting lodge, half stifled in the smoky den, and battling with troops of famished dogs for the last morsel of sustenance. Again we see the black-robed priest wading among the white rapids of the Ottawa, toiling with his savage comrades to drag the canoe against the headlong water. Again, radiant in the vestments of his priestly office, he administers the sacramental bread to kneeling crowds of plumed and painted proselytes in the forests of the Hurons, or, bearing his life in his hand, carries his sacred mission into the strongholds of the Iroquois, like one who invades unarmed a den of angry tigers. Jesuit explorers traced the St. Lawrence to its source, and said masses among the solitudes of Lake Superior, where the boldest fur trader scarcely dared to follow. They planted missions at St. Mary's and at Michilimackinac, and one of their fraternity, the illustrious Marquette, discovered the Mississippi and opened a new theatre to the boundless ambition of France. The path of the missionary was a thorny and bloody one, and a life of weary apostleship was often crowned with a frightful martyrdom. Jean de Brebeuf and Gabriel Lalemant preached the faith among the villages of the Hurons, when their terror-stricken flock were overwhelmed by an irruption of the Iroquois. The missionaries might have fled, but true to their sacred function, they remained behind to aid the wounded and baptize the dying. Both were made captive, and both were doomed to the fiery torture. Brebeuf, a veteran soldier of the cross, met his fate with an undaunted composure, which amazed his murderers. With unflinching constancy he endured torments too horrible to be recorded, and died calmly as a martyr of the early church, or a war chief of the Mohawks. The slender frame of Lalemant, a man younger in years and gentle in spirit, was enveloped in blazing savon bark. Again and again the fire was extinguished, again and again it was kindled afresh, and with such fiendish ingenuity were his torments protracted, that he lingered for 17 hours before death came to his relief. Isaac Jogues, taken captive by the Iroquois, was led from canton to canton and village to village, enduring fresh torments and indignities at every stage of his progress. Men, women, and children vied with each other in ingenious malignity. Redeemed at length by the humane exertions of a Dutch officer, he repaired to France, where his disfigured person and mutilated hands told the story of his sufferings. But the promptings of a sleepless conscience urged him to return and complete the work he had begun, to illumine the moral darkness upon which, during the months of his disastrous captivity, he fondly hoped that he had thrown some rays of light. Once more he bent his footsteps towards the scene of his living martyrdom, saddened with a deep presentiment that he was advancing to his death. Nor were his forebodings untrue. In a village of the Mohawks, the blow of a tomahawk closed his mission and his life. Such intrepid self-devotion may well call forth our highest admiration, but when we seek for the results of these toils and sacrifices, we shall seek in vain. Patience and zeal were thrown away upon lethargic minds and stubborn hearts. The reports of the Jesuits, it is true, display a copious list of conversions, but the zealous fathers reckoned the number of conversions by the number of baptisms, and as Leclerc observes, with no less truth than candor, an Indian would be baptized 10 times a day for a pint of brandy or a pound of tobacco. Neither can more flattering conclusions be drawn from the alacrity which they showed to adorn their persons with crucifixes and medals. The glitter of the trinkets pleased the fancy of the warrior, and, with the emblem of man's salvation pendant from his neck, he was often at heart as thorough as a heathen, when he wore in its place a necklace made of the dried forefingers of his enemies. At the present day, with the exception of a few insignificant bands of converted Indians in Lower Canada, not a vestige of early Jesuit influence can be found among the tribes. The seed was sown upon a rock. While the church was reaping but a scanty harvest, the labors of the missionaries were fruitful of profit to the monarch of France. The Jesuit led the van of French colonization, and at Detroit, Michilimackinac, St. Mary's, Green Bay, and other outposts of the West, the establishment of a mission was the precursor of military occupancy. In other respects, no less, the labors of the wandering missionaries advanced the welfare of the colony. Sagacious and keen of sight, with faculties stimulated by zeal and sharpened by peril, they made faithful report of the temper and movements of the distant tribes among whom they were distributed. The influence which they often gained was exerted in behalf of the government under whose auspices their missions were carried on, and they strenuously labored to win over the tribes of the French alliance and alienate them from the heretic English. In all things they approved themselves the stanch and steadfast auxiliaries of the imperial power, and the Marquis de Caen observed the missionary Piquet that in his single person he was worth 10 regiments. Among the English colonies, the pioneers of civilization were, for the most part, rude yet vigorous men, impelled to enterprise by native restlessness or lured by the hope of gain. Their range was limited and seldom extended far beyond the outskirts of the settlements. With Canada it was far otherwise. There was no energy in the bulk of her people. The court and the army supplied the mainsprings of her vital action, and the hands which planted the lilies of France in the heart of the wilderness had never guided the plowshare or wielded the spade. The love of adventure, the ambition of new discovery, the hope of military advancement, urged men of place and culture to embark on bold and comprehensive enterprise. Many a gallant gentleman, many a nobleman of France, trod the black mould and oozy mosses of the forest with feet that had pressed the carpets of Versailles. They whose youth had passed in camps and courts grew grey among the wigwams of savages, and the lives of Castine, Joncaire, and Prieur are invested with all the interest of romance. Conspicuous in the annals of Canada stands the memorable name of Robert Cavelier de la Salle, the man who, beyond all his compeers, contributed to expand the boundary of French empire in the west. La Salle commanded at Fort Frontenac, erected near the outlet of Lake Ontario on its northern shore, and then forming the most advanced military outpost of the colony. Here he dwelt among Indians and half-breeds, traders, voyageurs, bushrangers, and Franciscan monks, ruling his little empire with absolute sway, enforcing respect by his energy, but offending many by his rigor. Here he brooded upon the grand design which had long engaged his thoughts. He had resolved to complete the achievement of Father Marquette, to trace the unknown Mississippi to its mouth, to plant the standard of his king in the newly discovered regions, and found colonies which should make good the sovereignty of France from the frozen ocean to Mexico. 10 years of his early life had passed, it is said, in connection with the Jesuits, and his strong mind had hardened to iron under the discipline of that relentless school. To a sound judgment and a penetrating sagacity, he joined a boundless enterprise and an adamantine constancy of purpose. But his nature was stern and austere. He was prone to rule by fear rather than love. He took counsel of no man, and chilled all who approached him by his cold reserve. At the close of the year 1678, his preparations were complete, and he dispatched his attendants to the banks of the river Niagara, whither he soon followed in person. Here he began a little fort of palisades, and was the first military tenant of a spot destined to momentous consequence in future wars. 2 leagues above the cataract, on the eastern bank of the river, he built the first vessel which ever explored the waters of the upper lakes. Her name was the Griffin, and her burden was 45 tons. On the 7th of August, 1679, she began her adventurous voyage amid the speechless wonder of the Indians, who stood amazed, alike at the unwonted size of the wooden canoe, at the flash and roar of the cannon from her decks, and at the carved figure of a griffin, which sat crouched upon her brow. She bore on her course along the virgin waters of Lake Erie, through the beautiful windings of the Detroit, and among the restless billows of Lake Huron, where a furious tempest had well nigh engulfed her. La Salle pursued his voyage along Lake Michigan in birch canoes, and after protracted suffering from famine and exposure, reached its southern extremity on the 18th of October. He led his followers to the banks of the river now called the St. Joseph. Here again he built a fort, and here, in after years, the Jesuits placed a mission and the government a garrison. Thence he pushed on into the unknown region of the Illinois, and now dangers and difficulties began to thicken about him. Indians threatened hostility. His men lost heart, clamored, grew mutinous, and repeatedly deserted. And worse than all, nothing was heard of the vessel which had been sent back to Canada for necessary supplies. Weeks wore on, and doubt ripened into certainty. She had foundered among the storms of these wilderness oceans, and her loss seemed to involve the ruin of the enterprise, since it was vain to proceed farther without the expected supplies. In this disastrous crisis, La Salle embraced a resolution characteristic of his intrepid temper. Leaving his men in charge of a subordinate, at a fort which he had built on the river Illinois, he turned his face again towards Canada. He traversed on foot more than 1,000 miles of frozen forest, crossing rivers, toiling through snowdrifts, wading ice-encumbered swamps, sustaining life by the fruits of the chase, and threatened day and night by lurking enemies. He gained his destination, but it was only to encounter a fresh storm of calamities. His enemies had been busy in his absence. A malicious report had gone abroad that he was dead. His creditors had seized his property, and the stores on which he most relied had been wrecked at sea or lost among the rapids of the St. Lawrence. Still he battled against adversity with his wonted vigor, and in Count Frontenac, the governor of the province, a spirit kindred to his own, he found a firm friend. Every difficulty gave way before him, and with fresh supplies of men, stores, and ammunition, he again embarked for the Illinois. Rounding the vast circuit of the lakes, he reached the mouth of the St. Joseph, and hastened with anxious speed to the fort where he had left his followers. The place was empty. Not a man remained. Terrified, despondent, mutinous, and embroiled in Indian wars, they had fled to seek peace and safety, he knew not whither. Once more the dauntless discoverer turned back towards Canada. Once more he stood before Count Frontenac, and once more he bent all his resources and all his credit to gain means for the prosecution of his enterprise. He succeeded. With his little flotilla of canoes, he left his fort at the outlet of Lake Ontario, and slowly retraced those interminable waters and lines of forest-bound shore which had grown drearily familiar to his eyes. Fate at length seemed tired of the conflict with so stubborn an adversary. All went prosperously with the voyagers. They passed the lakes in safety, crossed the rough portage to the waters of the Illinois, followed its winding channel, and descended the turbid eddies of the Mississippi, received with various welcome by the scattered tribes who dwelt along its banks. Now the waters grew bitter to the taste. Now the trampling of the surf was heard. and now the broad ocean opened upon their sight, and their goal was won. On the 9th of April, 1682, with his followers under arms, amid the firing of musketry, the chanting of the Te Deum, and shouts of Vive le Roi, La Salle took formal possession of the vast valley of the Mississippi in the name of Louis the Great, King of France and Navarre. The final stage of his enterprise was accomplished, but labors no less arduous remained behind. Repairing to the court of France, he was welcomed with richly merited favor, and soon set sail for the mouth of the Mississippi, with a squadron of vessels freighted with men and material for the projected colony. But the folly and obstinacy of a jealous naval commander blighted his fairest hopes. The squadron missed the mouth of the river, and the wreck of one of the vessels and the desertion of the commander completed the ruin of the expedition. La Salle landed with a band of half-famished followers on the coast of Texas, and while he was toiling with untired energy for their relief, a few vindictive miscreants conspired against him, and a shot from a traitor's musket closed the career of the iron-hearted discoverer. It was left with another to complete the enterprise on which he had staked his life, and in the year 1699, Lemoine d'Iberville planted the germ whence sprang the colony of Louisiana. Years passed on. In spite of a vicious plan of government, in spite of the bursting of the memorable Mississippi bubble, the new colony grew in wealth and strength, and now it remained for France to unite the two extremities of her broad American domain, to extend forts and settlements across the fertile solitudes between the valley of the St. Lawrence and the mouth of the Mississippi, and entrench herself among the forests which lie west of the Alleghanies, before the swelling tide of British colonization could overflow those mountain barriers. At the middle of the 18th century, her great project was fast advancing towards completion. The lakes and streams, the thoroughfares of the wilderness, were seized and guarded by a series of posts distributed with admirable skill. A fort on the Strait of Niagara commanded the great entrance to the whole interior country. Another at Detroit controlled the passage from Lake Erie to the north. Another at St. Mary's debarred all hostile access to Lake Superior. Another at Michilimackinac secured the mouth of Lake Michigan. A post at Green Bay and one at St. Joseph guarded the two routes to the Mississippi by way of the rivers Wisconsin and Illinois, while two posts on the Wabash and one on the Maumee made France the mistress of the great trading highway from Lake Erie to the Ohio. At Kaskaskia, Cahokia, and elsewhere in the Illinois, little French settlements had sprung up, and as the canoe of the voyager descended the Mississippi, he saw at rare intervals along its swampy margin a few small stockade forts, half buried amid the redundancy of forest vegetation, until, as he approached Natchez, the dwellings of the inhabitants of Louisiana began to appear. The forest posts of France were not exclusively of a military character. Adjacent to most of them, one would have found a little cluster of Canadian dwellings, whose tenants lived under the protection of the garrison, and obeyed the arbitrary will of the commander, an authority which, however, was seldom exerted in a despotic spirit. In these detached settlements there was no principle of increase. The character of the people and of the government which ruled them were alike unfavorable to it. Agriculture was neglected for the more congenial pursuits of the fur trade, and the restless, roving Canadians, scattered abroad on their wild vocation, allied themselves to Indian women, and filled the woods with a mongrel race of bushrangers. Thus far secure in the west, France next essayed to gain foothold upon the sources of the Ohio. and about the year 1748 the sagacious Count Galissonière proposed to bring over 10,000 peasants from France, and plant them in the valley of that beautiful river, and on the borders of the lakes. But while at Quebec, in the castle of St. Louis, soldiers and statesmen were revolving schemes like this, the slowly moving power of England bore on with silent progress from the east. Already the British settlements were creeping along the valley of the Mohawk and ascending the eastern slopes of the Alleghanies. Forests crashing to the axe, dark spires of smoke ascending from autumnal fires, were heralds of the advancing host, and while on one side of the mountains Céloron de Bienville was burying plates of lead engraved with the arms of France, the ploughs and axes of Virginian woodsmen were enforcing a surer title on the other. The adverse powers were drawing near. The hour of collision was at hand. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, 1608 to 1763. The French, the English, and the Indians. The French colonists of Canada held from the beginning a peculiar intimacy of relation with the Indian tribes. With the English colonists it was far otherwise, and the difference sprang from several causes. The fur trade was the life of Canada. Agriculture and commerce were the chief sources of wealth to the British provinces. The Romish zealots of Canada burned for the conversion of the heathen. Their heretic rivals were fired with no such ardor. And finally, while the ambition of France grasped at empire over the farthest deserts of the West, the steady industry of the English colonists was contented to cultivate and improve a narrow strip of seaboard. Thus it happened that the farmer of Massachusetts and the Virginia planter were conversant with only a few bordering tribes, while the priests and emissaries of France were roaming the prairies with the buffalo hunting Pawnees, or lodging in the winter cabins of the Dakota, and swarms of savages, whose uncouth names were strange to English ears, descended yearly from the north to bring their beaver and otter skins to the market of Montreal. The position of Canada invited intercourse with the interior, and eminently favored her schemes of commerce and policy. The river St. Lawrence and the chain of the Great Lakes opened a vast extent of inland navigation, while their tributary streams, interlocking with the branches of the Mississippi, afforded ready access to that mighty river, and gave the restless voyager free range over half the continent. But these advantages were well nigh neutralized. Nature opened the way, but a watchful and terrible enemy guarded the portal. The forests south of Lake Ontario gave harborage to the 5 tribes of the Iroquois, implacable foes of Canada. They waylaid her trading parties, routed her soldiers, murdered her missionaries, and spread havoc and woe through all her settlements. It was an evil hour for Canada when on the 28th of May, 1609, Samuel de Champlain, impelled by his own adventurous spirit, departed from the hamlet of Quebec to follow a war party of Algonquins against their hated enemy, the Iroquois. Ascending the Sorel and passing the rapids at Chambly, he embarked on the lake which bears his name, and with 2 French attendants steered southward with his savage associates toward the rocky promontory of Ticonderoga. They moved with all the precaution of Indian warfare, when at length, as night was closing in, they descried a band of the Iroquois in their large canoes of elm bark, approaching through the gloom. Wild yells from either side announced the mutual discovery. The Iroquois hastened to the shore, and all night long the forest resounded with their discordant war songs and fierce whoops of defiance. Day dawned, and the fight began. Bounding from tree to tree, the Iroquois pressed forward to the attack. But when Champlain advanced from among the Algonquins, and stood full in sight before them, with his strange attire, his shining breastplate, and features unlike their own, when they saw the flash of his arquebus, and beheld two of their chiefs fall dead, they could not contain their terror, but fled for shelter into the depths of the wood. The Algonquins pursued, slaying many in the fight, and the victory was complete. Such was the first collision between the white men and the Iroquois, and Champlain flattered himself that the latter had learned for the future to respect the arms of France. He was fatally deceived. The Iroquois recovered from their terrors, but they never forgave the injury, and yet it would be unjust to charge upon Champlain the origin of the desolating wars which were soon to scourge the colony. The Indians of Canada, friends and neighbors of the French, had long been harassed by inroads of the fierce Confederates, and under any circumstances the French must soon have become parties to the quarrel. Whatever may have been its origin, the war was fruitful of misery to the youthful colony. The passes were beset by ambushed war parties. The routes between Quebec and Montreal were watched with tiger-like vigilance. Bloodthirsty warriors prowled about the outskirts of the settlements. Again and again the miserable people, driven within the palisades of their forts, looked forth upon wasted harvests and blazing roofs. The island of Montreal was swept with fire and steel. The fur trade was interrupted, since for months together all communication was cut off with the friendly tribes of the West. Agriculture was checked, the fields lay fallow, and frequent famine was the necessary result. The name of the Iroquois became a byword of horror through the colony, and to the suffering Canadians they seemed troops of incarnate fiends. Revolting rites and monstrous superstitions were imputed to them, and among the rest it was currently believed that they cherished the custom of immolating young children, burning them, and drinking the ashes mixed with water to increase their bravery. Yet the wildest imaginations could scarcely exceed the truth. At the attack of Montreal, they placed infants over the embers and forced the wretched mothers to turn the spit, and those who fell within their clutches endured torments too hideous for description. Their ferocity was equalled only by their courage and address. At intervals, the afflicted colony found respite from its sufferings, and through the efforts of the Jesuits, fair hopes began to rise of propitiating the terrible foe. At one time, the influence of the priests availed so far that under their auspices a French colony was formed in the very heart of the Iroquois country. But the settlers were soon forced to a precipitate flight, and the war broke out afresh. The French, on their part, were not idle. They faced their assailants with characteristic gallantry. Courcelles, Tracy, Delabarre, and Denonville invaded by turns, with various success, the forest haunts of the Confederates, and at length, in the year 1696, the veteran Count Frontenac marched upon their cantons with all the force of Canada, stemming the surges of La Chine, gliding through the romantic channels of the Thousand Islands, and over the glimmering surface of Lake Ontario, and trailing in long array up the current of the Oswego, they disembarked on the margin of the Lake of Onondaga, and, startling the woodland echoes with the clangor of their trumpets, urged their march through the mazes of the forest. Never had those solitudes beheld so strange a pageantry. The Indian allies, naked to the waist and horribly painted, adorned with streaming scalp locks and fluttering plumes, stole crouching among the thickets, or peered with lynx-eyed vision through the labyrinths of foliage. Scouts and forest rangers scoured the woods in front and flank of the marching columns. Men trained among the hardships of the fur trade, thin, sinewy, and strong, arrayed in wild costume of beaded moccasin, scarlet legging, and frock of buckskin, fantastically garnished with many-coloured embroidery of porcupine. Then came the levies of the colony, in grey capotes and gaudy sashes, and the trained battalions from old France in cuirass and headpiece, veterans of European wars. Plumed cavaliers were there, who had followed the standards of Condé or Turenne, and who, even in the depths of a wilderness, scorned to lay aside the martial foppery which bedecked the camp and court of Louis the Magnificent. The stern commander was borne along upon a litter in the midst, his locks bleached with years, but his eye kindling with the quenchless fire which, like a furnace, burned hottest when its fuel was almost spent. Thus, beneath the sepulchral arches of the forest, through tangled thickets and over prostrate trunks, the aged nobleman advanced to wreak his vengeance upon empty wigwams and deserted maize fields. Even the fierce courage of the Iroquois began to quail before these repeated attacks, while the gradual growth of the colony and the arrival of troops from France at length convinced them that they could not destroy Canada. With the opening of the 18th century, their rancour showed signs of abating, and in the year 1726, by dint of skilful intrigue, the French succeeded in establishing a permanent military post at the important pass of Niagara, within the limits of the Confederacy. Meanwhile, in spite of every obstacle, the power of France had rapidly extended its boundaries in the west. French influence diffused itself through 1,000 channels, among distant tribes, hostile for the most part to the domineering Iroquois. Forts, mission houses, and armed trading stations secured the principal passes. Traders and coureurs de bois pushed their adventurous traffic into the wildest deserts, and French guns and hatchets, French beads and cloth, French tobacco and brandy were known from where the stunted Esquimaux burrowed in their snow caves to where the Comanches scoured the plains of the south with their banditti cavalry. Still, this far extended commerce continued to advance westward. In 1738, La Vérendrye essayed to reach those mysterious mountains, which, as the Indians alleged, lay beyond the arid deserts of the Missouri and the Saskatchewan. Indian hostility defeated this enterprise, but not before he had struck far out into these unknown wilds and formed a line of trading posts, one of which, Fort de la Reine, was planted on the Assiniboine, 100 leagues beyond Lake Winnipeg. At that early period, France left her footsteps upon the dreary wastes which even now have no other tenants than the Indian buffalo hunter or the roving trapper. The fur trade of the English colonists opposed but feeble rivalry to that of their hereditary foes. At an early period, favored by the friendship of the Iroquois, they attempted to open a traffic with the Algonquin tribes of the Great Lakes, and in the year 1687, Major McGregory ascended with a boatload of goods to Lake Huron, where his appearance excited great commotion, and where he was seized and imprisoned by the French. From this time forward, the English fur trade languished until the year 1725, when Governor Burnet of New York established a post on Lake Ontario, at the mouth of the river Oswego, whither, lured by the cheapness and excellence of the English goods, crowds of savages soon congregated from every side, to the unspeakable annoyance of the French. Meanwhile, a considerable commerce was springing up with the Cherokees and other tribes of the south, and during the first half of the century, the people of Pennsylvania began to cross the Alleghanies and carry on a lucrative traffic with the tribes of the Ohio. In 1749, La Jonquière, the governor of Canada, learned, to his great indignation, that several English traders had reached Sandusky and were exerting a bad influence upon the Indians of that quarter. And 2 years later, he caused 4 of the intruders to be seized near the Ohio and sent prisoners to Canada. These early efforts of the English, considerable as they were, can ill bear comparison with the vast extent of the French interior commerce. In respect also to missionary enterprise and the political influence resulting from it, the French had every advantage over rivals whose zeal for conversion was neither kindled by fanaticism nor fostered by an ambitious government. Eliot labored within call of Boston, while the heroic Brebeuf faced the ghastly perils of the western wilderness, and the wanderings of Brainerd sink into insignificance compared with those of the devoted Rasels. Yet in judging the relative merits of the Romish and Protestant missionaries, it must not be forgotten that while the former contented themselves with sprinkling a few drops of water on the forehead of the proselyte, the latter sought to wean him from his barbarism and penetrate his savage heart with the truths of Christianity. In respect also to direct political influence, the advantage was wholly on the side of France. The English colonies, broken into separate governments, were incapable of exercising a vigorous and consistent Indian policy, and the measures of one government often clashed with those of another. Even in the separate provinces, the popular nature of the Constitution and the quarrels of governors and assemblies were unfavorable to efficient action, and this was more especially the case in the province of New York, where the vicinity of the Iroquois rendered strenuous yet prudent measures of the utmost importance. The powerful Confederates, hating the French with bitter enmity, naturally inclined to the English alliance, and a proper treatment would have secured their firm and lasting friendship. But at the early periods of her history, the Assembly of New York was made up in great measure of narrow-minded men, more eager to consult their own petty interests than to pursue any far-sighted scheme of public welfare. Other causes conspired to injure the British interest in this quarter. The annual present sent from England to the Iroquois was often embezzled by corrupt governors or their favorites. The proud chiefs were disgusted by the cold and haughty bearing of the English officials, and a pernicious custom prevailed of conducting Indian negotiations through the medium of the fur traders, a class of men held in contempt by the Iroquois, and known among them by the significant title of rum carriers. In short, through all the councils of the province, Indian affairs were grossly and madly neglected. With more or less emphasis, the same remark holds true of all the other English colonies. With those of France it was far otherwise, and this difference between the rival powers was naturally incident to their different forms of government and different conditions of development. France labored with eager diligence to conciliate the Indians and win them to espouse her cause. Her agents were busy in every village, studying the language of the inmates, complying with their usages, flattering their prejudices, caressing them, cajoling them, and whispering friendly warnings in their ears against the wicked designs of the English. When a party of Indian chiefs visited a French fort, they were greeted with the firing of cannon and rolling of drums. They were regaled at the tables of the officers and bribed with medals and decorations, scarlet uniforms, and French flags. Far wiser than their rivals, the French never ruffled the self-complacent dignity of their guests, never insulted their religious notions, nor ridiculed their ancient customs. They met the savage halfway, and showed an abundant readiness to mold their own features after his likeness. Count Frontenac himself, plumed and painted like an Indian chief, danced the war dance and yelled the war song at the campfires of his delighted allies. It would have been well had the French been less exact in their imitations, for at times they copied their model with infamous fidelity, and fell into excesses scarcely credible but for the concurrent testimony of their own writers. Frontenac caused an Iroquois prisoner to be burnt alive to strike terror into his countrymen, and Louvigny, French commandant at Michilimackinac in 1695, tortured an Iroquois ambassador to death, that he might break off a negotiation between that people and the Wyandots. Nor are these the only well-attested instances of such execrable inhumanity. But if the French were guilty of these cruelties against their Indian enemies, they were no less guilty of unworthy compliance with the demands of their Indian friends, in cases where Christianity and civilization would have dictated a prompt refusal. Even Montcalm stained his bright name by abandoning the hapless defenders of Oswego and William Henry to the tender mercies of an Indian mob. In general, however, the Indian policy of the French cannot be charged with obsequiousness. Complaisance was tempered with dignity. At an early period they discerned the peculiarities of the native character, and clearly saw that while on the one hand it was necessary to avoid giving offence, it was not less necessary on the other to assume a bold demeanour and a show of power, to caress with one hand and grasp a drawn sword with the other. Every crime against a Frenchman was promptly chastised by the sharp agency of military law, while among the English the offender could only be reached through the medium of the civil courts, whose delays, uncertainties, and evasions excited the wonder and provoked the contempt of the Indians. It was by observance of the course indicated above that the French were enabled to maintain themselves in small detached posts, far aloof from the parent colony, and environed by barbarous tribes where an English garrison would have been cut off in a 12-month. They professed to hold these posts, not in their own right, but purely through the grace and condescension of the surrounding savages, and by this conciliating assurance they sought to make good their position, until, with their growing strength, conciliation should no more be needed. In its efforts to win the friendship and alliance of the Indian tribes, the French government found every advantage in the peculiar character of its subjects, that pliant and plastic temper which forms so marked a contrast to the stubborn spirit of the Englishman. From the beginning, the French showed a tendency to amalgamate with the forest tribes. The manners of the savages, writes the Baron La Hontan, are perfectly agreeable to my palate, and many a restless adventurer of high or low degree might have echoed the words of the erratic soldier. At first, great hopes were entertained that by the mingling of French and Indians, the latter would be won over to civilization and the church. But the effect was precisely the reverse, for as Charlevoix observes, the savages did not become French, but the French became savages. Hundreds betook themselves to the forest, never more to return. These outflowings of French civilization were merged in the waste of barbarism, as a river is lost in the sands of the desert. The wandering Frenchman chose a wife or a concubine among his Indian friends, and in a few generations scarcely a tribe of the West was free from an infusion of Celtic blood. The French Empire in America could exhibit among its subjects every shade of color from white to red, every gradation of culture from the highest civilization of Paris to the rudest barbarism of the wigwam. The fur trade engendered a peculiar class of men, known by the appropriate name of bushrangers, or coureurs de bois, half-civilized vagrants, whose chief vocation was conducting the canoes of the traders along the lakes and rivers of the interior. Many of them, however, shaking loose every tie of blood and kindred, identified themselves with the Indians, and sank into utter barbarism. In many a squalid camp among the plains and forests of the West, the traveller would have encountered men owning the blood and speaking the language of France, yet in their swarthy visages and barbarous costume, seeming more akin to those with whom they had cast their lot. The renegade of civilization caught the habits and imbibed the prejudices of his chosen associates. He loved to decorate his long hair with eagle feathers, to make his face hideous with vermilion, ochre, and soot, and to adorn his greasy hunting frock with horsehair fringes. His dwelling, if he had one, was a wigwam. He lounged on a bearskin while his squaw boiled his venison and lighted his pipe. In hunting, in dancing, in singing, in taking a scalp, he rivaled the genuine Indian. His mind was tinctured with the superstition of the forest. He had faith in the magic drum of the conjurer. He was not sure that a thundercloud could not be frightened away by whistling at it through the wing bone of an eagle. He carried the tail of a rattlesnake in his bullet pouch by way of amulet, and he placed implicit trust in his dreams. This class of men is not yet extinct. In the cheerless wilds beyond the northern lakes, or among the mountain solitudes of the distant west, they may still be found, unchanged in life and character, since the day when Louis the Great claimed sovereignty over this desert empire. The borders of the English colonies displayed no such phenomena of mingling races, for here a thorny and impracticable barrier divided the white man from the red. The English fur traders and the rude men in their employ showed, it is true, an ample alacrity to fling off the restraints of civilization. But though they became barbarians, they did not become Indians, and scorn on the one side and hatred on the other still marked the intercourse of the hostile races. With the settlers of the frontier it was much the same. Rude, fierce, and contemptuous, they daily encroached upon the hunting grounds of the Indians, and then paid them for the injury with curses and threats. Thus the native population shrank back from before the English, as from before an advancing pestilence, while on the other hand, in the very heart of Canada, Indian communities sprang up, cherished by the government and favored by the easy-tempered people. At Lorette, at Caughnawaga, at St. Francis, and elsewhere within the province, large bands were gathered together, consisting in part of fugitives from the borders of the hated English, and aiding in time of war to swell the forces of the French in repeated forays against the settlements of New York and New England. There was one of the English provinces marked out from among the rest by the peculiar character of its founders, and by the course of conduct which was there pursued towards the Indian tribes. William Penn, his mind warmed with a broad philanthropy, and enlightened by liberal views of human government and human rights, planted on the banks of the Delaware the colony which, vivified by the principles it embodied, grew into the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Penn's treatment of the Indians was equally prudent and humane, and its results were of high advantage to the colony. But these results have been exaggerated, and the treatment which produced them made the theme of inordinate praise. It required no great benevolence to urge the Quakers to deal kindly with their savage neighbors. They were bound, in common sense, to propitiate them, since, by incurring their resentment, they would involve themselves in the dilemma of submitting their necks to the tomahawk, or wielding the carnal weapon in glaring defiance of their pacific principles. In paying the Indians for the lands which his colonists occupied, a piece of justice which has been greeted with a general clamor of applause, Penn, as he himself confesses, acted on the prudent counsel of Compton, Bishop of London. Nor is there any truth in the representatives of Raynal and the other eulogists of the Quaker legislator, who hold him up to the world as the only European who ever acquired Indian lands by purchase, instead of seizing them by fraud or violence. The example of purchase had been set 50 years before by the Puritans of New England, and several of the other colonies had more recently pursued the same just and prudent course. With regard to the alleged results of the pacific conduct of the Quakers, our admiration will diminish on closely viewing the circumstances of the case. The position of the colony was a most fortunate one. Had the Quakers planted their colony on the banks of the St. Lawrence, or among the warlike tribes of New England, their shaking of hands and assurances of tender regard would not long have availed to save them from the visitations of the scalping knife. But the Delawares, the people on whose territory they had settled, were like themselves debarred the use of arms. The Iroquois had conquered them, disarmed them, and forced them to adopt the opprobrious name of women. The humble Delawares were but too happy to receive the hand extended to them, and dwell in friendship with their Pacific neighbors, since to have lifted the hatchet would have brought upon their heads the vengeance of their conquerors, whose goodwill Penn had taken pains to secure. The sons of Penn, his successors in the proprietorship of the province, did not evince the same kindly feeling towards the Indians which had distinguished their father. Earnest to acquire new land, they commenced through their agents a series of unjust measures, which gradually alienated the Indians, and after a peace of 70 years, produced a disastrous rupture. The Quaker population of the colony sympathized in the kindness which its founder had cherished towards the benighted race. This feeling was strengthened by years of friendly intercourse, and except where private interest was concerned, the Quakers made good their reiterated professions of attachment. Kindness to the Indian was the glory of their sect. As years wore on, this feeling was wonderfully reinforced by the influence of party spirit. The time arrived when, alienated by English encroachment on the one hand, and French seduction on the other, the Indians began to assume a threatening attitude towards the province, and many voices urged the necessity of a resort to arms. This measure, repugnant alike to their pacific principles and to their love of the Indians, was strenuously opposed by the Quakers. Their affection for the injured race was now inflamed into a sort of benevolent fanaticism. The more rabid of the sect would scarcely confess that an Indian could ever do wrong. In their view, he was always sinned against, always the innocent victim of injury and abuse. And in the days of the final rupture, when the woods were full of furious war parties, and the Germans and Irish settlers on the frontier were butchered by hundreds, when the western sky was darkened with the smoke of burning settlements, and the wretched fugitives were flying in crowds along the Susquehanna, a large party among the Quaker, secure by their Philadelphia firesides, could not see the necessity of waging even a defensive war against their favorite people. The encroachments on the part of the proprietors, which have been alluded to above, and which many of the Quakers viewed with disapproval, consisted in the fraudulent interpretation of Indian deeds of conveyance, and in the granting out of lands without any conveyance at all. The most notorious of these transactions, and the one most lamentable in its results, was commenced in the year 1737, and was known by the name of the Walking Purchase. An old forgotten deed was raked out of the dust of the previous century, a deed which was in itself of doubtful validity, and which had been virtually cancelled by a subsequent agreement. On this rotten title the proprietors laid claim to a valuable tract of land on the right bank of the Delaware. Its western boundary was to be defined by a line drawn from a certain point on Neshaminy Creek in a northwesterly direction as far as a man could walk in a day and a half. From the end of the walk, a line drawn eastward to the river Delaware was to form the northern limit of the purchase. The proprietors sought out the most active men who could be heard of, and put them in training for the walk, at the same time laying out a smooth road along the intended course, that no obstructions might mar their speed. By this means an incredible distance was accomplished within the limited time, and now it only remained to adjust the northern boundary. Instead of running the line directly to the Delaware, according to the evident meaning of the deed, the proprietors inclined it so far to the north as to form an acute angle with the river, and enclose many 100,000 acres of valuable land, which otherwise would have remained in the hands of the Indians. The land thus obtained lay in the forks of the Delaware above Easton, and was then occupied by a powerful branch of the Delawares, who to their amazement now heard the summons to quit forever their populous village and fields of half-grown maize. In rage and distress they refused to obey, and the proprietors were in a perplexing dilemma. Force was necessary, but a Quaker legislature would never consent to fight, and especially to fight against Indians. An expedient was hit upon, at once safe and effectual. The Iroquois were sent for. A deputation of their chiefs appeared at Philadelphia, and having been well bribed and deceived by false accounts of the transaction, they consented to remove the refractory Delawares. The delinquents were summoned before their conquerors, and the Iroquois orator, Canasatego, a man of tall stature and imposing presence, looking with a grim countenance on his cowering auditors, addressed them in the following words: "You ought to be taken by the hair of the head and shaken soundly till you recover your senses. You don't know what you are doing. Our brother Onas's cause is very just. On the other hand, your cause is bad, and you are bent to break the chain of friendship. How came you to take upon you to sell land at all? We conquered you. We made women of you. You know you are women, and can no more sell land than women. This land you claim is gone down your throats. You have been furnished with clothes, meat, and drink by the goods paid you for it, and now you want it again, like children as you are. What makes you sell land in the dark? Did you ever tell us you had sold this land? Did we ever receive any part, even the value of a pipe shank, from you for it? We charge you to remove instantly. We don't give you the liberty to think about it. You are women. Take the advice of a wise man and remove immediately. You may return to the other side of Delaware, where you came from, but we do not know whether, considering how you have demeaned yourselves, you will be permitted to live there, or whether you have not swallowed that land down your throats as well as the land on this side. We therefore assign you 2 places to go, either to Wyoming or Shamokin. We shall then have you more under our eye, and shall see how you behave. Don't deliberate, but take this belt of wampum and go at once." The unhappy Delawares dared not disobey. They left their ancient homes and removed, as they had been ordered, to the Susquehanna, where some settled at Shamokin and some at Wyoming. From an early period, the Indians had been annoyed by the unlicensed intrusion of settlers upon their lands, and in 1728 they had bitterly complained of the wrong. The evil continued to increase. Many families, chiefly German and Irish, began to cross the Susquehanna and build their cabins along the valleys of the Juniata and its tributary waters. The Delawares sent frequent remonstrances from their new abodes, and the Iroquois themselves made angry complaints, declaring that the lands of the Juniata were theirs by right of conquest, and that they had given them to their cousins, the Delawares, for hunting grounds. Some efforts at redress were made, but the remedy proved ineffectual, and the discontent of the Indians increased with every year. The Shawanoes, with many of the Delawares, removed westward, where for a time they would be safe from intrusion, and by the middle of the century the Delaware tribe was separated into two divisions, one of which remained upon the Susquehanna, while the other, in conjunction with the Shawanoes, dwelt on the waters of the Alleghany and the Muskingum. But now the French began to push their advanced posts into the valley of the Ohio. Unhappily for the English interest, they found the irritated minds of the Indians in a state which favored their efforts at seduction, and held forth a flattering promise that tribes so long faithful to the English might soon be won over to the cause of France. While the English interests wore so inauspicious an aspect in this quarter, their prospects were not much better among the Iroquois. Since the Peace of Utrecht in 1713, these powerful tribes had so far forgotten their old malevolence against the French that the latter were enabled to bring all their machinery of conciliation to bear upon them. They turned the opportunity to such good account as not only to smooth away the asperity of the ancient grudge, but also to rouse in the minds of their former foes a growing jealousy against the English. Several accidental circumstances did much to aggravate this feeling. The Iroquois were in the habit of sending out frequent war parties against their enemies, the Cherokees and the Catawbas, who dwelt near the borders of Carolina and Virginia, and in these forays the invaders often became so seriously embroiled with the white settlers that sharp frays took place, and an open war seemed likely to ensue. It was with great difficulty that the irritation caused by these untoward accidents was allayed, and even then enough remained in the neglect of the governments, the insults of traders, and the haughty bearing of officials, to disgust the proud Confederates with their English allies. In the war of 1745 they yielded but cold and doubtful aid, and fears were entertained of their final estrangement. The results became still more imminent, when in the year 1749 the French priest Piquet established his mission of La Présentation on the St. Lawrence, at the site of Ogdensburg. This pious father, like the martial churchman of an earlier day, deemed it no scandal to gird on earthly armor against the enemies of the faith. He built a fort and founded a settlement. He mustered the Indians about him from far and near, organized their governments, and marshaled their war parties. From the crenelled walls of his mission house, the warlike apostle could look forth upon a military colony of his own creating, upon farms and clearings, white Canadian cabins, and the bark lodges of Indian hordes which he had gathered under his protecting wing. A chief object of the settlement was to form a barrier against the English, but the purpose dearest to the missionary's heart was to gain over the Iroquois to the side of France, and in this he succeeded so well that, as a writer of good authority declares, the number of their warriors within the circle of his influence surpassed the whole remaining force of the Confederacy. Thoughtful men in the English colonies saw with anxiety the growing defection of the Iroquois, and dreaded lest, in the event of a war with France, her ancient foes might now be found her friends. But in this ominous conjuncture, one strong influence was at work to bind the Confederates to their old alliance, and this influence was wielded by a man so remarkable in his character, and so conspicuous an actor in the scenes of the ensuing history, as to demand at least some passing notice. About the year 1734, in consequence, it is said, of the hapless issue of a love affair, William Johnson, a young Irishman, came over to America at the age of 19, where he assumed the charge of an extensive tract of wild land in the province of New York, belonging to his uncle, Admiral Sir Peter Warren. Settling in the valley of the Mohawk, he carried on a prosperous traffic with the Indians, and while he rapidly rose to wealth, he gained at the same time an extraordinary influence over the neighboring Iroquois. As his resources increased, he built 2 mansions in the valley, known respectively by the names of Johnson Castle and Johnson Hall, the latter of which, a well-constructed building of wood and stone, is still standing in the village of Johnstown. Johnson Castle was situated at some distance higher up the river. Both were fortified against attack, and the latter was surrounded with cabins built for the reception of the Indians, who often came in crowds to visit the proprietor, invading his dwelling at all unseasonable hours, loitering in the doorways, spreading their blankets in the passages, and infecting the air with the fumes of stale tobacco. Johnson supplied the place of his former love by a young Dutch damsel, who bore him several children, and in justice to them, he married her upon her deathbed. Soon afterwards, he found another favorite in the person of Molly Brant, sister of the celebrated Mohawk war chief, whose black eyes and laughing face caught his fancy as, fluttering with ribbons, she galloped past him at a muster of the Tryon County Militia. Johnson's importance became so conspicuous that when the French War broke out in 1755, he was made a major general, and soon after the colonial troops under his command gained the Battle of Lake George against the French forces of Baron Dieskau. For this success, for which, however, he was entitled to little credit, he was raised to the rank of baronet, and rewarded with a gift of £5,000 from the king. About this time he was appointed superintendent of Indian affairs for the northern tribes, a station in which he did signal service to the country. In 1759, when General Prideaux was killed by the bursting of a cohorn in the trenches before Niagara, Johnson succeeded to his command, routed the French in another pitched battle, and soon raised the Red Cross of England on the ramparts of the fort. After the peace of 1763, he lived for many years at Johnson Hall, constantly enriched by the increasing value of his vast estate, and surrounded by a hardy Highland tenantry devoted to his interests. But when the tempest which had long been brewing seemed at length about to break, and signs of a speedy rupture with the mother country thickened with every day, he stood wavering in an agony of indecision, divided between his loyalty to the sovereign who was the source of all his honors, and his reluctance to become the agent for a murderous Indian warfare against his countrymen and friends. His final resolution was never taken. In the summer of 1774, he was attacked with a sudden illness and died within a few hours, in the 60th year of his age, hurried to his grave by mental distress, or, as many believed, by the act of his own hand. Nature had well fitted him for the position in which his propitious stars had cast his lot. His person was tall, erect, and strong, his features grave and manly. His direct and upright dealings, his courage, eloquence, and address were sure passports to favor in Indian eyes. He had a singular facility of adaptation. In the camp or at the council board, in spite of his defective education, he bore himself as became his station, but at home he was seen drinking flip and smoking tobacco with the Dutch Boers, his neighbors, and talking of improvements or the price of beaver skins, while in the Indian villages he would feast on a dog's flesh, dance with the warriors, and harangue his attentive auditors with all the dignity of an Iroquois sachem. His temper was genial, he encouraged rustic sports, and was respected and beloved alike by whites and Indians. His good qualities, however, were alloyed with serious defects. His mind was as coarse as it was vigorous. He was vain of his rank and influence, and being quite free from any scruple of delicacy, he lost no opportunity of proclaiming them. His nature was eager and ambitious, and in pushing his own way, he was never distinguished by an anxious solicitude for the rights of others. At the time of which we speak, his fortunes had not reached their zenith, yet his influence was great, and during the War of 1745, when he held the chief control of Indian affairs in New York, it was exercised in a manner most beneficial to the province. After the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748, finding his measures ill supported, he threw up his office in disgust. Still, his more personal influence sufficed to embarrass the intrigues of the busy priest at La Présentation, and a few years later, when the public exigency demanded his utmost efforts, he resumed, under better auspices, the official management of Indian affairs. And now, when the blindest could see that between the rival claimants to the soil of America nothing was left but the arbitration of the sword, no man friendly to the cause of England could observe without alarm how France had strengthened herself in Indian alliances. The Iroquois, it is true, had not quite gone over to her side, nor had the Delawares wholly forgotten their ancient league with William Penn. The Miamis, too, in the valley of the Ohio, had lately taken umbrage at the conduct of the French, and betrayed a leaning to the side of England, while several tribes of the south showed a similar disposition, but with few and slight exceptions, the numerous tribes of the Great Lakes and the Mississippi, besides a host of domiciliated savages in Canada itself, stood ready at the bidding of France to grind their tomahawks and turn loose their ravenous war parties, while the British colonists had too much reason to fear that even those tribes which seemed most friendly to their cause, and which formed the sole barrier of their unprotected borders, might, at the first sound of the war-whoop, be found in arms against them. End of chapter 3. Section 5, Chapter 4 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1, 1700 to 1755. Collision of the rival colonies. The people of the northern English colonies had learned to regard their Canadian neighbors with the bitterest enmity. With them, the very name of Canada called up horrible recollections and ghastly images. The midnight massacre of Schenectady and the desolation of many a New England hamlet, blazing dwellings and reeking scalps, and children snatched from their mothers' arms to be immured in convents and trained up in the abominations of popery. To the sons of the Puritans, their enemy was doubly odious. They hated him as a Frenchman, and they hated him as a Papist. Hitherto he had waged his murderous warfare from a distance, wasting their settlements with rapid onsets, fierce and transient as a summer storm. But now, with enterprising audacity, he was entrenching himself on their very borders. The English hunter in the lonely wilderness of Vermont, as by the warm glow of sunset he piled the spruce bough for his woodland bed, started as a deep, low sound struck faintly on his ear, the evening gun of Fort Frederick booming over lake and forest. The erection of this fort, better known among the English as Crown Point, was a piece of daring encroachment which justly kindled resentment in the northern colonies. But it was not here that the immediate occasion of a final rupture was to arrive. By an article of the Treaty of Utrecht, confirmed by that of Aix-la-Chapelle, Acadia had been ceded to England, but scarcely was the latter treaty signed when debates sprang up touching the limits of the ceded province. Commissioners were named on either side to adjust the disputed boundary, but the claims of the rival powers proved utterly irreconcilable, and all negotiation was fruitless. Meantime, the French and English forces in Acadia began to assume a belligerent attitude, and indulge their ill blood in mutual aggression and reprisal. But while this game was played on the coasts of the Atlantic, interests of far greater moment were at stake in the West. The people of the middle colonies, placed by their local position beyond reach of the French, had heard with great composure of the sufferings of their New England brethren, and felt little concern at a danger so doubtful and remote. There were those among them, however, who with greater foresight had been quick to perceive the ambitious projects of the rival nation, and as early as 1716, Spotswood, governor of Virginia, had urged the expediency of securing the valley of the Ohio by a series of forts and settlements. His proposal was coldly received, and his plan fell to the ground. The time at length was come when the danger was approaching too near to be slighted longer. In 1748, an association called the Ohio Company was formed with the view of making settlements in the region beyond the Alleghanies, and 2 years later, Gist, the company's surveyor, to the great disgust of the Indians, carried chain and compass down the Ohio as far as the falls at Louisville. But so dilatory were the English that before any effectual steps were taken, their agile enemies appeared upon the scene. In the spring of 1753, the Middle Provinces were startled at the tiding that the French troops had crossed Lake Erie, fortified themselves at the point of Presquisle, and pushed forward to the northern branches of the Ohio. Upon this, Governor Dinwiddie of Virginia resolved to dispatch a message requiring their removal from territories which he claimed as belonging to the British Crown, and looking about him for the person best qualified to act as messenger, he made choice of George Washington, a young man, 21 years of age, adjutant general of the Virginian militia. Washington departed on his mission, crossed the mountains, descended to the bleak and leafless valley of the Ohio, and thence continued his journey up the banks of the Alleghany until the 4th of December. On that day he reached Venango, an Indian town on the Alleghany at the mouth of French Creek. Here was the advanced post of the French, and here, among the Indian log cabins and huts of bark, he saw their flag flying above the house of an English trader, whom the military intruders had unceremoniously ejected. They gave the young envoy a hospitable reception, and referred him to the commanding officer, whose headquarters were at Le Bœuf, a fort which they had just built on French Creek, some distance above Venango. Thither Washington repaired, and on his arrival was received with stately courtesy by the officer, Le Gardeur de Saint-Pierre, whom he describes as an elderly gentleman of very soldier-like appearance. To the message of Dinwiddie, Saint-Pierre replied that he would forward it to the Governor-General of Canada, but that in the meantime his orders were to hold possession of the country, and this he should do to the best of his ability. With this answer, Washington, through all the rigors of the midwinter forest, retraced his steps, with one attendant, to the English borders. With the first opening of spring, a newly raised company of Virginia backwoodsmen, under Captain Trent, hastened across the mountains and began to build a fort at the confluence of the Monongahela and Alleghany, where Pittsburgh now stands, when suddenly they found themselves invested by a host of French and Indians, who with 60 bateaux and 300 canoes had descended from Le Bœuf and Venango. The English were ordered to evacuate the spot, and being quite unable to resist, they obeyed the summons, and withdrew in great discomfiture towards Virginia. Meanwhile, Washington, with another party of backwoodsmen, was advancing from the borders, and hearing of Trent's disaster, he resolved to fortify himself on the Monongahela and hold his ground, if possible, until fresh troops could arrive to support him. The French sent out a scouting party under Monsieur Jumonville, with the design, probably, of watching his movements, but on a dark and stormy night Washington surprised them as they lay lurking in a rocky glen not far from his camp, killed the officer, and captured the whole detachment. Learning that the French, enraged by this reverse, were about to attack him in great force, he thought it prudent to fall back, and retired accordingly to a spot called the Great Meadows, where he had before thrown up a slight entrenchment. Here he found himself assailed by 900 French and Indians, commanded by a brother of the slain Jumonville. From 11 in the morning till 8 at night, the backwoodsmen, who were half famished from the failure of their stores, maintained a stubborn defense, some fighting within the entrenchment, and some on the plain without. In the evening the French sounded a parley and offered terms. They were accepted, and on the following day Washington and his men retired across the mountains, leaving the disputed territory in the hands of the French. While the rival nations were beginning to quarrel for a prize which belonged to neither of them, the unhappy Indians saw with alarm and amazement their lands becoming a bone of contention between rapacious strangers. The first appearance of the French on the Ohio excited the wildest fears in the tribes of that quarter, among whom were those who, disgusted by the encroachments of the Pennsylvanians, had fled to these remote retreats to escape the intrusions of the white men. Scarcely was their fancied asylum gained, when they saw themselves invaded by a host of armed men from Canada. Thus placed between two fires, they knew not which way to turn. There was no union in their councils, and they seemed like a mob of bewildered children. Their native jealousy was roused to its utmost pitch. Many of them thought that the two white nations had conspired to destroy them and then divide their lands. "You and the French," said one of them a few years afterwards to an English emissary, "are like the two edges of a pair of shears, and we are the cloth which is cut to pieces between them." The French labored hard to conciliate them, plying them with gifts and flatteries, and proclaiming themselves their champions against the English. At first these arts seemed in vain, but their effort soon began to declare itself, and this effect was greatly increased by a singular piece of infatuation on the part of the proprietors of Pennsylvania. During the summer of 1754, delegates of the several provinces met at Albany to concert measures of defense in the war which now seemed inevitable. It was at this meeting that the memorable plan of a union of the colonies was brought forward, a plan the fate of which was curious and significant, for the Crown rejected it as giving too much power to the people, and the people as giving too much power to the Crown. A council was also held with the Iroquois, and though they were found but lukewarm in their attachment to the English, a treaty of friendship and alliance was concluded with their deputies. It would have been well if the matter had ended there, but with ill-timed rapacity, the proprietary agents of Pennsylvania took advantage of this great assemblage of sachems to procure from them the grant of extensive tracts, including the lands inhabited by the very tribes whom the French were at that moment striving to seduce. When they heard that, without their consent, their conquerors and tyrants, the Iroquois, had sold the soil from beneath their feet, their indignation was extreme, and convinced there was no limit to English encroachment, many of them from that hour became the fast allies of the French. The courts of London and Versailles still maintained diplomatic intercourse, both protesting their earnest wish that their conflicting claims might be adjusted by friendly negotiation. But while each disclaimed the intention of hostility, both were hastening to prepare for war. Early in 1755, an English fleet sailed from Cork, having on board 2 regiments destined for Virginia and commanded by General Braddock. And soon after, a French fleet put to sea from the port of Brest, freighted with munitions of war and a strong body of troops under Baron Dieskau, an officer who had distinguished himself in the campaigns of Marshal Saxe. The English fleet gained its destination and landed its troops in safety. The French were less fortunate. 2 of their ships, the Lys and the Alcide, became involved in the fogs of the banks of Newfoundland, and when the weather cleared, they found themselves under the guns of a superior British force, belonging to the squadron of Admiral Boscawen, sent out for the express purpose of intercepting them. "Are we at peace or war?" demanded the French commander. A broadside from the Englishman soon solved his doubts, and after a stout resistance, the French struck their colors. News of the capture caused great excitement in England, and under pretense that the French had begun the war by their alleged encroachments in America, orders were issued for a general attack upon their marine. So successful were the British cruisers that before the end of the year, 300 French vessels and nearly 8,000 soldiers were captured and brought into port. The French, unable to retort in kind, raised an outcry of indignation, and Mirepoix, their ambassador, withdrew from the court of London. Thus began that memorable war which, kindling among the forests of America, scattered its fires over the kingdoms of Europe, and the sultry empire of the Great Mogul, the war made glorious by the heroic death of Wolfe, the victories of Frederick, and the exploits of Clive, the war which controlled the destinies of America, and was first in the chain of events which led on to her revolution, with all its vast and undeveloped consequences. On the old battleground of Europe, the contest bore the same familiar features of violence and horror which had marked the strife of former generations. Fields ploughed by the cannonball, and walls shattered by the exploding mine, sacked towns and blazing suburbs, the lamentations of women and the license of a maddened soldiery. But in America, war assumed a new and striking aspect. A wilderness was its sublime arena. Army met army under the shadows of primeval woods. Their cannon resounded over wastes unknown to civilized man, and before the hostile powers could join in battle, endless forests must be traversed and morasses passed, and everywhere the axe of the pioneer must hew a path for the bayonet of the soldier. Before the declaration of war, and before the breaking off of negotiations between the courts of France and England, the English ministry formed the plan of assailing the French of America on all sides at once, and repelling them by one bold push from all their encroachments. A provincial army was to advance upon Acadia, a second was to attack Crown Point, and a third Niagara, while the 2 regiments which had lately arrived in Virginia under General Braddock, aided by a strong body of provincials, were to dislodge the French from their newly built fort of Duquesne. To Braddock was assigned the chief command of all the British forces in America, and a person worse fitted for the office could scarcely have been found. His experience had been ample, and none could doubt his courage, but he was profligate, arrogant, perverse, and a bigot to military rules. On his first arrival in Virginia, he called together the governors of the several provinces in order to explain his instructions and adjust the details of the projected operations. These arrangements complete, Braddock advanced to the borders of Virginia, and formed his camp at Fort Cumberland, where he spent several weeks in training the raw backwoodsmen, who joined him, into such discipline as they seemed capable of, in collecting horses and wagons, which could only be had with the utmost difficulty, in railing at the contractors who scandalously cheated him, and in venting his spleen by copious abuse of the country and the people. At length all was ready, and in early June 1755 the army left civilization behind and struck into the broad wilderness as a squadron puts out to sea. It was no easy task to force their way over that rugged ground covered with an unbroken growth of forest, and the difficulty was increased by the needless load of baggage which encumbered their march. The crash of falling trees resounded in the front, where 100 axemen laboured with ceaseless toil to hew a passage for the army. The horses strained their utmost strength to drag the ponderous wagons over roots and stumps, through gullies and quagmires, and the regular troops were daunted by the depth and gloom of the forest which hedged them in on either hand, and closed its leafy arches above their heads. So tedious was their progress, that, by the advice of Washington, 1,200 chosen men moved on in advance with the lighter baggage and artillery, leaving the rest of the army to follow by slower stages with the heavy wagons. On the 8th of July, the advanced body reached the Monongahela, at a point not far distant from Fort Duquesne. The rocky and impracticable ground on the eastern side debarred their passage, and the general resolved to cross the river in search of a smoother path, and recross it a few miles lower down in order to gain the fort. The first passage was easily made, and the troops moved in glittering array down the western margin of the water, rejoicing that their goal was well nigh reached and the hour of their expected triumph close at hand. Scouts and Indian runners had brought the tidings of Braddock's approach to the French at Fort Duquesne. Their dismay was great, and Contrecoeur, the commander, thought only of retreat, when Beaujeu, a captain in the garrison, made the bold proposal of leading out a party of French and Indians to waylay the English in the woods and harass or interrupt their march. The offer was accepted, and Beaujeu hastened to the Indian camps. Around the fort and beneath the adjacent forest were the bark lodges of savage hordes, whom the French had mustered from far and near: Ojibwas and Ottawas, Hurons and Caughnawagas, Abenakis and Delawares. Beaujeu called the warriors together, flung a hatchet on the ground before them, and invited them to follow him out to battle. But the boldest stood aghast at the peril, and none would accept the challenge. A second interview took place with no better success, but the Frenchman was resolved to carry his point. "I am determined to go," he exclaimed. "What, will you suffer your father to go alone?" His daring proved contagious. The warriors hesitated no longer, and when, on the morning of the 9th of July, a scout ran in with the news that the English army was but a few miles distant, the Indian camps were at once astir with the turmoil of preparation. Chiefs harangued their yelling followers. Braves bedaubed themselves with war paint, smeared themselves with grease, hung feathers in their scalp locks, and whooped and stamped till they had wrought themselves into a delirium of valor. That morning, James Smith, an English prisoner recently captured on the frontier of Pennsylvania, stood on the rampart and saw the half-frenzied multitude thronging about the gateway, where kegs of bullets and gunpowder were broken open, that each might help himself at will. Then band after band hastened away towards the forest, followed and supported by nearly 250 French and Canadians, commanded by Beaujeu. There were the Ottawas, led on, it is said, by the remarkable man whose name stands on the title page of this history. There were the Hurons of Lorette under their chief, whom the French called Athanase, and many more, all keen as hounds on the scent of blood. At about 9 miles from the fort, they reached a spot where the narrow road descended to the river, through deep and gloomy woods, and where 2 ravines, concealed by trees and bushes, seemed formed by nature for an ambuscade. Beaujeu well knew the ground, and it was here that he had resolved to fight. But he and his followers were well nigh too late, for as they neared the ravines, the woods were resounding with the roll of British drums. It was past noon of a day brightened with the clear sunlight of an American midsummer, when the forces of Braddock began, for a second time, to cross the Monongahela, at the fording place which to this day bears the name of their ill-fated leader. The scarlet columns of the British regulars, complete in martial appointment, the rude backwoodsmen with shouldered rifles, the trains of artillery, and the white-topped wagons, moved on in long procession through the shallow current, and slowly mounted the opposing bank. Men were there whose names have become historic. Gage, who 20 years later saw his routed battalions recoil in disorder from before the breastwork on Bunker Hill; Gates, the future conqueror of Burgoyne, and one destined to a higher fame; George Washington, a boy in years, a man in calm thought and self-ruling wisdom. With steady and well-ordered march, the troops advanced into the great labyrinth of woods which shadowed the eastern borders of the river. Rank after rank vanished from sight. The forest swallowed them up, and the silence of the wilderness sank down once more on the shores and waters of the Monongahela. Several engineers and guides and 6 light horsemen led the way. A body of grenadiers under Gage was close behind, and the army followed in such order as the rough ground would permit, along a narrow road 12 feet wide, tunneled through the dense and matted foliage. There were flanking parties on either side, but no scouts to scour the woods in front, and with an insane confidence, Braddock pressed on to meet his fate. The van had passed the low grounds that bordered the river, and were now ascending a gently rising ground, where on either hand, hidden by thick trees, by tangled undergrowth and rank grasses, lay the 2 fatal ravines. Suddenly, Gordon, an engineer in advance, saw the French and Indians bounding forward through the forest and along the narrow track, Beaujeu leading them on, dressed in a fringe hunting shirt and wearing a silver gorget on his breast. He stopped, turned, and waved his hat, and his French followers, crowding across the road, opened a murderous fire upon the head of the British column, while, screeching their war cries, the Indians thronged into the ravines, or crouched behind rocks and trees on both flanks of the advancing troops. The astonished grenadiers returned the fire, and returned it with good effect, for a random shot struck down the brave Beaujeu, and the courage of the assailants was staggered by his fall. Dumas, second in command, rallied them to the attack, and while he, with the French and Canadians, made good the pass in front, the Indians from their lurking places opened a deadly fire on the right and left. In a few moments all was confusion. The advance guard fell back on the main body, and every trace of subordination vanished. The fire soon extended along the whole length of the army from front to rear. Scarce an enemy could be seen, though the forest resounded with their yells, though every bush and tree was alive with incessant flashes, though the lead flew like a hailstorm, and the men went down by scores. The regular troops seemed bereft of their senses. They huddled together on the road like flocks of sheep, and happy did he think himself who could wedge his way into the midst of the crowd, and place a barrier of human flesh between his life and the shot of the ambushed marksman. Many were seen eagerly loading their muskets and then firing them into the air, or shooting their own comrades in the insanity of their terror. The officers, for the most part, displayed a conspicuous gallantry, but threats and command were wasted alike on the panic-stricken multitude. It is said that at the outset Braddock showed signs of fear, but he soon recovered his wonted intrepidity. 5 horses were shot under him, and 5 times he mounted afresh. He stormed and shouted, and while the Virginians were fighting to good purpose, each man behind a tree like the Indians themselves, he ordered them with furious menace to form in platoons, where the fire of the enemy mowed them down like grass. At length a mortal shot silenced him, and 2 provincials bore him off the field. Washington rode through the tumult calm and undaunted. 2 horses were killed under him, and 4 bullets pierced his clothes. But his hour was not come, and he escaped without a wound. Gates was shot through the body, and Gage also was severely wounded. Of 86 officers, only 23 remained unhurt, and of 1,200 soldiers who crossed the Monongahela, more than 700 were killed and wounded. None suffered more severely than the Virginians, who had displayed throughout a degree of courage and steadiness which put the cowardice of the regulars to shame. The havoc among them was terrible, for of their whole number scarcely 1/5 left the field alive. The slaughter lasted 3 hours, when at length the survivors, as if impelled by a general impulse, rushed tumultuously from the place of carnage, and with dastardly precipitation fled across the Monongahela. The enemy did not pursue beyond the river, flocking back to the field to collect the plunder and gather a rich harvest of scalps. The routed troops pursued their flight until they met the rear division of the army under Colonel Dunbar, and even then their senseless terrors did not abate. Dunbar's soldiers caught the infection. Cannon, baggage, provisions, and wagons were destroyed, and all fled together, eager to escape from the shadows of those awful woods, whose horrors haunted their imagination. They passed the defenseless settlements of the border, and hurried on to Philadelphia, leaving the unhappy people to defend themselves as they might against the tomahawk and scalping knife. The calamities of this disgraceful rout did not cease with the loss of a few hundred soldiers on the field of battle, for it brought upon the provinces all the miseries of an Indian war. Those among the tribes who had thus far stood neutral, wavering between the French and English, now hesitated no longer. Many of them had been disgusted by the contemptuous behavior of Braddock. All had learned to despise the courage of the English, and to regard their own prowess with unbounded complacency. It is not in Indian nature to stand quiet in the midst of war, and the defeat of Braddock was a signal for the western savages to snatch their tomahawks and assail the English settlements with one accord, murdering and pillaging with ruthless fury, and turning the frontier of Pennsylvania and Virginia into one wide scene of havoc and desolation. The 3 remaining expeditions which the British ministry had planned for that year's campaign were attended with various results. Acadia was quickly reduced by the forces of Colonel Monckton, but the glories of this easy victory were tarnished by an act of cruelty. 7,000 of the unfortunate people, refusing to take the prescribed oath of allegiance, were seized by the conquerors, torn from their homes, placed on shipboard like cargoes of negro slaves, and transported to the British provinces. The expedition against Niagara was a total failure, for the troops did not even reach their destination. The movement against Crown Point met with no better success as regards the main object of the enterprise. Owing to the lateness of the season and other causes, the troops proceeded no farther than Lake George, but the attempt was marked by a feat of arms, which in that day of failures was greeted both in England and America as a signal victory. General Johnson, afterwards Sir William Johnson, had been charged with the conduct of the Crown Point expedition, and his little army, a rude assemblage of hunters and farmers from New York and New England, officers and men alike ignorant of war, lay encamped at the southern extremity of Lake George. Here, while they languidly pursued their preparations, their active enemy anticipated them. Baron Dieskau, who, with a body of troops, had reached Quebec in the squadron which sailed from Brest in the spring, had intended to take forcible possession of the English fort of Oswego, erected upon ground claimed by the French as part of Canada. Learning Johnson's movements, he changed his plan, crossed Lake Champlain, made a circuit by way of Wood Creek, and gained the rear of the English army with a force of about 2,000 French and Indians. At midnight, on the 7th of September, the tidings reached Johnson that the army of the French baron was but a few miles distant from his camp. A council of war was called, and the resolution formed of detaching 1,000 men to reconnoitre. "If they are to be killed," said Henrik, the Mohawk chief, "they are too many. If they are to fight, they are too few." His remonstrance was unheeded, and the brave old savage, unable from age and corpulence to fight on foot, mounted his horse and joined the English detachment with 200 of his warriors. At sunrise, the party defiled from the camp, and entering the forest, disappeared from the eyes of their comrades. Those who remained behind labored with all the energy of alarm to fortify their unprotected camp. An hour elapsed when from the distance was heard a sudden explosion of musketry. The excited soldiers suspended their work to listen. A rattling fire succeeded, deadened among the woods, but growing louder and nearer till none could doubt that their comrades had met the French and were defeated. This indeed was the case. Marching through thick woods by the narrow and newly cut road which led along the valley southward from Lake George, Williams, the English commander, had led his men full into an ambuscade, where all Dieskau's army lay in wait to receive them. From the woods on both sides rose an appalling shout, followed by a storm of bullets. Williams was soon shot down. Hendrik shared his fate. Many officers fell, and the road was strewn with dead and wounded soldiers. The English gave way at once. Had they been regular troops, the result would have been worse, but every man was a woodsman and a hunter. Some retired in bodies along the road, while the greater part spread themselves through the forest, opposing a wide front to the enemy, fighting stubbornly as they retreated, and shooting back at the French from behind every tree or bush that could afford a cover. The Canadians and Indians pressed them closely, darting with shrill cries from tree to tree, while Dieskau's regulars, with steadier advance, bore all before them. Far and wide through the forest rang shout and shriek and Indian whoop, mingled with the deadly rattle of guns. Retreating and pursuing, the combatants passed northward towards the English camp, leaving the ground behind them strewn with dead and dying. A fresh detachment from the camp came in aid of the English, and the pursuit was checked. Yet the retreating men were not the less rejoiced when they could discern between the brown columns of the woods the mountains and waters of Lake George, with the white tents of their encampments on its shore. The French followed no farther. The blast of their trumpets was heard recalling their scattered men for a final attack. During the absence of William's detachment, the main body of the army had covered the front of their camp with a breastwork, if that name can be applied to a row of logs, behind which the marksmen lay flat on their faces. This preparation was not yet complete when the defeated troops appeared issuing from the woods. Breathless and perturbed, they entered the camp and lay down with the rest, and the army waited the attack in a frame of mind which boded ill for the result. Soon, at the edge of the woods which bordered the open space in front, painted Indians were seen, and bayonets glittered among the foliage, shining in the homely comparison of a New England soldier like a row of icicles on a January morning. The French regulars marched in column to the edge of the clearing, and formed in line confronting the English at the distance of 150 yards. Their complete order, their white uniforms and bristling bayonets, were a new and startling sight to the eyes of Johnson's rustic soldiers, who raised but a feeble cheer in answer to the shouts of their enemies. Happily, Dieskau made no assault. The regulars opened a distant fire of musketry, throwing volley after volley against the English, while the Canadians and Indians, dispersing through the morasses on each flank of the camp, fired sharply under cover of the trees and bushes. In the rear, the English were protected by the lake, but on the three remaining sides they were hedged in by the flash and smoke of musketry. The fire of the French had little effect. The English recovered from their first surprise, and every moment their confidence rose higher and their shouts grew louder. Leveling their long hunting guns with cool precision, they returned a fire which thinned the ranks of the French and galled them beyond endurance. 2 cannon were soon brought to bear upon the morasses which sheltered the Canadians and Indians, and though the pieces were served with little skill, the assailants were so terrified by the crashing of the balls among the trunks and branches that they gave way at once. Dieskau still persisted in the attack. From noon until past 4 o'clock, the firing was scarcely abated, when at length the French, who had suffered extremely, showed signs of wavering. At this, with a general shout, the English broke from their camp and rushed upon their enemies, striking them down with the butts of their guns and driving them through the woods like deer. Dieskau was taken prisoner, dangerously wounded, and leaning for support against the stump of a tree. The slaughter would have been great had not the English general recalled the pursuers and suffered the French to continue their flight unmolested. Fresh disasters still awaited the fugitives, for as they approached the scene of that morning's ambuscade, they were greeted by a volley of musketry. 2 companies of New York and New Hampshire Rangers, who had come out from Fort Edward as a scouting party, had lain in wait to receive them. Favored by the darkness of the woods, for night was now approaching, they made so sudden and vigorous an attack that the French, though far superior in number, were totally routed and dispersed. This memorable conflict has cast its dark associations over one of the most beautiful spots in America. Near the scene of the evening fight, a pool half overgrown by weeds and water lilies, and darkened by the surrounding forest, is pointed out to the tourist, and he is told that beneath its stagnant waters lie the bones of 300 Frenchmen, deep buried in mud and slime. End of chapter 4, part 1. Section 6, Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac, by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. The war thus begun was prosecuted for 5 succeeding years with the full energy of both nations. The period was one of suffering and anxiety to the colonists, who, knowing the full extent of their danger, spared no exertion to avert it. In the year 1758, Lord Abercrombie, who then commanded in America, had at his disposal a force amounting to 50,000 men, of whom the greater part were provincials. The operations of the war embraced a wide extent of country, from Cape Breton and Nova Scotia to the sources of the Ohio, but nowhere was the contest so actively carried on as in the neighborhood of Lake George, the waters of which, joined with those of Lake Champlain, formed the main avenue of communication between Canada and the British provinces. Lake George is more than 30 miles long, but of width so slight that it seems like some broad and placid river, enclosed between ranges of lofty mountains, now contracting into narrows, dotted with islands and shadowed by cliffs and crags, now spreading into a clear and open expanse. It had long been known to the French. The Jesuit Isaac Jogues, bound on a fatal mission to the ferocious Mohawks, had reached its banks on the eve of Corpus Christi Day, and named it Lac Saint-Sacrement. Its solitude was now rudely invaded. Armies passed and repassed upon its tranquil bosom. At its northern point the French planted their stronghold of Ticonderoga. At its southern stood the English fort William Henry, while the mountains and waters between were a scene of ceaseless ambuscades, surprises, and forest skirmishing. Through summer and winter the crack of rifles and the cries of men gave no rest to their echoes, and at this day, on the field of so many a forgotten fight, are dug up rusty tomahawks, corroded bullets, and human bones, to attest the struggles of the past. The earlier years of the war were unpropitious to the English, whose commanders displayed no great degree of vigor or ability. In the summer of 1756, the French General Montcalm advanced upon Oswego, took it, and levelled it to the ground. In August of the following year he struck a heavier blow. Passing Lake George with a force of 8,000 men, including about 2,000 Indians, gathered from the farthest parts of Canada, he laid siege to Fort William Henry, close to the spot where Dieskau had been defeated 2 years before. Planting his batteries against it, he beat down its ramparts and dismounted its guns, until the garrison, after a brave defense, were forced to capitulate. They marched out with the honors of war, but scarcely had they done so when Montcalm's Indians assailed them, cutting down and scalping them without mercy. Those who escaped came into Fort Edward with exaggerated accounts of the horrors from which they had fled, and a general terror was spread throughout the country. The inhabitants were mustered from all parts to repel the advance of Montcalm, but the French general, satisfied with what he had done, repassed Lake George and retired behind the walls of Ticonderoga. In the year 1758, the war began to assume a different aspect, for Pitt was at the head of the government. Sir Jeffrey Amherst laid siege to the strong fortress of Louisbourg, and at length reduced it, while in the south General Forbes marched against Fort Duquesne, and, more fortunate than his predecessor Braddock, drove the French from that important point. Another successful stroke was the destruction of Fort Frontenac, which was taken by a provincial army under Colonel Bradstreet. These achievements were counterbalanced by a great disaster. Lord Abercrombie, with an army of 16,000 men, advanced to the head of Lake George, the place made memorable by Dieskau's defeat and the loss of Fort William Henry. On a brilliant July morning, he embarked his whole force for an attack on Ticonderoga. Many of those present have recorded with admiration the beauty of the spectacle. The lines of boats filled with troops stretching far down the lake, the flashing of oars, the glitter of weapons, and the music ringing back from crags and rocks, or dying in mellowed strains among the distant mountains. At night the army landed, and, driving in the French outposts, marched through the woods towards Ticonderoga. One of their columns, losing its way in the forest, fell in with the body of the retreating French, and in the conflict that ensued, Lord Howe, the favorite of the army, was shot dead. On the 8th of July, they prepared to storm the lines which Montcalm had drawn across the peninsula in front of the fortress. Advancing to the attack, they saw before them a breastwork of uncommon height and thickness. The French army were drawn up behind it, their heads alone visible, as they levelled their muskets against the assailants, while for 100 yards in front of the work, the ground was covered with felled trees, with sharpened branches pointing outward. The signal of assault was given. In vain the Highlanders, screaming with rage, hewed with their broadswords among the branches, struggling to get at the enemy. In vain the English, with their deep-toned shout, rushed on in heavy columns. A tempest of musket balls met them, and Montcalm's cannon swept the whole ground with terrible carnage. A few officers and men forced their way through the branches, passed the ditch, climbed the breastwork, and, leaping among the enemy, were instantly bayoneted. The English fought 4 hours with determined valor, but the position of the French was impregnable, and at length, having lost 2,000 of their number, the army drew off, leaving many of their dead scattered upon the field. A sudden panic seized the defeated troops. They rushed in haste to their boats, and though no pursuit was attempted, they did not regain their composure until Lake George was between them and the enemy. The fatal lines of Ticonderoga were not soon forgotten in the provinces, and marbles in Western Abbey preserve the memory of those who fell on that disastrous day. This repulse, far from depressing the energies of the British commanders, seemed to stimulate them to new exertion, and the campaign of the next year, 1759, had for its object the immediate and total reduction of Canada. This unhappy country was full of misery and disorder. Peculation and every kind of corruption prevailed among its civil and military chiefs. A reckless licentiousness was increasing among the people, and a general famine seemed impending, for the population had of late years been drained away for military service, and the fields were left untilled. In spite of their suffering, the Canadians, strong in rooted antipathy to the English, and highly excited by their priests, resolved on fighting to the last. Prayers were offered up in the churches, masses said, and penances enjoined, to avert the wrath of God from the colony, while everything was done for its defense which the energies of a great and patriotic leader could effect. By the plan of this summer's campaign, Canada was to be assailed on 3 sides at once. Upon the west, General Prideaux was to attack Niagara. Upon the south, General Amherst was to advance upon Ticonderoga and Crown Point, while upon the east, General Wolfe was to besiege Quebec, and each of these armies, having accomplished its particular object, was directed to push forward, if possible, until all 3 had united in the heart of Canada. In pursuance of the plan, General Prideaux moved up Lake Ontario and invested Niagara. This post was one of the greatest importance. Its capture would cut off the French from the whole interior country, and they therefore made every effort to raise the siege. An army of 1,700 French and Indians collected at the distant garrisons of Detroit, Presquisle, Le Boeuf, and Venango suddenly appeared before Niagara. Sir William Johnson was now in command of the English, Prideaux having been killed by the bursting of a cohorn. Advancing in order of battle, he met the French, charged, routed, and pursued them for 5 miles through the woods. This success was soon followed by the surrender of the fort. In the meantime, Sir Jeffrey Amherst had crossed Lake George and appeared before Ticonderoga, upon which the French blew up their works and retired down Lake Champlain to Crown Point. Retreating from this position also, on the approach of the English army, they collected all their forces, amounting to little more than 3,000 men, at Isle aux Noix, where they entrenched themselves and prepared to resist the farther progress of the invaders. The lateness of the season prevented Amherst from carrying out the plan of advancing into Canada, and compelled him to go into winter quarters at Crown Point. The same cause had withheld Prideaux's army from descending the St. Lawrence. While the outposts of Canada were thus successfully attacked, a blow was struck at a more vital part. Early in June, General Wolfe sailed up the St. Lawrence with a force of 8,000 men, and formed his camp immediately below Quebec, on the island of Orleans. From thence he could discern at a single glance how arduous was the task before him. Piles of lofty cliffs rose with sheer ascent on the northern border of the river, and from their summits the boasted citadel of Canada looked down in proud security, with its churches and convents of stone, its ramparts, bastions, and batteries, while over them all, from the brink of the precipice, towered the massive walls of the Castle of St. Louis. Above, for many a league, the bank was guarded by an unbroken range of steep acclivities. Below, the river St. Charles, flowing into the St. Lawrence, washed the base of the rocky promontory on which the city stood. Lower yet lay an army of 14,000 men under an able and renowned commander, the Marquis of Montcalm. His front was covered by entrenchments and batteries which lined the bank of the St. Lawrence. His right wing rested on the city and the St. Charles, his left on the cascade and deep gulf of Montmorency, and thick forests extended along his rear. Opposite Quebec rose the high promontory of Point Levi, and the St. Lawrence, contracted to less than a mile in width, flowed between, with deep and powerful current. To a chief of less resolute temper, it might well have seemed that art and nature were in league to thwart his enterprise, but a mind like that of Wolfe could only have seen in this majestic combination of forest and cataract, mountain and river, a fitting theatre for the great drama about to be enacted there. Yet nature did not seem to have formed the young English general for the conduct of a doubtful and almost desperate enterprise. His person was slight, and his features by no means of a martial cast. His feeble constitution had been undermined by years of protracted and painful disease. His kind and genial disposition seemed better fitted for the quiet of domestic life than for the stern duties of military command. But to these gentler traits he joined a high enthusiasm and an unconquerable spirit of daring and endurance, which made him the idol of his shoulders, and bore his slender frame through every hardship and exposure. The work before him demanded all his courage. How to invest the city, or even bring the army of Montcalm to action, was a problem which might have perplexed a Hannibal. A French fleet lay in the river above, and the precipices along the northern bank were guarded at every accessible point by sentinels and outposts. Wolfe would have crossed the Montmorency by its upper ford and attacked the French army on its left and rear, but the plan was thwarted by the nature of the ground and the vigilance of his adversaries. Thus baffled at every other point, he formed the bold design of storming Montcalm's position in front, and on the afternoon of the 31st of July, a strong body of troops was embarked in boats, and covered by a furious cannonade from the English ships and batteries, landed on the beach just above the mouth of the Montmorency. The Grenadiers and Royal Americans were the first on shore, and their ill-timed impetuosity proved the ruin of the plan. Without waiting to receive their orders or form their ranks, they ran pell-mell across the level ground, and with loud shouts began, each man for himself, to scale the heights which rose in front, crested with entrenchments and bristling with hostile arms. The French at the top threw volley after volley among the hot-headed assailants. The slopes were soon covered with the fallen, and at that instant a storm, which had long been threatening, burst with sudden fury, drenched the combatants on both sides with a deluge of rain, extinguished for a moment the fire of the French, and at the same time made the steeps so slippery that the Grenadiers fell repeatedly in their vain attempts to climb. Night was coming on with double darkness. The retreat was sounded, and as the English re-embarked, troops of Indians came whooping down the heights, and hovered about their rear to murder the stragglers and the wounded, while exulting cries of Vive le Roi from the crowded summits proclaimed the triumph of the enemy. With bitter agony of mind, Wolfe beheld the headlong folly of his men, and saw more than 400 of the flower of his army fall a useless sacrifice. The anxieties of the siege had told severely upon his slender constitution, and not long after this disaster he felt the first symptoms of a fever, which soon confined him to his couch. Still his mind never wavered from its purpose, and it was while lying helpless in the chamber of a Canadian house, where he had fixed his headquarters, that he embraced the plan of the enterprise which robbed him of life, and gave him immortal fame. This plan had been first proposed during the height of Wolfe's illness at a council of his subordinate generals, Monckton, Townsend, and Murray. It was resolved to divide the little army, and while one portion remained before Quebec to alarm the enemy by false attacks and distract their attention from the scene of actual operation, the other was to pass above the town, land under cover of darkness on the northern shore, climb the guarded heights, gain the plains above, and force Montcalm to quit his vantage ground, and perhaps to offer battle. The scheme was daring even to rashness, but its audacity was the secret of its success. Early in September, a crowd of ships and transports under Admiral Holmes passed the city under the hot fire of its batteries, while the troops designed for the expedition, amounting to scarcely 5,000, marched upward along the southern bank, beyond reach of the cannonade. All were then embarked, and on the evening of the 12th, Holmes's fleet, with the troops on board, lay safe at anchor in the river several leagues above the town. These operations had not failed to awaken the suspicion of Montcalm, and he had detached Monsieur Bougainville to watch the movements of the English and prevent their landing on the northern shore. The eventful night of the 12th was clear and calm, with no light but that of the stars. Within 2 hours before daybreak, 30 boats, crowded with 1,600 soldiers, cast off from the vessels and floated downward in perfect order with the current of the ebb tide. To the boundless joy of the army, Wolfe's malady had abated, and he was able to command in person. His ruined health, the gloomy prospects of the siege, and the disaster at Montmorency had oppressed him with the deepest melancholy, but never impaired for a moment the promptness of his decision or the impetuous energy of his actions. He sat in the stern of one of the boats, pale and weak, but borne up to a calm height of resolution. Every order had been given, every arrangement made, and it only remained to face the issue. The ebbing tide sufficed to bear the boats along, and nothing broke the silence of the night but the gurgling of the river and the low voice of Wolfe, as he repeated to the officers about him the stanzas of Gray's Elegy in a Country Churchyard, which had recently appeared, and which he had just received from England. Perhaps, as he uttered those strangely appropriate words, "The paths of glory lead but to the grave," the shadows of his own approaching fate stole with mournful prophecy across his mind. "Gentlemen," he said, as he closed his recital, "I would rather have written those lines than take Quebec tomorrow." As they approached the landing place, the boats edged closer in towards the northern shore, and the woody precipices rose high on their left like a wall of undistinguished blackness. "Qui vive?" shouted a French sentinel from out the impervious gloom. "La France," answered a captain of Fraser's Highlanders from the foremost boat. "À quel régiment?" demanded the soldier. "De la Reine," promptly replied the Highland captain, who chanced to know that the regiment so designated formed part of Bougainville's command. As boats were frequently passing down the river with supplies for the garrison, and as a convoy from Bougainville was expected that very night, the sentinel was deceived, and allowed the English to proceed. A few moments after, they were challenged again, and this time they could discern the soldier running close down to the water's edge, as if all his suspicions were aroused, but the skilful replies of the Highlander once more saved the party from discovery. They reached the landing place in safety, an indentation in the shore about a league above the city, and now bearing the name of Wolf's Cove. Here a narrow path led up the face of the heights, and a French guard was posted at the top to defend the pass. By the force of the current, the foremost boats, including that which carried Wolfe himself, were borne a little below the spot. The general was one of the first on shore. He looked upward at the rugged heights which towered above him in the gloom. "You can try it," he coolly observed to an officer near him, "but I don't think you'll get up." At the point where the Highlanders landed, one of their captains, Donald MacDonald, apparently the same whose presence of mind had just saved the enterprise from ruin, was climbing in advance of his men, when he was challenged by a sentinel. He replied in French by declaring that he had been sent to relieve the guard, and ordering the soldier to withdraw. Before the latter was undeceived, a crowd of Highlanders were close at hand, while the steeps below were thronged with eager climbers dragging themselves up by trees, roots, and bushes. The guard turned out and made a brief though brave resistance. In a moment they were cut to pieces, dispersed, or made prisoners, while men after men came swarming up the height and quickly formed upon the plains above. Meanwhile the vessels had dropped downward with the current and anchored opposite the landing place. The remaining troops were disembarked, and with the dawn of day the whole were brought in safely to the shore. The sun rose, and from the ramparts of Quebec the astonished people saw the plains of Abraham glittering with arms, and the dark red lines of the English forming in array of battle. Breathless messengers had borne the evil tidings to Montcalm, and far and near his wide-extended camp resounded with the rolling of alarm drums and the din of startled preparation. He, too, had had his struggles and his sorrows. The civil power had thwarted him. Famine, discontent, and disaffection were rife among his soldiers, and no small portion of the Canadian militia had dispersed from sheer starvation. In spite of all, he had trusted to hold out till the winter frosts should drive the invaders from before the town, when, on that disastrous morning, the news of their successful temerity fell like a cannon shot upon his ear. Still he assumed a tone of confidence. "They have got to the weak side of us at last," he is reported to have said, "and we must crush them with our numbers." With headlong haste, his troops were pouring over the bridge of the St. Charles, and gathering in heavy masses under the western ramparts of the town. Could numbers give assurance of success, their triumph would have been secure. for 5 French battalions and the armed colonial peasantry amounted in all to more than 7,500 men. Full in sight before them stretched the long, thin lines of the British forces, the half-wild Highlanders, the steady soldiery of England, and the hardy levies of the provinces, less than 5,000 in number, but all inured to battle and strong in the full assurance of success. Yet could the chiefs of that gallant army have pierced the secrets of the future, could they have foreseen that the victory which they burned to achieve would have robbed England of her proudest boast, that the conquest of Canada would pave the way for the independence of America, their swords would have dropped from their hands, and the heroic fire have gone out within their hearts. It was 9 o'clock, and the adverse armies stood motionless, each gazing on the other. The clouds hung low, and at intervals warm light showers descended, besprinkling both alike. The coppice and cornfields in front of the British troops were filled with French sharpshooters, who kept up a distant spattering fire. Here and there a soldier fell in the ranks, and the gap was filled in silence. At a little before 10, the British could see that Montcalm was preparing to advance, and in a few moments all his troops appeared in rapid motion. They came on in 3 divisions, shouting after the manner of their nation, and firing heavily as soon as they came within range. In the British ranks, not a trigger was pulled, not a soldier stirred, and their ominous composure seemed to damp the spirits of the assailants. It was not till the French were within 40 yards that the fatal word was given, and the British muskets blazed forth at once in one crashing explosion. Like a ship at full career, arrested with sudden ruin on a sunken rock, the ranks of Montcalm staggered, shivered, and broke before that wasting storm of lead. The smoke, rolling along the field for a moment, shut out the view, but when the white wreaths were scattered on the wind, a wretched spectacle was disclosed. Men and officers tumbled in heaps, battalions resolved into a mob, order and obedience gone, and when the British muskets were levelled for a second volley, the masses of the militia were seen to cower and shrink with uncontrollable panic. For a few minutes the French regulars stood their ground, returning a sharp and not ineffectual fire, but now echoing cheer on cheer, redoubling volley on volley, trampling the dying and the dead, and driving the fugitives in crowds, the British troops advanced and swept the field before them. The ardor of the men burst all restraint. They broke into a run, and with unsparing slaughter chased the flying multitude to the gates of Quebec. Foremost of all, the light-footed Highlanders dashed along in furious pursuit, hewing down the Frenchmen with their broadswords, and slaying many in the very ditch of the fortifications. Never was victory more quick or more decisive. In the short action and pursuit, the French lost 1,500 men, killed, wounded, and taken. Of the remainder, some escaped within the city, and others fled across the St. Charles to rejoin comrades who had been left to guard the camp. The pursuers were recalled by sound of trumpet, the broken ranks were formed afresh, and the English troops withdrawn beyond reach of the cannon of Quebec. Bougainville, with his corps, arrived from the upper country, and hovering about their rear threatened an attack. But when he saw what greeting was prepared for him, he abandoned his purpose and withdrew. Townsend and Murray, the only general officers who remained unhurt, passed to the head of every regiment in turn, and thanked the soldiers for the bravery they had shown. Yet the triumph of the victors was mingled with sadness, as the tidings went from rank to rank that Wolfe had fallen. In the heat of the action, as he advanced at the head of the grenadiers of Louisbourg, a bullet shattered his wrist, but he wrapped his handkerchief about the wound, and showed no sign of pain. A moment more, and a ball pierced his side. Still he pressed forward, waving his sword and cheering his soldiers to the attack, when a third shot lodged deep within his breast. He paused, reeled, and staggering to one side, fell to the earth. Brown, a lieutenant of the Grenadiers, Henderson, a volunteer, an officer of artillery, and a private soldier, raised him together in their arms, and bearing him to the rear, laid him softly on the grass. They asked if he would have a surgeon, but he shook his head and answered that all was over with him. His eyes closed with the torpor of approaching death, and those around sustained his fainting form. Yet they could not withhold their gaze from the wild turmoil before them, and the charging ranks of their companions rushing through fire and smoke. "See how they run," one of the officers exclaimed, as the French fled in confusion before the levelled bayonets. "Who run?" demanded Wolfe, opening his eyes like a man aroused from sleep. "The enemy, sir," was the reply. "They give way everywhere." "Then," said the dying general, "tell Colonel Burton to march Webb's regiment down to Charles River to cut off their retreat from the bridge. Now, God be praised, I will die in peace," he murmured, and turning on his side, he calmly breathed his last. Almost at the same moment fell his great adversary, Montcalm, as he strove with vain bravery to rally his shattered ranks. Struck down with a mortal wound, he was placed upon a litter and borne to the General Hospital on the banks of the St. Charles. The surgeon told him that he could not recover. "I am glad of it," was his calm reply. He then asked how long he might survive, and was told that he had not many hours remaining. "So much the better," he said. "I am happy that I shall not live to see the surrender of Quebec." Officers from the garrison came to his bedside to ask his orders and instructions. "I will give no more orders," replied the defeated soldier. "I have much business that must be attended to, of greater moment than your ruined garrison and this wretched country. My time is very short. Therefore, pray leave me." The officers withdrew, and none remained in the chamber but his confessor and the Bishop of Quebec. To the last he expressed his contempt for his own mutinous and half-famished troops, and his admiration for the disciplined valor of his opponents. He died before midnight, and was buried at his own desire in a cavity of the earth formed by the bursting of a bombshell. The victorious army encamped before Quebec and pushed their preparations for the siege with zealous energy, but before a single gun was brought to bear, the white flag was hung out and the garrison surrendered. On the 18th of September, 1759, the rock-built citadel of Canada passed forever from the hands of its ancient masters. The victory on the Plains of Abraham and the downfall of Quebec filled all England with pride and exultation. From north to south the land blazed with illuminations, and resounded with the ringing of bells, the firing of guns, and the shouts of the multitude. In one village alone all was dark and silent amid the general joy, for here dwelt the widowed mother of Wolfe. The populace, with unwonted delicacy, respected her lonely sorrow, and forbore to obtrude the sound of their rejoicings upon her grief, for one who had been through life her pride and solace, and repaid her love with a tender and constant devotion. Canada, crippled and dismembered by the disasters of this year's campaign, lay waiting, as it were, the final stroke which was to extinguish her last remains of life, and close the eventful story of French dominion in America. Her limbs and her head were lopped away, but life still fluttered at her heart. Quebec, Niagara, Frontenac, and Crown Point had fallen, but Montreal and the adjacent country still held out, and thither, with the opening season of 1760, the British commanders turned all their energies. 3 armies were to enter Canada at 3 several points, and, conquering as they advanced, converge towards Montreal as a common centre. In accordance with this plan, Sir Jeffrey Amherst embarked at Oswego, crossed Lake Ontario, and descended the St. Lawrence with 10,000 men, while Colonel Haviland advanced by way of Lake Champlain and the river Sorel, and General Murray ascended from Quebec with a body of the veterans who had fought on the Plains of Abraham. By a singular concurrence of fortune and skill, the 3 armies reached the neighbourhood of Montreal on the same day. The feeble and disheartened garrison could offer no resistance, and on the 8th of September 1760, the Marquis de Vaudreuil surrendered Canada with all its dependencies to the British Crown. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, 1755 to 1763. The Wilderness and its Tenants at the Close of the French War. We have already seen how, after the defeat of Braddock, the western tribes rose with one accord against the English. Then, for the first time, Pennsylvania felt the scourge of Indian war, and her neighbors, Maryland and Virginia, shared her misery. Through the autumn of 1755, the storm raged with devastating fury, but the following year brought some abatement of its violence. This may be ascribed partly to the interference of the Iroquois, who, at the instances of Sir William Johnson, urged the Delawares to lay down the hatchet, and partly to the persuasion of several prominent men among the Quakers, who by kind and friendly treatment had gained the confidence of the Indians. By these means, that portion of the Delawares and their kindred tribes who dwelt upon the Susquehanna were induced to send a deputation of chiefs to Easton in the summer of 1757 to meet the provincial delegates, and here, after much delay and difficulty, a treaty of peace was concluded. This treaty, however, did not embrace the Indians of the Ohio, who comprised the most formidable part of the Delawares and Shawanoes, who still continued their murderous attacks. It was not till the summer of 1758, when General Forbes, with a considerable army, was advancing against Fort Duquesne, that these exasperated savages could be brought to reason. Well knowing that, should Forbes prove successful, they might expect a summary chastisement for their misdeeds, they began to waver in their attachment to the French, and the latter, in the hour of peril, found themselves threatened with desertion by allies who had shown an ample alacrity in the season of prosperity. This new tendency of the Ohio Indians was fostered by a wise step on the part of the English. A man was found, bold and hardy enough to venture into the midst of their villages, bearing the news of the treaty at Easton and the approach of Forbes, coupled with proposals of peace from the governor of Pennsylvania. This stout-hearted emissary was Christian Frederick Post, a Moravian missionary who had long lived with the Indians, had twice married among them, and by his upright dealings and plain good sense had gained their confidence and esteem. His devout and conscientious spirit, his fidelity to what he deemed his duty, his imperturbable courage, his prudence, and his address, well fitted him for the critical mission. His journals, written in a style of quaint simplicity, are full of lively details, and afford a curious picture of forest life and character. He left Philadelphia in July, attended by a party of friendly Indians, on whom he relied for protection. Reaching the Ohio, he found himself beset with perils from the jealousy and malevolence of the savage warriors, and the machinations of the French, who would gladly have destroyed him. Yet he found friends wherever he went, and finally succeeded in convincing the Indians that their true interest lay in a strict neutrality. When, therefore, Forbes appeared before Fort Duquesne, the French found themselves abandoned to their own resources, and, unable to hold their ground, they retreated down the Ohio, leaving the fort an easy conquest to the invaders. During the autumn, the Ohio Indians sent their deputies to Easton, where a great council was held, and a formal peace concluded with the provinces. While the friendship of these tribes was thus lost and regained, their ancient tyrants, the Iroquois, remained in a state of very doubtful attachment. At the outbreak of the war, they had shown, it is true, many signs of friendship, but the disasters of the first campaign had given them a contemptible idea of British prowess. This impression was deepened when, in the following year, they saw Oswego taken by the French, and the British general retreat with dastardly haste from an enemy who did not dream of pursuing him. At this time, some of the Confederates actually took up the hatchet on the side of France, and there was danger that the rest might follow their example. But now a new element was infused into the British councils. The fortunes of the conflict began to change. Duquesne and Louisbourg were taken, and the Iroquois conceived a better opinion of the British arms. Their friendship was no longer a matter of doubt, and in 1760, when Amherst was preparing to advance on Montreal, the warriors flocked to his camp like vultures to the carcass. Yet there is little doubt that had their sachems and orators followed the dictates of their cooler judgment, they would not have aided in destroying Canada, for they could see that in the colonies of France lay the only barrier against the growing power and ambition of the English provinces. The Hurons of Lorette, the Abenakis, and other domiciliated tribes of Canada ranged themselves on the side of France throughout the war, and at its conclusion they, in common with the Canadians, may be regarded in the light of a conquered people. The numerous tribes of the remote West had, with few exceptions, played the part of active allies of the French, and warriors might be found on the farthest shores of Lake Superior who garnished their war dress with the scalp locks of murdered Englishmen. With the conquest of Canada, these tribes subsided into a state of inaction, which was not long to continue. And now, before launching into the story of the sanguinary war which forms our proper and immediate theme, it will be well to survey the grand arena of the strife, the goodly heritage which the wretched tribes of the forest struggled to retrieve from the hands of the spoiler. One vast continuous forest shadowed the fertile soil, covering the land as the grass covers a garden lawn, sweeping over hill and hollow in endless undulation, burying mountains in verdure, and mantling brooks and rivers from the light of day. Green intervals dotted with browsing deer, and broad plains alive with buffalo, broke the sameness of the woodland scenery. Unnumbered rivers seamed the forest with their devious windings. Vast lakes washed its boundaries, where the Indian voyager in his birch canoe could descry no land beyond the world of waters. Yet this prolific wilderness, teeming with waste fertility, was but a hunting ground and a battlefield to a few fierce hordes of savages. Here and there, in some rich meadow opened to the sun, the Indian squaws turned the black mould with their rude implements of bone or iron, and sowed their scanty stores of maize and beans. Human labor drew no other tribute from that exhaustless soil. So thin and scattered was the native population, that even in those parts which were thought well peopled, one might sometimes journey for days together through the twilight forest, and meet no human form. broad tracts were left in solitude. All Kentucky was a vacant waste, a mere skirmishing ground for the hostile war parties of the North and South. A great part of Upper Canada, of Michigan, and of Illinois, besides other portions of the West, were tenanted by wild beasts alone. To form a close estimate of the numbers of the erratic bands who roamed this wilderness would be impossible, but it may be affirmed that between the Mississippi on the west and the ocean on the east, between the Ohio on the south and Lake Superior on the north, the whole Indian population at the close of the French War did not greatly exceed 10,000 fighting men. Of these, following the statement of Sir William Johnson in 1763, the Iroquois had 1,950, the Delawares about 600, the Shawanoes about 300, the Wyandots about 450, and the Miami tribes with their neighbors the Kickapoos, 800, while the Ottawas, the Ojibwas, and the other wandering tribes of the north defy all efforts at enumeration. A close survey of the condition of the tribes at this period will detect some signs of improvement, but many more of degeneracy and decay. To commence with the Iroquois, for to them with justice the priority belongs. Onondaga, the ancient capital of their conference, where their council fire had burned from immemorial time, was now no longer what it had been in the days of its greatness, when Count Frontenac had mustered all Canada to assail it. The thickly clustered dwellings, with their triple rows of palisades, had vanished. A little stream, twisting along the valley, choked up with logs and driftwood, and half hidden by woods and thickets, some 40 houses of bark scattered along its banks, amid rank grass, neglected clumps of bushes, and ragged patches of corn and peas. Such was Onondaga when Bartram saw it, and such, no doubt, it remained at the time of which I write. Conspicuous among the other structures, and distinguished only by its superior size, stood the great council house, whose bark walls had often sheltered the congregated wisdom of the Confederacy, and heard the highest efforts of forest eloquence. The other villages of the Iroquois resembled Onondaga, for though several were of larger size, yet none retained those defensive stockades which had once protected them. From their European neighbors the Iroquois had borrowed many appliances of comfort and subsistence. Horses, swine, and in some instances cattle, were to be found among them. Guns and gunpowder aided them in the chase. Knives, hatchets, kettles, and hoes of iron had supplanted their rude household utensils and implements of tillage. But with all this, English whiskey had more than cancelled every benefit which English civilization had conferred. High up the Susquehanna were seated the Nanticokes, Conoys, and Mohicans, with a portion of the Delawares. Detached bands of the western Iroquois dwelt upon the headwaters of the Alleghany, mingled with their neighbors the Delawares, who had several villages upon this stream. The great body of the latter nation, however, lived upon the Beaver Creeks and the Muskingum, in numerous scattered towns and hamlets, whose barbarous names it is useless to record. Squalid log cabins and conical wigwams of bark were clustered at random, or ranged to form rude streets and squares. Starveling horses grazed on the neighboring meadows. Girls and children bathed and laughed in the adjacent river. Warriors smoked their pipes in haughty indolence. Squaws labored in the cornfields, or brought faggots from the forest, and shriveled hags screamed from lodge to lodge. In each village one large building stood prominent among the rest, devoted to purposes of public meeting, dances, festivals, and the entertainment of strangers. Thither the traveller would be conducted, seated on a bearskin, and plentifully regaled with hominy and venison. The Shawanoes had 16 small villages upon the Scioto and its branches. Farther towards the west, on the waters of the Wabash and the Maumee, dwelt the Miamis, who, less exposed from their position to the poison of the whiskey keg and the example of debauched traders, retained their ancient character and customs in greater purity than their eastern neighbors. This cannot be said of the Illinois, who dwelt near the borders of the Mississippi, and who, having lived for more than half a century in close contact with the French, had become a corrupt and degenerate race. The Wyandots of Sandusky and Detroit far surpassed the surrounding tribes in energy of character and in social progress. Their log dwellings were strong and commodious. Their agriculture was very considerable. Their name stood high in war and policy, and they were regarded with deference by all the adjacent Indians. It is needless to pursue farther this catalogue of tribes, since the position of each will appear hereafter as they advance in turn upon the stage of action. The English settlements lay like a narrow strip between the wilderness and the sea, and as the sea had its ports, so also the forest had its places of rendezvous and outfit. Of these, by far the most important in the northern provinces was the frontier city of Albany. From thence it was that traders and soldiers, bound to the country of the Iroquois, or the more distant wilds of the interior, set out upon their arduous journey. Embarking in a bateau or a canoe, rowed by the hardy men who earned their livelihood in this service, the traveller would ascend the Mohawk, passing the old Dutch town of Schenectady, the two seats of Sir William Johnson, Fort Hunter at the mouth of the Schoharie, and Fort Herkimer at the German Flats, until he reached Fort Stanwix at the head of the river navigation. Then, crossing over land to Wood Creek, he would follow its tortuous course, overshadowed by the dense forest on its banks, until he arrived at the little fortification called the Royal Blockhouse, and the waters of the Oneida Lake spread before him. Crossing to its western extremity, and passing under the wooden ramparts of Fort Brewerton, he would descend the river Oswego to Oswego, on the banks of Lake Ontario. Here the vast navigation of the Great Lakes would be open before him, interrupted only by the difficult portage at the cataract of Niagara. The chief thoroughfare from the middle colonies to the Indian country was from Philadelphia westward across the Alleghanies to the valley of the Ohio. Peace was no sooner concluded with the hostile tribes than the adventurous fur traders, careless of risk to life and property, hastened over the mountains, each eager to be foremost in the wilderness market. Their merchandise was sometimes carried in wagons as far as the site of Fort Duquesne, which the English rebuilt after its capture, changing its name to Fort Pitt. From this point the goods were packed on the backs of horses, and thus distributed among the various Indian villages. More commonly, however, the whole journey was performed by means of trains, or, as they were called, brigades of pack horses, which, leaving the frontier settlements, climbed the shadowy heights of the Alleghanies and threaded the forests of the Ohio, diving through thickets and wading over streams. The men employed in this perilous calling were a rough, bold, and intractable class, often as fierce and truculent as the Indians themselves. A blanket coat or a frock of smoked deerskin, a rifle on the shoulder, and a knife and tomahawk in the belt formed their ordinary equipment. The principal trader, the owner of the merchandise, would fix his headquarters at some large Indian town, whence he would dispatch his subordinates to the surrounding villages with a suitable supply of blankets and red cloth, guns and hatchets, liquor, tobacco, paint, beads, and hawk's bells. This wild traffic was liable to every species of disorder, and it is not to be wondered at that, in a region where law was unknown, the jealousies of rival traders should become a fruitful source of broils, robberies, and murders. In the backwoods, all land travelling was on foot or on horseback. It was no easy matter for a novice, embarrassed with his cumbrous gun, to urge his horse through the thick trunks and undergrowth, or even to ride at speed along the narrow Indian trails, where at every yard the impending branches switched him across the face. At night the camp would be formed by the side of some rivulet or spring, and if the traveller was skilful in the use of his rifle, a haunch of venison would often form his evening meal. If it rained, a shed of elm or basswood bark was the ready work of an hour. A pile of evergreen boughs formed a bed, and the saddle or the knapsack a pillow. A party of Indian wayfarers would often be met journeying through the forest, a chief or a warrior perhaps with his squaws and family. The Indians would usually make their camp in the neighborhood of the white men, and at mealtime the warrior would seldom fail to seat himself by the traveller's fire and gaze with solemn gravity at the viands before him. If, when the repast was over, a fragment of bread or a cup of coffee should be handed to him, he would receive these highly prized rarities with an ejaculation of gratitude, for nothing is more remarkable in the character of this people than the union of inordinate pride and a generous love of glory with the mendicity of a beggar or child. He who wishes to visit the remoter tribes of the Mississippi Valley, an attempt, however, which until several years after the conquest of Canada no Englishman could have made without great risk of losing his scalp, would find no easier course than to descend the Ohio in a canoe or bateau. He might float for more than 1,100 miles down this liquid highway of the wilderness, and, except the deserted cabins of Logstown, a little below Fort Pitt, the remnant of a Shawanoe village at the mouth of the Scioto, and an occasional hamlet or solitary wigwam along the deeply wooded banks, he would discern no trace of human habitation through all this vast extent. The body of the Indian population lay to the northward, about the waters of the tributary streams. It behooved the voyager to observe a sleepless caution and a hawk-eyed vigilance. Sometimes his anxious scrutiny would detect a faint blue smoke stealing upward above the green bosom of the forest, and betraying the encamping place of some lurking war party. Then the canoe would be drawn in haste beneath the overhanging bushes which skirted the shore, nor would the voyage be resumed until darkness closed, when the little vessel would drift swiftly and safely by the point of danger. Within the nominal limits of the Illinois Indians, and towards the southern extremity of the present state of Illinois, were those isolated Canadian settlements which had subsisted here since the latter part of the preceding century. Kaskaskia, Cahokia, and Vincennes were the centres of this scattered population. From Vincennes, one might paddle his canoe northward to the Wabash, until he reached the little wooden fort of Ouatanon. Thence a path through the woods led to the banks of the Maumee. 2 or 3 Canadians or half-breeds, of whom there were numbers about the fort, would carry the canoe on their shoulders, or, for a bottle of whiskey, a few Miami Indians might be bribed to undertake the task. On the Maumee, at the end of the path, stood Fort Miami, near the spot where Fort Wayne was afterwards built. From this point one might descend the Maumee to Lake Erie and visit the neighboring fort of Sandusky, or if he chose, steer through the Strait of Detroit and explore the watery wastes of the northern lakes, finding occasional harborage at the little military posts which commanded their important points. Most of these western posts were transferred to the English during the autumn of 1760, but the settlements of the Illinois remained several years longer under French control. Eastward, on the waters of Lake Erie and the Allegheny, stood 3 small forts, Presqu'Isle, Le Boeuf, and Venango, which had passed into the hands of the English soon after the capture of Fort Duquesne. The feeble garrisons of all these western posts, exiled from civilization, lived in the solitude of military hermits. Through the long, hot days of summer and the protracted cold of winter, time hung heavy on their hands. Their resources of employment and recreation were few and meagre. They found partners in their loneliness among the young beauties of the Indian camps. They hunted and fished, shot at targets, and played at games of chance. And when by good fortune a traveller found his way among them, he was greeted with a hearty and open-handed welcome, and plied with eager questions touching the great world from which they were banished men. Yet, tedious as it was, their secluded life was seasoned with stirring danger. The surrounding forests were peopled with a race dark and subtle as their own sunless mazes. At any hour those jealous tribes might raise the war cry. No human foresight could predict the sallies of their fierce caprice, and in ceaseless watching lay the only safety. When the European and the savage are brought in contact, both are gainers and both are losers. The former loses the refinements of civilization, but he gains, in the rough schooling of the wilderness, a rugged independence, a self-sustaining energy, and powers of action and perception before unthought of. The savage gains new means of comfort and support, cloth, iron, and gunpowder, yet these apparent benefits have often proved but instruments of ruin. They soon become necessities, and the unhappy hunter, forgetting the weapons of his fathers, must thenceforth depend on the white man for ease, happiness, and life itself. Those rude and hardy men, hunters and traders, scouts and guides, who ranged the woods beyond the English borders, and formed a connecting link between barbarism and civilization, have been touched upon already. They were a distinct, peculiar class, marked with striking contrasts of good and evil. Many, though by no means all, were coarse, audacious, and unscrupulous. Yet even in the worst, one might often have found a vigorous growth of warlike virtues, an iron endurance, an undespairing courage, a wondrous sagacity, and singular ferocity of resource. In them was renewed, with all its ancient energy, that wild and daring spirit, that force and hardihood of mind, which marked our barbarous ancestors of Germany and Norway. These sons of the wilderness still survive. We may find them to this day, not in the valley of the Ohio, nor on the shores of the lakes, but far westward on the desert range of the buffalo, and among the solitudes of Oregon. Even now, while I write, some lonely trapper is climbing the perilous defiles of the Rocky Mountain, his strong frame cased in time-worn buckskin, his rifle gripped in his sinewy hand. Keenly he peers from side to side, lest Blackfoot or Arapaho should ambuscade his path. The rough earth is his bed, a morsel of dried meat and a draught of water are his food and drink, and death and danger his companions. No anchorite could fare worse, no hero could dare more, yet his wild, hard life has resistless charms, and while he can wield a rifle he will never leave it. Go with him to the rendezvous, and he is a stoic no more. Here, rioting among his comrades, his native appetites break loose in mad excess, in deep carouse and desperate gaming. Then follow close the quarrel, the challenge, the fight, 2 rusty rifles, and 50 yards of prairie. The nursling of civilization, placed in the midst of the forest and abandoned to his own resources, is helpless as an infant. There is no clue to the labyrinth. Bewildered and amazed, he circles round and round in hopeless wanderings. Despair and famine make him their prey, and unless the birds of heaven minister to his wants, he dies in misery. Not so the practised woodsman. To him the forest is a home. It yields him food, shelter, and raiment, as he threads its trackless depths with undeviating foot. To lure the game, to circumvent the lurking foe, to guide his courses by the stars, the wind, the streams, or the trees, such are the arts which the white man has learned from the red. Often, indeed, the pupil has outstripped his master. He can hunt as well, he can fight better, and yet there are niceties of the woodsman's craft in which the white man must yield the palm to his savage rival. Seldom can he boast, in equal measure, that subtlety of sense, more akin to the instinct of brutes than to human reason, which reads the signs of the forest as the scholar reads the printed page, to which the whistle of a bird can speak clearly as the tongue of man, and the rustle of a leaf give knowledge of life or death. With us the name of the savage is a byword of reproach. The Indian would look with equal scorn on those who, buried in useless lore, are blind and deaf to the great world of nature. End of chapter 5. Section 8, Chapter 6 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, 1760. The English take possession of the western posts. The war was over. The plains around Montreal were dotted with the white tents of 3 victorious armies, and the work of conquest was complete. Canada, with all her dependencies, had yielded to the British Crown, but it still remained to carry into full effect the terms of the surrender and take possession of those western outposts where the lilies of France had not yet descended from the flagstaff. The execution of this task, neither an easy nor a safe one, was assigned to a provincial officer, Major Robert Rogers. Rogers was a native of New Hampshire. He commanded a body of provincial rangers and stood in high repute as a partisan officer. Putnam and Stark were his associates, and it was in this woodland warfare that the former achieved many of those startling adventures and hairbreadth escapes which have made his name familiar at every New England fireside. Rogers' Rangers, half hunters, half woodsmen, trained in a discipline of their own, and armed, like Indians, with hatchet, knife, and gun, were employed in a service of peculiar hardship. Their chief theatre of action was the mountainous region of Lake George, the debatable ground between the hostile forts of Ticonderoga and William Henry. The deepest recesses of these romantic solitudes had heard the French and Indian yell, and the answering shout of the hardy New England men. In summer they passed down the lake in whaleboats or canoes, or threaded the pathways of the woods in single file, like the savages themselves. In winter they journeyed through the swamps on snowshoes, skated along the frozen surface of the lake, and bivouacked at night among the snowdrifts. They intercepted French messengers, encountered French scouting parties, and carried off prisoners from under the very walls of Ticonderoga. Their hardships and adventures, their marches and countermarches, their frequent skirmishes and midwinter battles, had made them famous throughout America, and though it was the fashion of the day to sneer at the efforts of provincial troops, the name of Rogers' Rangers was never mentioned but with honor. Their commander was a man, tall and strong in person, and rough in feature. He was versed in all the arts of woodcraft, sagacious, prompt, and resolute, yet so cautious withal that he sometimes incurred the unjust charge of cowardice. His mind, naturally active, was by no means uncultivated, and his books and unpublished letters bear witness that his style as a writer was not contemptible. But His vain, restless, and grasping spirit, and more than doubtful honesty, proved the ruin of an enviable reputation. 6 years after the expedition of which I am about to speak, he was tried by a court-martial for a meditated act of treason, the surrender of Fort Michilimackinac into the hands of the Spaniards, who were at that time masters of Upper Louisiana. Not long after, if we may trust his own account, he passed over to the Barbary States, entered the service of the Dey of Algiers, and fought 2 battles under his banners. At the opening of the War of Independence, he returned to his native country, where he made professions of patriotism, but was strongly suspected by many, including Washington himself, of acting the part of a spy. In fact, he soon openly espoused the British cause, and received a colonel's commission from the Crown. His services, however, proved of little consequence. In 1778 he was proscribed and banished under the Act of New Hampshire, and the remainder of his life was passed in such obscurity that it is difficult to determine when and where he died. On the 12th of September, 1760, Rogers, then at the height of his reputation, received orders from Sir Jeffrey Amherst to ascend the lakes with a detachment of rangers and take possession, in the name of His Britannic Majesty, of Detroit, Michilimackinac, and other western posts included in the late capitulation. He left Montreal on the following day with 200 rangers in 15 whaleboats. Stemming the surges of La Chine and the Cedars, they left behind them the straggling hamlet which bore the latter name, and formed at that day the western limit of Canadian settlement. They gained Lake Ontario, skirted its northern shore amid rough and boisterous weather, and crossing at its western extremity, reached Fort Niagara on the 1st of October. Carrying their boats over the portage, they launched them once more above the cataract and slowly pursued their voyage, while Rogers, with a few attendants, hastened on in advance to Fort Pitt to deliver dispatches with which he was charged to General Monckton. This errand accomplished, he rejoined his command at Preface about the end of the month, and the whole proceeded together along the southern margin of Lake Erie. The season was far advanced. The wind was chill, the lake was stormy, and the woods on shore were tinged with the fading hues of autumn. On the 7th of November, they reached the mouth of a river called by Rogers the Chogage. No body of troops under the British flag had ever penetrated so far. The day was dull and rainy, and resolving to rest until the weather should improve, Rogers ordered his men to prepare their encampment in the neighboring forest. Soon after the arrival of the rangers, a party of Indian chiefs and warriors entered the camp. They proclaimed themselves an embassy from Pontiac, ruler of all that country, and directed in his name that the English should advance no farther until they had had an interview with the great chief, who was already close at hand. In truth, before the day closed, Pontiac himself appeared, and it is here for the first time that this remarkable man stands forth distinctly on the page of history. He greeted Rogers with the haughty demand, what was his business in that country, and how he dared to enter it without his permission. Rogers informed him that the French were defeated, that Canada had surrendered, and that he was on his way to take possession of Detroit and restore a general peace to white men and Indians alike. Pontiac listened with attention, but only replied that he should stand in the path of the English until morning. Having inquired if the strangers were in need of anything which his country could afford, he withdrew with his chiefs at nightfall to his own encampment, while the English, ill at ease and suspecting treachery, stood well on their guard throughout the night. In the morning, Pontiac returned to the camp with his attendant chiefs, and made his reply to Rogers' speech of the previous day. He was willing, he said, to live at peace with the English and suffer them to remain in his country as long as they treated him with due respect and deference. The Indian chiefs and provincial officers smoked the calumet together, and perfect harmony seemed established between them. Up to this time, Pontiac had been, in word and deed, the fast ally of the French. But it is easy to discern the motives that impelled him to renounce his old adherents. The American forest never produced a man more shrewd, politic, and ambitious. Ignorant as he was of what was passing in the world, he could clearly see that the French power was on the wane, and he knew his own interest too well to prop a falling cause. By making friends of the English, he hoped to gain powerful allies who would aid his ambitious projects and give him an increased influence over the tribes. And he flattered himself that the newcomers would treat him with the same respect which the French had always observed. In this, and all his other expectations of advantage from the English, he was doomed to disappointment. A cold storm of rain set in, and the Rangers were detained several days in their encampment. During this time, Rogers had several interviews with Pontiac, and was constrained to admire the native vigor of his intellect, no less than the singular control which he exercised over those around him. On the 12th of November, the detachment was again in motion, and within a few days they had reached the western end of Lake Erie. Here they heard that the Indians of Detroit were in arms against them, and that 400 warriors lay in ambush at the entrance of the river to cut them off. But the powerful influence of Pontiac was exerted in behalf of his new friends. The warriors abandoned their design, and the Rangers continued their progress towards Detroit, now within a short distance. In the meantime, Lieutenant Brem had been sent forward with a letter to Captain Belletre, the commandant at Detroit, informing him that Canada had capitulated, that his garrison was included in the capitulation, and that an English detachment was approaching to relieve it. The Frenchman, in great wrath at the tidings, disregarded the message as an informal communication, and resolved to keep a hostile attitude to the last. He did his best to rouse the fury of the Indians. Among other devices, he displayed upon a pole before the yelling multitude the effigy of a crow pecking a man's head. The crow representing himself, and the head, observes Rogers, being meant for my own. All his efforts were unavailing, and his faithless allies showed unequivocal symptoms of defection in the hour of need. Rogers had now entered the mouth of the river Detroit, whence he sent forward Captain Campbell with a copy of the capitulation and a letter from the Marquis de Vaudreuil, directing that the place should be given up, in accordance with the terms agreed upon between him and General Amherst. Belletre was forced to yield, and with a very ill grace declared himself and his garrison at the disposal of the English commander. The whaleboats of the Rangers moved slowly upwards between the low banks of the Detroit, until at length the green uniformity of marsh and forest was relieved by the Canadian houses, which began to appear on either bank, the outskirts of the secluded and isolated settlement. Before them, on the right side, they could see the village of the Wyandots, and on the left the clustered lodges of the Potawatomis, while a little beyond the flag of France was flying for the last time above the bark roofs and weather-beaten palisades of the little fortified town. The Rangers landed on the opposite bank and pitched their tents upon a meadow, while 2 officers with a small detachment went across the river to take possession of the place. In obedience to their summons, the French garrison defiled upon the plain and laid down their arms. The fleur-de-lis was lowered from the flagstaff, and the cross of St. George rose aloft in its place, while 700 warriors, lately the active allies of France, greeted the sight with a burst of triumphant yells. The Canadian militia were next called together and disarmed. The Indians looked on with amazement at their obsequious behavior, quite at a loss to understand why so many men should humble themselves before so few. Nothing is more effective in gaining the respect or even attachment of Indians than a display of power. The savage spectators conceived the loftiest idea of English prowess, and were astonished at the forbearance of the conquerors in not killing their vanquished enemies on the spot. It was on the 29th of November 1760 that Detroit fell into the hands of the English. The garrison were sent as prisoners down the lake, but the Canadian inhabitants were allowed to retain their farms and houses on condition of swearing allegiance to the British Crown. An officer was sent southward to take possession of the forts Miami and Ouatanon, which guarded the communication between Lake Erie and the Ohio, while Rogers himself with a small party proceeded northward to relieve the French garrison of Michilimackinac. The storms and gathering ice of Lake Huron forced him back without accomplishing his object, and Michilimackinac, with the three remoter posts of Ste. Marie, Green Bay, and St. Joseph, remained for a time in the hands of the French. During the next season, however, a detachment of the 60th Regiment, then called the Royal Americans, took possession of them, and nothing now remained within the power of the French, except the few posts and settlements on the Mississippi and the Wabash, not included in the capitulation of Montreal. The work of conquest was finished. The fertile wilderness beyond the Alleghanies, over which France had claimed sovereignty, that boundless forest with its tracery of interlacing streams, which, like veins and arteries, gave it life and nourishment, had passed into the hands of her rival. It was by a few significant forts, separated by oceans of fresh water and uncounted leagues of forest, that the two great European powers, France first and now England, endeavored to enforce their claims to this vast domain. There is something ludicrous in the disparity between the importance of the possession and the slenderness of the force employed to maintain it. A region embracing so many thousand miles of surface was consigned to the keeping of some 500 or 600 men. Yet the force, small as it was, appeared adequate to its object, for there seemed no enemy to contend with. The hands of the French were tied by the capitulation, and little apprehension was felt from the red inhabitants of the woods. The lapse of 2 years sufficed to show how complete and fatal was the mistake. End of chapter 6. Section 9, Chapter 7 of the Conspiracy of Pontiac, by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, 1760 to 1763. Anger of the Indians. The Conspiracy. The country was scarcely transferred to the English when smothered murmurs of discontent began to be audible among the Indian tribes. From the head of the Potomac to Lake Superior, and from the Alleghanies to the Mississippi, in every wigwam and hamlet of the forest, a deep-rooted hatred of the English increased with rapid growth. Nor is this to be wondered at. We have seen with what sagacious policy the French had labored to ingratiate themselves with the Indians, and the slaughter of the Monongahela, with the horrible devastation of the western frontier, the outrages perpetrated at Oswego, and the massacre at Fort William Henry, bore witness to the success of their efforts. Even the Delawares and the Shawanoes, the faithful allies of William Penn, had at length been seduced by their blandishments, and the Iroquois, the ancient enemies of Canada, had half forgotten their former hostility, and well nigh taken part against the British colonists. The remote nations of the West had also joined in the war, descending in their canoes for hundreds of miles to fight against the enemies of France. All these tribes entertained towards the English that rancorous enmity which an Indian always feels against those to whom he has been opposed in war. Under these circumstances, it behooved the English to use the utmost care in their conduct towards the tribes. But even when the conflict with France was impending, and the alliance with the Indians was of the last importance, they had treated them with indifference and neglect. They were not likely to adopt a different course now that their friendship seemed a matter of no consequence. In truth, the intentions of the English were soon apparent. In the zeal for retrenchment which prevailed after the close of hostilities, the presents which it had always been customary to give the Indians at stated intervals were either withheld altogether or doled out with a niggardly and reluctant hand, while, to make the matter worse, the agents and officers of government often appropriated the presents to themselves, and afterwards sold them at an exorbitant price to the Indians. When the French had possession of the remote forts, they were accustomed, with a wise liberality, to supply the surrounding Indians with guns, ammunition, and clothing, until the latter had forgotten the weapons and garments of their forefathers and depended on the white men for support. The sudden withholding of these supplies was therefore a grievous calamity. Want, suffering, and death were the consequences, and this cause alone would have been enough to produce general discontent, but unhappily other grievances were superadded. The English fur trade had never been well regulated, and it was now in a worse condition than ever. Many of the traders and those in their employ were ruffians of the coarsest stamp, who vied with each other in rapacity, violence, and profligacy. They cheated, cursed, and plundered the Indians, and outraged their families, offering, when compared with the French traders, who were under better regulation, a most unfavorable example of the character of their nation. The officers and soldiers of the garrisons did their full part in exciting the general resentment. Formerly, when the warriors came to the forts, they had been welcomed by the French with attention and respect. The inconvenience which their presence occasioned had been disregarded, and their peculiarities overlooked, but now they were received with cold looks and harsh words from the officers, and with oaths, menaces, and sometimes blows, from the reckless and brutal soldiers. When, after their troublesome and intrusive fashion, they were lounging everywhere about the fort, or lazily reclining in the shadow of the walls, they were met with muttered ejaculations of impatience or abrupt orders to be gone, enforced, perhaps, by a touch from the butt of a sentinel's musket. These marks of contempt were unspeakably galling to their haughty spirit. But what most contributed to the growing discontent of the tribes was the intrusion of settlers upon their lands, at all times a fruitful source of Indian hostility. Its effects, it is true, could only be felt by those whose country bordered upon the English settlement, but among these were the most powerful and influential of the tribes. The Delawares and Shawanoes, in particular, had by this time been roused to the highest pitch of exasperation. Their best lands had been invaded, and all remonstrance had been fruitless. They viewed with wrath and fear the steady progress of the white man, whose settlements had passed the Susquehanna and were fast extending to the Alleghanies, eating away the forest like a spreading canker. The anger of the Delawares was abundantly shared by their ancient conquerors, the Six Nations. The threatened occupation of Wyoming by settlers from Connecticut, gave great umbrage to the Confederacy. The Senecas were more especially incensed at English intrusion, since from their position they were farthest removed from the soothing influence of Sir William Johnson, and most exposed to the seductions of the French, while the Mohawks, another member of the Confederacy, were justly alarmed at seeing the better part of their lands patented out without their consent. Some Christian Indians of the Oneida tribe, in the simplicity of their hearts, sent an earnest petition to Sir William Johnson that the English forts within the limits of the Six Nations might be removed, or, as the petition expresses it, kicked out of the way. The discontent of the Indians gave great satisfaction to the French, who saw in it an assurance of safe and bloody vengeance on their conquerors. Canada, it is true, was gone beyond hope of recovery, but they still might hope to revenge its loss. Interest, moreover, as well as passion, prompted them to inflame the resentment of the Indians, for most of the inhabitants of the French settlements upon the lakes and the Mississippi were engaged in the fur trade, and fearing the English as formidable rivals, they would gladly have seen them driven out of the country. Traders, habitants, coureurs de bois, and all classes of this singular population accordingly dispersed themselves among the villages of the Indians, or held councils with them in the secret places of the woods, urging them to take up arms against the English. They exhibited the conduct of the latter in its worst light, and spared neither misrepresentation nor falsehood. They told their excited hearers that the English had formed a deliberate scheme to root out the whole Indian race, and with that design had already begun to hem them in with settlements on the one hand and a chain of forts on the other. Among other atrocious plans for their destruction, they had instigated the Cherokees to attack and destroy the tribes of the Ohio Valley. These groundless calumnies found ready belief. The French declared, in addition, that the King of France had of late years fallen asleep, that during his slumbers the English had seized upon Canada, but that he was now awake again, and that his armies were advancing up the St. Lawrence and the Mississippi to drive out the intruders from the country of his red children. To these fabrications was added the more substantial encouragement of arms, ammunition, clothing, and provisions, which the French trading companies, if not the officers of the crown, distributed with a liberal hand. The fierce passions of the Indians, excited by their wrongs, real or imagined, and exasperated by the representations of the French, were yet farther wrought upon by influences of another kind. A prophet rose among the Delawares. This man may serve as a counterpart to the famous Shawanoe prophet, who figured so conspicuously in the Indian outbreak under Tecumseh immediately before the war with England in 1812. Many other parallel instances might be shown, as the great susceptibility of the Indians to superstitious impression renders the advent of a prophet among them no very rare occurrence. In the present instance, the inspired Delaware seems to have been rather an enthusiast than an impostor, or perhaps he combined both characters. The objects of his mission were not wholly political. By means of certain external observances, most of them sufficiently frivolous and absurd, his disciples were to strengthen and purify their natures, and make themselves acceptable to the Great Spirit, whose messenger he proclaimed himself to be. He also enjoined them to lay aside the weapons and clothing which they received from the white men, and return to the primitive life of their ancestors. By so doing, and by strictly observing his other precepts, the tribes would soon be restored to their ancient greatness and power, and be enabled to drive out the white men who infested their territory. The prophet had many followers. Indians came from far and near, and gathered together in large encampments to listen to his exhortations. His fame spread even to the nations of the northern lakes, But though his disciples followed most of his injunctions, flinging away flint and steel, and making copious use of emetics with other observances equally troublesome, yet the requisition to abandon the use of firearms was too inconvenient to be complied with. With so many causes to irritate their restless and warlike spirit, it could not be supposed that the Indians would long remain quiet. Accordingly, in the summer of the year 1761, Captain Campbell, then commanding at Detroit, received information that a deputation of Senecas had come to the neighboring village of the Wyandots for the purpose of instigating the latter to destroy him and his garrison. On farther inquiry, the plot proved to be general, and Niagara, Fort Pitt, and other posts were to share the fate of Detroit. Campbell instantly dispatched messengers to Sir Jeffrey Amherst and the commanding officers of the different forts, and by this timely discovery the conspiracy was nipped in the bud. During the following summer, 1762, another similar design was detected and suppressed. They proved to be the precursors of a tempest, when, early in 1763, it was announced to the tribes that the King of France had ceded all their country to the King of England, without even asking their leave. A ferment of indignation at once became apparent among them, and within a few weeks a plot was matured, such as was never before or since conceived or executed by a North American Indian. It was determined to attack all the English forts upon the same day, then, having destroyed their garrisons, to turn upon the defenceless frontier and ravage and lay waste the settlements, until, as many of the Indians fondly believed, the English should all be driven into the sea, and the country restored to its primitive owners. It is difficult to determine which tribe was the first to raise the cry of war. There were many who might have done so, for all the savages in the backwoods were ripe for an outbreak, and the movement seemed almost simultaneous. The Delawares and the Senecas were the most incensed, and Kiashuta, a chief of the latter, was perhaps foremost to apply the torch. But if this was the case, he touched fire to materials already on the point of igniting. It belonged to a greater chief than he to give method and order to what would else have been a wild burst of fury, and convert desultory attacks into a formidable and protracted war. But for Pontiac, the whole might have ended up in a few troublesome inroads upon the frontier, and a little whooping and yelling under the walls of Fort Pitt. Pontiac, as already mentioned, was principal chief of the Ottawas. The Ottawas, Ojibwas, and Potawatomis had long been united in a loose kind of confederacy, of which he was the virtual head. Over those around him, his authority was almost despotic, and his power extended far beyond the limits of the three united tribes. His influence was great among all the nations of the Illinois country, while, from the sources of the Ohio to those of the Mississippi, and indeed to the farthest boundaries of the widespread Algonquin race, his name was known and respected. The fact that Pontiac was born the son of a chief would in no degree account for the extent of his power, for among Indians many a chief's son sinks back into insignificance, while the offspring of a common warrior may succeed to his place. Among all the wild tribes of the continent, personal merit is indispensable to gaining or preserving dignity. Courage, resolution, address, and eloquence are sure passports to distinction. With all these Pontiac was preeminently endowed, and it was chiefly to them, urged to their highest activity by a vehement ambition, that he owed his greatness. He possessed a commanding energy and force of mind, and in subtlety and craft could match the best of his wily race. But though capable of acts of magnanimity, he was a thorough savage, with a wider range of intellect than those around him, but sharing all their passions and prejudices, their fierceness and treachery. His faults were the faults of his race, and they cannot eclipse his nobler qualities. His memory is still cherished among the remnants of many Algonquin tribes, and the celebrated Tecumseh adopted him for his model, proving himself no unworthy imitator. Pontiac was now about 50 years old. Until Major Rogers came into the country, he had been, for motives probably both of interest and inclination, a firm friend of the French. Not long before the French War broke out, he had saved the garrison of Detroit from the imminent peril of an attack from some of the discontented tribes of the North. During the war, he had fought on the side of France. It is said that he commanded the Ottawas at the memorable defeat of Braddock, and it is certain that he was treated with much honor by the French officers, and received especial marks of esteem from the Marquis of Montcalm. We have seen how, when the tide of affairs changed, the subtle and ambitious chief trimmed his bark to the current, and gave the hand of friendship to the English. That he was disappointed in their treatment of him, and in all the hopes that he had formed from their alliances, it is sufficiently evident from one of his speeches. A new light soon began to dawn upon his untaught but powerful mind, and he saw the altered posture of affairs under its true aspect. It was a momentous and gloomy crisis for the Indian race, for never before had they been exposed to such imminent and pressing danger. With the downfall of Canada, the tribes had sunk at once from their position of importance. Hitherto, the two rival European nations had kept each other in check upon the American continent, and the Indians had, in some measure, held the balance of power between them. To conciliate their goodwill and gain their alliances, to avoid offending them by injustice and encroachment, was the policy both of the French and the English. But now the face of affairs was changed. The English had gained an undisputed ascendancy, and the Indians, no longer important as allies, were treated as mere barbarians who might be trampled upon with impunity. Abandoned to their own feeble resources and divided strength, they must fast recede and dwindle away before the steady progress of the colonial power. Already their best hunting grounds were invaded, and from the eastern ridges of the Alleghanies they might see from far and near the smoke of the settlers' clearings, rising in tall columns from the dark green bosom of the forest. The doom of the race was sealed, and no human power could avert it. But they, in their ignorance, believed otherwise, and vainly thought that, by a desperate effort, they might yet uproot and overthrow the growing strength of their destroyers. It would be idle to suppose that the great mass of the Indians understood, in its full extent, the danger which threatened their race. With them, the war was a mere outbreak of fury, and they turned against their enemies with as little reason or forecast as a panther when he leaps at the throat of the hunter. Goaded by wrongs and indignities, they struck for revenge and for relief from the evil of the moment. But the mind of Pontiac could embrace a wider and deeper view. The peril of the times was unfolded in its full extent before him, and he resolved to unite the tribes in one grand effort to avert it. He did not, like many of his people, entertain the absurd idea that the Indians, by their unaided strength, could drive the English into the sea. He adopted the only plan consistent with reason, that of restoring the French ascendancy in the West, and once more opposing a check to British encroachment. With views like these, he lent a greedy ear to the plausible falsehoods of the Canadians, who assured him that the armies of King Louis were already advancing to recover Canada, and that the French and their red brethren, fighting side by side, would drive the English dogs back within their own narrow limits. Resolving these thoughts, and remembering that his own ambitious views might be advanced by the hostilities he meditated, Pontiac no longer hesitated. Revenge, ambition, and patriotism wrought upon him alike, and he resolved on war. At the close of the year 1762, he sent ambassadors to the different nations. They visited the country of the Ohio and its tributaries, passed northward to the region of the Upper Lakes and the borders of the river Ottawa, and far southward towards the mouth of the Mississippi, bearing with them the war belt of wampum, broad and long, as the importance of the message demanded, and the tomahawk stained red in token of war. They went from camp to camp and village to village. Wherever they appeared, the sachems and old men assembled to hear the words of the great Pontiac. Then the chief of the embassy flung down the tomahawk on the ground before them, and holding the war belt in his hand, delivered with vehement gesture, word for word, the speech with which he was charged. It was heard everywhere with approval. The belt was accepted, the hatchet snatched up, and the assembled chiefs stood pledged to take part in the war. The blow was to be struck at a certain time in the month of May following, to be indicated by the changes of the moon. The tribes were to rise together, each destroying the English garrison in its neighborhood, and then, with a general rush, the whole were to turn against the settlements of the frontier. The tribes, thus banded together against the English, comprised, with a few unimportant exceptions, the whole Algonquin stock, to whom were united the Wyandots, the Senecas, and several tribes of the lower Mississippi. The Senecas were the only member of the Iroquois Confederacy who joined in the league, the rest being kept quiet by the influence of Sir William Johnson, whose utmost exertions, however, were barely sufficient to allay their irritation. While thus, on the very eve of an outbreak, the Indians concealed their designs with the dissimulation of their race, the warriors still lounged about the forts, with calm, impenetrable faces, begging, as usual, for tobacco, gunpowder, and whiskey. Now and then, some slight intimation of danger would startle the garrisons from their security. An English trader, coming in from the Indian villages, would report that, from their manner and behavior, he suspected them of brooding mischief, or some scoundrel half-breed would be heard boasting in his cups that before next summer he would have English hair to fringe his hunting frock. On one occasion the plot was nearly discovered. Early in March 1763, Ensign Holmes, commanding at Fort Miami, was told by a friendly Indian that the warriors in the neighboring village had lately received a war belt, with a message urging them to destroy him and his garrison, and that this they were preparing to do. Holmes called the Indians together, and boldly charged them with their design. They did as Indians on such occasions have often done, confessed their fault with much apparent contrition, laid the blame on a neighboring tribe, and professed eternal friendship to their brethren, the English. Holmes writes to report his discovery to Major Gladwin, who in his turn sends the information to Sir Jeffrey Amherst, expressing his opinion that there has been a general irritation among the Indians, but that the affair will soon blow over, and that in the neighborhood of his own post the savages were perfectly tranquil. Within cannon shot of the deluded officer's palisades was the village of Pontiac himself, the arch enemy of the English, and prime mover in the plot. With the approach of spring, the Indians, coming in from their wintering grounds, began to appear in small parties about the various forts, but now they seldom entered them, encamping at a little distance in the woods. They were fast pushing their preparations for the meditated blow, and waiting with stifled eagerness for the appointed hour. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, 1763, Indian Preparation. I interrupt the progress of the narrative to glance for a moment at the Indians in their military capacity, and observe how far they were qualified to prosecute the formidable war into which they were about to plunge. A people living chiefly by the chase, and therefore of necessity thinly and widely scattered, divided into numerous tribes, held together by no strong principle of cohesion, and with no central government to combine their strength, could act with little efficiency against such an enemy as was now opposed to them. Loose and disjointed as a whole, the government even of individual tribes and of their smallest separate communities was too feeble to deserve the name. There were, it is true, chiefs whose office was in a manner hereditary, but their authority was wholly of a moral nature and enforced by no compulsory law. Their province was to advise, and not to command. Their influence, such as it was, is chiefly to be ascribed to the principle of hero worship, natural to the Indian character, and to the reverence for age, which belongs to a state of society where a patriarchal element largely prevails. It was their office to declare war and make peace, but when war was declared they had no power to carry the declaration into effect. The warriors fought if they chose to, but if, on the contrary, they preferred to remain quiet, no man could force them to raise the hatchet. The war chief, whose part it was to lead them to battle, was a mere partisan, whom his bravery and exploits had led to distinction. If he thought proper, he sang his war song and danced his war dance, and as many of the young men as were disposed to follow him gathered around and enlisted themselves under him. Over these volunteers he had no legal authority, and they could desert him at any moment, with no other penalty than disgrace. When several war parties of different bands or tribes were united in a common enterprise, their chiefs elected a leader, who was nominally to command the whole, but unless this leader was a man of uncommon reputation and ability, his commands were disregarded, and his authority was a cipher. Among his followers, every latent element of discord, pride, jealousy, and ancient half-smothered feuds were ready at any moment to break out and tear the whole asunder. His warriors would often desert in bodies, and many an Indian army, before reaching the enemy's country, has been known to dwindle away until it was reduced to a mere scalping party. To twist a rope of sand would be as easy a task as to form a permanent and effective army of such materials. The wild love of freedom and impatience of all control, which mark the Indian race, rendered them utterly intolerant of military discipline, partly from their individual character and partly from this absence of subordination. Spring results highly unfavorable to continued and extended military operations. Indian warriors, when acting in large masses, are to the last degree wayward, capricious, and unstable, infirm of purpose as a mob of children, and devoid of providence and foresight. To provide supplies for a campaign forms no part of their system. Hence the blow must be struck at once, or not struck at all, and to postpone victory is to ensure defeat. It is when acting in small detached parties that the Indian warrior puts forth his energies and displays his admirable address, endurance, and intrepidity. It is then that he becomes a truly formidable enemy. Fired with the hope of winning scalps, he is stanch as a bloodhound. No hardship can divert him from his purpose, and no danger subdue his patient and cautious courage. From their inveterate passion for war, the Indians are always prompt enough to engage in it, and on the present occasion the prevailing irritation gave ample assurance that they would not remain idle. While there was little risk that they would capture any strong and well-defended fort or carry any important position, there was, on the other hand, every reason to apprehend widespread havoc and a destructive war of detail. That the war might be carried on with effect, it was the part of the Indian leaders to work upon the passions of their people and keep alive their irritation, to whet their native appetite for blood and glory, and cheer them on to the attack, to guard against all that might quench their ardour or cool their fierceness, to avoid pitched battles, never to fight except under advantage, and to avail themselves of all the aid which craft and treachery could afford. The very circumstances which unfitted the Indians for continued and concentrated attack were, in another view, highly advantageous, by preventing the enemy from assailing them with vital effect. It was no easy task to penetrate tangled woods in search of a foe, alert and active as a lynx, who would seldom stand and fight, whose deadly shot and triumphant whoop were the first and often the last tokens of his presence, and who, at the approach of a hostile force, would vanish into the black recesses of forests and pine swamps, only to renew his attacks with unabated ardour. There were no forts to capture, no magazines to destroy, and little property to seize upon. No warfare could be more perilous and harassing in its prosecution, or less satisfactory in its results. The English colonies at this time were but ill-fitted to bear the brunt of the impending war. The army which had conquered Canada was broken up and dissolved. The provincials were disbanded, and most of the regulars sent home. A few fragments of regiments, miserably wasted by war and sickness, had just arrived from the West Indies, and of these several were already ordered to England to be disbanded. There remained barely troops enough to furnish feeble garrisons for the various forts on the frontier and in the Indian country. At the head of this dilapidated army was Sir Jeffrey Amherst, who had achieved the reduction of Canada and clinched the nail which Wolfe had driven. In some respects he was well fitted for the emergency, but on the other hand he held the Indians in supreme contempt, and his arbitrary treatment of them, and total want of every quality of conciliation where they were concerned, had had no little share in exciting them to war. While the war was on the eve of breaking out, an event occurred which had afterwards an important effect upon its progress: the signing of the Treaty of Peace at Paris on the 10th of February, 1763. By this treaty France resigned her claims to the territories east of the Mississippi, and that great river now became the western boundary of the British colonial possessions. In portioning out her new acquisition into separate governments, England left the valley of the Ohio and the adjacent regions as an Indian domain, and by the proclamation of the 7th of October following, the intrusion of settlers upon those lands was strictly prohibited. Could these just and necessary measures have been sooner adopted, it is probable that the Indian war might have been prevented, or at all events rendered less general and violent, for the treaty would have made it apparent that the French could never repossess themselves of Canada, and would have proved the futility of every hope which the Indian entertained of assistance from that quarter, while at the same time the royal proclamation would have tended to tranquilize their minds by removing the chief cause of irritation. But the remedy came too late, and served only to inflame the evil. While the sovereigns of France, England, and Spain were signing the treaty at Paris, countless Indian warriors in the American forests were singing the war song and whetting their scalping knives. Throughout the western wilderness, in 100 camps and villages, were celebrated the savage rites of war. Warriors, women, and children were alike eager and excited. Magicians consulted their oracles and prepared charms to ensure success, while the war chief, his body painted black from head to foot, concealed himself in the solitude of rocks and caverns, or the dark recesses of the forest. Here, fasting and praying, he calls day and night upon the Great Spirit, consulting his dreams, to draw from them auguries of good or evil, and if, perchance, a vision of the great war-eagle seems to hover over him with expanded wings, he exults in the full conviction of triumph. When a few days have elapsed, he emerges from his retreat, and the people discover him descending from the woods and approaching their camp, black as a demon of war, and shrunken with fasting and vigil. They flock around and listen to his wild harangue. He calls upon them to avenge the blood of their slaughtered relatives. He assures them that the Great Spirit is on their side, and that victory is certain. With exulting cries they disperse to their wigwams, to array themselves in the savage decoration of the war dress. An old man now passes through the camp, and invites the warriors to a feast in the name of the chief. They gather from all quarters to his wigwam, where they find him seated, no longer covered with black, but adorned with the startling and fantastic blazonry of the war paint. Those who join in the feast pledge themselves, by so doing, to follow him against the enemy. The guests seat themselves on the ground in a circle around the wigwam, and the flesh of dogs is placed in wooden dishes before them, while the chief, though goaded by the pangs of his long, unbroken fast, sits smoking his pipe with unmoved countenance, and takes no part in the feast. Night has now closed in, and the rough clearing is illumined by the blaze of fires and burning pine knots, casting their deep red glare upon the dusky boughs of the surrounding forest, and upon the wild multitude, who, fluttering with feathers and bedaubed with paint, have gathered for the celebration of the war dance. A painted post is driven into the ground, and the crowd form a wide circle around it. The chief leaps into the vacant space, brandishing his hatchet as if rushing upon an enemy, and in a loud, vehement tone chants his own exploits and those of his ancestors, enacting the deeds which he describes, yelling the war whoop, throwing himself into all the postures of actual fight, striking the post as if it were an enemy, and tearing the scalp from the head of the imaginary victim. Warrior after warrior follows his example, until the whole assembly, as if fired with sudden frenzy, rush together into the ring, leaping, stamping, and whooping, brandishing knives and hatchets in the fire, hacking and stabbing the air, and breaking at intervals into a burst of ferocious yells, which sounds for miles away over the lonely midnight forest. In the morning the warriors prepared to depart. They leave the camp in single file, still decorated with all their finery of paint, feathers, and scalp locks, and as they enter the woods, the chief fires his gun. The warrior behind follows his example, and the discharges pass in slow succession from front to rear. The salute concludes with a general whoop. They encamp at no great distance from the village, and divest themselves of their much prized ornaments, which are carried back by the women, who have followed them for this purpose. The warriors pursue their journey, clad in the rough attire of hard service, and move silently and stealthily through the forest towards the hapless garrison or defenceless settlement which they have marked as their prey. The woods were now filled with war parties, such as this, and soon the first tokens of the approaching tempest began to alarm the unhappy settlers of the frontier. At first, some trader or hunter, weak and emaciated, would come in from the forest and relate that his companions had been butchered in the Indian villages, and that he alone had escaped. Next succeeded vague and uncertain rumors of forts attacked and garrisons slaughtered, and soon after a report gained ground that every post throughout the Indian country had been taken, and every soldier killed. Close upon these tidings came the enemy himself. The Indian war parties broke out of the woods like gangs of wolves, murdering, burning, and laying waste, while hundreds of terror-stricken families, abandoning their homes, fled for refuge toward the older settlements, and all was misery and ruin. Passing over, for the present, this portion of the war, we will penetrate at once into the heart of the Indian country, and observe those passages of the conflict which took place under the auspices of Pontiac himself, the siege of Detroit, and the capture of the interior posts and garrisons. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, 1763, The Council at the River Écossais. To begin, the war was reserved by Pontiac as his own peculiar privilege. With the first opening of spring, his preparations were complete. His light-footed messengers, with their wampum belts and gifts of tobacco, visited many a lonely hunting camp in the gloom of the northern woods, and called chiefs and warriors to attend the general meeting. The appointed spot was on the banks of the little river Écossais, not far from Detroit. Thither went Pontiac himself, with his squaws and his children. Band after band came straggling in from every side, until the meadow was thickly dotted with their frail wigwams. Here were idle warriors, smoking and laughing in groups, or beguiling the lazy hours with gambling, feasting, or doubtful stories of their own martial exploits. Here were youthful gallants, bedizened with all the foppery of beads, feathers, and hawks' bells, but held as yet in light esteem, since they had slain no enemy and taken no scalp. Here, too, were young damsels, radiant with bear's oil, ruddy with vermilion, and versed in all the arts of forest coquetry, shrivelled hags with limbs of wire, and the voices of screech owls, and troops of naked children, with small, black, mischievous eyes, roaming along the outskirts of the woods. The great Roman historian observes of the ancient Germans that when summoned to a public meeting they would lag behind the appointed time in order to show their independence. The remark holds true, and perhaps with greater emphasis of the American Indians. And thus it happened that several days elapsed before the assembly was complete. In such a motley concourse of barbarians, where different bands and different tribes were mustered on one common campground, it would need all the art of a prudent leader to prevent their dormant jealousies from starting into open strife. No people are more prompt to quarrel, and none more prone, in the fierce excitement of the present, to forget the purpose of the future. Yet through good fortune, or the wisdom of Pontiac, no rupture occurred, and at length the last loiterer appeared, and farther delay was needless. The council took place on the 27th of April. On that morning several old men, the heralds of the camp, passed to and fro among the lodges, calling the warriors in a loud voice to attend the meeting. In accordance with the summons, they issued from their cabins, the tall, naked figures of the wild Ojibwas, with quivers slung at their backs and light war-clubs resting in the hollow of their arms. Ottawas wrapped close in their gaudy blankets, Wyandots fluttering in painted shirts, their heads adorned with feathers, and their leggings garnished with bells. All were soon seated in a wide circle upon the grass, row within row, a grave and silent assembly. Each savage countenance seemed carved in wood, and none could have detected the ferocious passions hidden beneath that immovable mask. Pipes with ornamented stems were lighted and passed from hand to hand. Then Pontiac rose and walked forward into the midst of the council. According to Canadian tradition, he was not above the middle height, though his muscular figure was cast in a mould of remarkable symmetry and vigor. His complexion was darker than is usual with his race, and his features, though by no means regular, had a bold and stern expression, while his habitual bearing was imperious and peremptory, like that of a man accustomed to sweep away all opposition by the force of his impetuous will. His ordinary attire was that of the primitive savage, a scanty cincture girt about his loins, and his long black hair flowing loosely at his back. But on occasions like this he was wont to appear as befitted his power and character, and he stood doubtless before the council, plumed and painted in the full costume of war. Looking round upon his wild auditors, he began to speak, with fierce gestures and a loud, impassioned voice, and at every pause deep guttural ejaculations of assent and approval responded to his words. He inveighed against the arrogance, rapacity, and injustice of the English, and contrasted them with the French, whom they had driven from the soil. He declared that the British commandant had treated him with neglect and contempt, that the soldiers of the garrison had abused the Indians, and that one of them had struck a follower of his own. He represented the danger that would arise from the supremacy of the English. They had expelled the French, and now they only waited for a pretext to turn upon the Indians and destroy them. Then, holding out a broad belt of wampum, he told the council that he had received it from their great father, the King of France, in token that he had heard the voice of his red children, that his sleep was at an end, and that his great war canoes would soon sail up the St. Lawrence to win back Canada and wreak vengeance on his enemies. The Indians and their French brethren would fight once more side by side, as they had always fought. They would strike the English as they had struck them many moons ago, when their great army marched down the Monongahela, and they had shot them from their ambush like a flock of pigeons in the woods. Having roused in his warlike listeners their native thirst for blood and vengeance, he next addressed himself to their superstition, and told the following tale. Its precise origin is not easy to determine. It is possible that the Delaware prophet, mentioned in a former chapter, may have had some part in it, or it might have been the offspring of Pontiac's heated imagination during his period of fasting and dreaming. That he deliberately invented it for the sake of the effect it would produce is the least probable conclusion of all, for it evidently proceeds from the superstitious mind of an Indian, brooding upon the evil days in which his lot was cast, and turning for relief to the mysterious author of his being. It is, at all events, a characteristic specimen of the Indian legendary tales, and, like many of them, bears an allegoric significancy. Yet he who endeavors to interpret an Indian allegory through all its erratic windings and puerile inconsistencies has undertaken no enviable task. A Delaware Indian, said Pontiac, conceived an eager desire to learn wisdom from the Master of Life, but being ignorant where to find him, he had recourse to fasting, dreaming, and magical incantation. By these means it was revealed to him that by moving forward in a straight, undeviating course, he would reach the abode of the Great Spirit. He told his purpose to no one, and having provided the equipment of a hunter, gun, powder horn, ammunition, and a kettle for preparing his food, he set out on his errand. For some time he journeyed on in high hope and confidence. On the evening of the 8th day, he stopped by the side of a brook at the edge of a meadow, where he began to make ready his evening meal, when, looking up, he saw 3 large openings in the woods before him, and 3 well-beaten paths which entered them. He was much surprised, but his wonder increased when, after it had grown dark, the 3 paths were more clearly visible than ever. Remembering the important object of his journey, he could neither rest nor sleep, and leaving his fire, he crossed the meadow and entered the largest of the 3 openings. He had advanced but a short distance into the forest when a bright flame sprang out of the ground before him and arrested his steps. In great amazement, he turned back and entered the second path, where the same wonderful phenomenon again encouraged him, and now, in terror and bewilderment, yet still resolved to persevere, he took the last of the 3 paths. On this he journeyed a whole day without interruption, when at length, emerging from the forest, he saw before him a vast mountain of dazzling whiteness. So precipitous was the ascent that the Indian thought it hopeless to go farther, and looked around him in despair. At that moment he saw, seated at some distance above, the figure of a beautiful woman arrayed in white, who arose as he looked upon her, and thus accosted him. "How can you hope, encumbered as you are, to succeed in your design? Go down to the foot of the mountain, throw away your gun, your ammunition, your provision, and your clothing. Wash yourself in the stream which flows there, and you will then be prepared to stand before the Master of Life." The Indian obeyed, and began to ascend among the rocks, while the woman, seeing him still discouraged, laughed at his faintness of heart, and told him that if he wished for success, he must climb by the aid of one hand and one foot only. After great toil and suffering, he at length found himself at the summit. The woman had disappeared, and he was left alone. A rich and beautiful plain lay before him, and at a little distance he saw 3 great villages, far superior to the wigwams of the Delawares. As he approached the largest and stood hesitating whether he should enter, a man, gorgeously attired, stepped forth, and, taking him by the hand, welcomed him to the celestial abode. He then conducted him into the presence of the Great Spirit, where the Indian stood confounded at the unspeakable splendor which surrounded him. The Great Spirit bade him be seated, and thus addressed him: "I am the maker of heaven and earth, the trees, lakes, rivers, and all things else. I am the maker of mankind, and because I love you, you must do my will. The land on which you live I have made for you, and not for others. Why do you suffer the white men to dwell among you? My children, you have forgotten the customs and traditions of your forefathers. Why do you not clothe yourselves in skins, as they did, and use the bows and arrows and the stone-pointed lances which they used? You have bought guns, knives, kettles, and blankets from the white men, until you can no longer do without them. And what is worse, you have drunk the poisoned firewater which turns you into fools. Fling all these things away. Live as your wise forefathers lived before you. And as for these English, these dogs dressed in red, who have come to rob you of your hunting ground and drive away the game, you must lift the hatchet against them. Wipe them from the face of the earth, and then you will win my favor back again, and once more be happy and prosperous. The children of your great father, the King of France, are not like the English. Never forget that they are your brethren. They are very dear to me, for they love the red men, and understand the true mode of worshipping me. The Great Spirit next gave his hearer various precepts of morality and religion, such as the prohibition to marry more than one wife, and a warning against the practice of magic, which is worshipping the devil. A prayer embodying the substance of all that he had heard was then presented to the Delaware. It was cut in hieroglyphics upon a wooden stick, after the custom of his people, and he was directed to send copies of it to all the Indian villages. The adventurer now departed, and returning to the earth, reported all the wonders he had seen in the celestial regions. Such was the tale told by Pontiac to the council, and it is worthy of notice that not he alone, but many of the most notable men who have arisen among the Indians have been opponents of civilization and stanch advocates of primitive barbarism. Red Jacket and Tecumseh would gladly have brought back their people to the rude simplicity of their original condition. There is nothing progressive in the rigid, inflexible nature of an Indian. He will not open his mind to the idea of improvement, and nearly every change that has been forced upon him has been a change for the worse. Many other speeches were doubtless made in the council, but no record of them has been preserved. All present were eager to attack the British fort, and Pontiac told them, in conclusion, that on the 2nd of May he would gain admittance with a party of his warriors on pretence of dancing the calumet dance before the garrison, that they would take note of the strength of the fortification, and that he would then summon another council to determine the mode of attack. The assembly now dissolved, and all the evening the women were employed in loading the canoes, which were drawn up on the bank of the stream. The encampment broke up at so early an hour that when the sun rose the savage swarm had melted away. The secluded scene was restored to its wonted silence and solitude, and nothing remained but the slender framework of several hundred cabins, with fragments of broken utensils, pieces of cloth, and scraps of hide, scattered over the trampled grass, while the smouldering embers of numberless fires mingled their dark smoke with the white mist which rose from the little river. Every spring, after the winter hunt was over, the Indians were accustomed to return to their villages or permanent encampments in the vicinity of Detroit, and accordingly, after the council had broken up, they made their appearance as usual about the fort. On the 1st of May, Pontiac came to the gate with 40 men of the Ottawa tribe, and asked permission to enter and dance the calumet dance before the officers of the garrison. After some hesitation he was admitted, and proceeding to the corner of the street where stood the house of the commandant, Major Gladwin, he and 30 of his warriors began their dance, each recounting his own exploits and boasting himself the bravest of mankind. The officers and men gathered round them, while in the meantime the remaining 10 of the Ottawas strolled about the fort, observing everything it contained. When the dance was over, they all quietly withdrew, not a suspicion of their designs having arisen in the minds of the English. After a few days had elapsed, Pontiac's messengers again passed among the Indian cabins, calling the principal chiefs to another council in the Potawatomi village. Here there was a large structure of bark, erected for the public use on occasions like the present. 100 chiefs were seated around this dusky council house, the fire in the centre shedding its fitful light upon their dark, naked forms, while the pipe passed from hand to hand. To prevent interruption, Pontiac had stationed young men as sentinels near the house. He once more addressed the chiefs, inciting them to hostility against the English, and concluding by the proposal of his plan for destroying Detroit. It was as follows. Pontiac would demand a council with the commandant concerning matters of great importance, and on this pretext he flattered himself that he and his principal chiefs would gain ready admittance within the fort. They were all to carry weapons concealed beneath their blankets. While in the act of addressing the commandants in the council room, Pontiac was to make a certain signal, upon which the chiefs were to raise the war whoop, rush upon the officers present, and strike them down. The other Indians, waiting meanwhile at the gate, or loitering among the houses, on hearing the yell and firing within the building, were to assail the astonished and half-armed soldiers, and thus Detroit would fall an easy prey. In opening this plan of treachery, Pontiac spoke rather as a counsellor than as a commander. Haughty as he was, he had too much sagacity to wound the pride of a body of men whom he had no other control than that derived from his personal character and influence. No one was hardy enough to venture opposition to the proposal of their great leader. His plan was eagerly adopted. Hoarse ejaculation of applause echoed his speech, and gathering their blankets around them, the chiefs withdrew to their respective villages to prepare for the destruction of the unsuspecting garrison. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, 1763, Detroit. To the credulity of mankind, each great calamity has its dire prognostics. Signs and portents in the heaven, the vision of an Indian bow, and the figure of a scalp imprinted on the disk of the moon, warned the New England patriots of impending war. The apparitions passed away, and Philip of Mount Hope burst from the forest with his Narragansett warriors in October 1762. Thick clouds of inky blackness gathered above the fort and settlements of Detroit. The river darkened beneath the awful shadows, and the forest was wrapped in double gloom. Drops of rain began to fall, of strong sulphurous odor, and so deeply colored that the people, it is said, collected them and used them for writing. A literary and philosophical journal of the time seeks to explain this strange phenomenon on some principle of physical science, but the simple Canadians held a different faith. Throughout the winter, the shower of black rain was the foremost topic of their fireside talk, and forebodings of impending evil disturbed the breast of many a timorous matron. Lamotte Cadillac was the founder of Detroit. In the year 1701, he planted a little military colony, which time has transformed into a thriving American city. At an earlier date, some feeble efforts had been made to secure the possession of this important pass, and when La Hontan visited the lakes, a small post called Fort St. Joseph was standing near the present site of Fort Gratiot. The wandering Jesuits, too, made frequent sojourns upon the borders of the Detroit, and baptized the savage children whom they found there. Fort St. Joseph was abandoned in the year 1688. The establishment of Cadillac was destined to a better fate, and soon rose to distinguished importance among the western outposts of Canada. Indeed, the site was formed by nature for prosperity, and a bad government and a thriftless people could not prevent the increase of the colony. At the close of the French War, as Major Roger tells us, the place contained 2,500 inhabitants. The centre of the settlement was the fortified town, currently called the Fort, to distinguish it from the straggling dwellings along the river banks. It stood on the western margin of the river, covering a small part of the ground now occupied by the city of Detroit, and contained about 100 houses, compactly pressed together and surrounded by a palisade. Both above and below the fort, the banks of the stream were lined on both sides with small Canadian dwellings, extending at various intervals for nearly 8 miles. Each had its garden and its orchard, and each was enclosed by a fence of rounded pickets. To the soldier or the trader, fresh from the harsh scenery and ambushed perils of the surrounding wilds, the secluded settlement was welcome as an oasis in the desert. The Canadian is usually a happy man. Life sits lightly upon him, and he laughs at its hardships and soon forgets its sorrows. A lover of roving and adventure, of the frolic and the dance, he is little troubled with thoughts of the past or the future, and little plagued with avarice or ambition. At Detroit, all his propensities found ample scope. Aloof from the world, the simple colonists shared none of the pleasures and excitements, and were free from many of its cares. Nor were luxuries wanting which civilization might have envied them. The forests teemed with game, the marshes with wild fowl, and the rivers with fish. The apples and pears of the old Canadian orchards are even to this day held in esteem. The poorer inhabitants made wine from the fruit of the wild grape, which grew profusely in the woods, while the wealthier class procured a better quality from Montreal in exchange for the canoe loads of furs which they sent down with every year. Here, as elsewhere in Canada, the long winter was a season of social enjoyment, and when in summer and autumn the traders and voyageurs, the coureurs de bois, and half-breeds gathered from the distant forests of the northwest, the whole settlement was alive with dancing and feasting, drinking, gaming, and carousing. Within the limits of the settlements there were 3 large Indian villages. On the western shore, a little below the fort, were the lodges of the Potawatomis. Nearly opposite, on the eastern side, was the village of the Wyandots, and on the same side, 5 miles higher up, Pontiac's band of Ottawas had fixed their abode. The settlers had always maintained the best terms with their savage neighbors. In truth, there was much congeniality between the red man and the Canadian. Their harmony was seldom broken, and among the woods and wilds of the northern lakes roamed many a lawless half-breed, the mongrel offspring of the colonists of Detroit and the Indian squaws. We have already seen how, in an evil hour for the Canadians, a party of British troops took possession of Detroit toward the close of the year 1760. The British garrison, consisting partly of regulars and partly of provincial rangers, was now quartered in a well-built range of barracks within the town or fort. The latter, as already mentioned, contained about 100 small houses. Its form was nearly square, and the palisade which surrounded it was about 25 feet high. At each corner was a wooden bastion, and a blockhouse was erected over each gateway. The houses were small, chiefly built of wood, and roofed with bark or a thatch of straw. The streets also were extremely narrow, although a wide passage, known as the Chemin de Ronde, surrounded the town between the houses and the palisade. Besides the barracks, the only public buildings were a council house and a rude little church. The garrison consisted of 120 soldiers, with about 40 fur traders and engages. But the latter, as well as the Canadian inhabitants of the place, could little be trusted in the event of an Indian outbreak. 2 small armed schooners, the Beaver and the Gladwin, lay anchored in the stream, and several light pieces of artillery were mounted on the bastions. Such was Detroit, a place whose defence could have opposed no resistance to a civilized enemy, and yet, far removed as it was from the hope of speedy succor, it could only rely, in the terrible struggles that awaited it, upon its own slight strength and feeble resources. Standing on the water bastion of Detroit, a pleasant landscape spread before the eye. The river, about half a mile wide, almost washed the foot of the stockade, and either bank was lined with the white Canadian cottages. The joyous sparkling of the bright blue water, the green luxuriance of the woods, the white dwellings looking out from the foliage, and in the distance the Indian wigwams curling their smoke against the sky, all were mingled in one broad scene of wild and rural beauty. Pontiac, the Satan of this forest paradise, was accustomed to spend the early part of the summer upon a small island at the opening of the Lake St. Clair, hidden from view by the high woods that covered the intervening Île aux Cochons. The king and lord of all this country, as Rogers calls him, lived in no royal state. His cabin was a small oven-shaped structure of bark and rushes. Here he dwelt with his squaws and children, and here doubtless he might often have been seen lounging half-naked on a rush-mat or a bearskin, like any ordinary warrior. We may fancy the current of his thoughts, the turmoil of his uncurbed passion, as he revolved the treacheries which to his savage mind seemed fair and honorable. At one moment his fierce heart would burn with the anticipation of vengeance on the detested English. At another he would meditate how he best might turn the approaching tumults to the furtherance of his own ambitious schemes. Yet we may believe that Pontiac was not a stranger to the high emotions of the patriot hero, the champion not merely of his nation's rights, but of the very existence of his race. He did not dream how desperate a game he was about to play. He hourly flattered himself with the futile hope of aid from France, and thought in his ignorance that the British colonies must give way before the rush of his savage warriors, when in truth all the combined tribes of the forest might have chafed in vain rage against the rock-like strength of the Anglo-Saxon. Looking across an intervening arm of the river, Pontiac could see on its eastern bank the numerous lodges of his Ottawa tribesmen, half hidden among the ragged growth of trees and bushes. On the afternoon of the 5th of May, a Canadian woman, the wife of St. Aubin, one of the principal settlers, crossed over from the western side and visited the Ottawa village, to obtain from the Indians a supply of maple sugar and venison. She was surprised at finding several of the warriors engaged in filing off the muzzles of their guns, so as to reduce them, stock and all, to the length of about a yard. Returning home in the evening, she mentioned what she had seen to several of her neighbors. Upon this, one of them, the blacksmith of the village, remarked that many of the Indians had lately visited his shop and attempted to borrow files and saws for a purpose which they would not explain. These circumstances excited the suspicion of the experienced Canadians. Doubtless there were many in the settlement who might, had they chosen, have revealed the plot, but it is no less certain that the more numerous and respectable class in the little community had too deep an interest in the preservation of peace to countenance the designs of Pontiac. Monsieur Gouin, an old and wealthy settler, went to the commandant and conjured him to stand upon his guard. But Gladwyn, a man of fearless temper, gave no heed to the friendly advice. In the Potawatomi village, if there be truth in the tradition, lived an Ojibwa girl who could boast a larger share of beauty than is common in the wigwam. She had attracted the eye of Gladwyn. He had formed a connection with her, and she had become much attached to him. On the afternoon of the 6th, Catherine, for so the officers called her, came to the fort and repaired to Gladwyn's quarters, bringing with her a pair of elk-skin moccasins, ornamented with porcupine work, which he had requested her to make. There was something unusual in her look and manner. Her face was sad and downcast. She said little, and soon left the room. But the sentinel at the door saw her still lingering at the street corner, though the hour for closing the gates was nearly come. At length she attracted the notice of Gladwyn himself, and calling her to him, he pressed her to declare what was weighing upon her mind. Still she remained for a long time silent, and it was only after much urgency and many promises not to betray her that she revealed her momentous secret. "Tomorrow," she said, "Pontiac will come to the fort with 60 of his chiefs. Each will be armed with a gun, cut short, and hidden under his blanket. Pontiac will demand to hold a council, and after he has delivered his speech, he will offer a peace belt of wampum, holding it in a reversed position. This will be the signal of attack. The chiefs will spring up and fire upon the officers, and the Indians in the street will fall upon the garrison. Every Englishman will be killed, but not the scalp of a single Frenchman will be touched." Such is the story told in 1768 to the traveller Carver at Detroit, and preserved in local tradition, but not sustained by contemporary letters or diaries. What is certain is that Gladwyn received secret information on the night of the 6th of May that an attempt would be made on the morrow to capture the fort by treachery. He called some of his officers and told them what he had heard. The defences of the place were feeble and extensive, and the garrison by far too weak to repel a general assault. The force of the Indians at this time is variously estimated from 600 to 2,000, and the commandant greatly feared that some wild impulse might precipitate their plan, and that they would storm the fort before the morning. Every preparation was made to meet the sudden emergency. Half the garrison were ordered under arms, and all the officers prepared to spend the night upon the ramparts. The day closed, and the hues of sunset faded. Only a dusky redness lingered in the west, and the darkening earth seemed her dull self again. Then night descended, heavy and black, on the fierce Indians and the sleepless English. From sunset till dawn, an anxious watch was kept from the slender palisades of Detroit. The soldiers were still ignorant of the danger, and the sentinel did not know why their numbers were doubled, or why, with such unwonted vigilance, their officers repeatedly visited their posts. Again and again Gladwyn mounted his wooden ramparts and looked forth into the gloom. There seemed nothing but repose and peace in the soft, moist air of the warm spring evening, with the piping of frogs along the river bank, just roused from their torpor by the genial influence of May. But at intervals, as the night wind swept across the bastion, it bore sounds of fearful portent to the ear, the sullen booming of the Indian drum, and the wild chorus of quavering yells, as the warriors, around their distant campfires, danced the war dance in preparation for the morning's work. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, 1763, Treachery of Pontiac. The night passed without alarm. The sun rose upon fresh fields and newly budding woods, and scarcely had the morning mists dissolved when the garrison could see a fleet of birch canoes crossing the river from the eastern shore, within range of cannon shot above the fort. Only 2 or 3 warriors appeared in each, but all moved slowly and seemed deeply laden. In truth, they were full of savages, lying flat on their faces, that their number might not excite the suspicion of the English. At an early hour, the open common behind the fort was thronged with squaws, children, and warriors, some naked, and others fantastically arrayed in their barbarous finery. All seemed restless and uneasy, moving hither and thither in apparent preparation for a general game of ball. Many tall warriors, wrapped in their blankets, were seen stalking towards the fort, and casting malignant, furtive glances upward at the palisades. Then, with an air of assumed indifference, they would move towards the gate. They were all admitted, for Gladwyn, who in this instance at least showed some knowledge of Indian character, chose to convince his crafty foe that though their plot was detected, their hostility was despised. The whole garrison was ordered under arms. Stirling and the other English fur traders closed their storehouses and armed their men, and all in cool confidence stood waiting the result. Meanwhile, Pontiac, who had crossed with the canoes from the eastern shore, was approaching along the river road at the head of his 60 chiefs, all gravely marching in Indian file. A Canadian settler named Beaufait had been that morning to the fort. He was now returning homeward, and as he reached the bridge which led over the stream, then called Parent's Creek, he saw the chiefs in the act of crossing from the farther bank. He stood aside to give them room. As the last Indian passed, Beaufait recognized him as an old friend and associate. The savage greeted him with the usual ejaculation, opened for an instant the folds of his blanket, disclosed the hidden gun, and with an emphatic gesture towards the fort, indicated the purpose to which he meant to apply it. At 10 o'clock, the great war chief, with his treacherous followers, reached the fort, and the gateway was thronged with their savage faces. All were wrapped to the throat in coloured blankets. Some were crested with hawk, eagle, or raven plumes. Others had shaved their heads, leaving only the fluttering scalp lock on the crown, while others, again, wore their long black hair flowing loosely at their backs, or wildly hanging about their brows like a lion's mane. Their bold yet crafty features, their cheeks besmeared with ochre and vermilion, white lead and soot, their keen, deep-set eyes gleaming in their sockets, like those of rattlesnakes, gave them an aspect grim, uncouth, and horrible. For the most part, they were tall, strong men, and all had a gait and bearing of peculiar stateliness. As Pontiac entered, it is said that he started, and that a deep ejaculation half escaped from his breast. Well might his stoicism fail, for at a glance he read the ruin of his plot. On either hand within the gateway stood ranks of soldiers and hedges of glittering steel. The swarthy engages of the fur traders, armed to the teeth, stood in groups at the street corners, and the measured tap of a drum fell ominously on the ear. Soon regaining his composure, Pontiac strode forward into the narrow street, and his chiefs filed after him in silence, while the scared faces of women and children looked out from the windows as they passed. Their rigid muscles betrayed no sign of emotion, yet, looking closely, one might have seen their small eyes glance from side to side with restless scrutiny. Traversing the entire width of the little town, they reached the door of the council house, a large building standing near the margin of the river. On entering, they saw Gladwyn, with several of his officers, seated in readiness to receive them, and the observant chiefs did not fail to remark that every Englishman wore a sword at his side, and a pair of pistols in his belt. The conspirators eyed each other with uneasy glances. "Why," demanded Pontiac, "do I see so many of my father's young men standing in the street with their guns?" Gladwyn replied, through his interpreter, La Butte, that he had ordered the soldiers under arms for the sake of exercise and discipline. With much delay and many signs of distrust, the chiefs at length sat down on the mats prepared for them, and after the customary pause, Pontiac rose to speak. Holding in his hand the wampum belt, which was to have given the fatal signal, he addressed the commandant, professing strong attachment to the English, and declaring in Indian phrase that he had come to smoke the pipe of peace, and brighten the chain of friendship. The officers watched him keenly as he uttered these hollow words, fearing lest, though conscious that his designs were suspected, he might still attempt to accomplish them. And once, it is said, he raised the wampum belt as if to give the signal of attack. But at that instant Gladwyn signed slightly with his hand. The sudden clash of arms sounded from the passage without, and a drum rolling the charge filled the council room with its stunning din. At this Pontiac stood like one confounded. Some writers will have it that Gladwyn, rising from his seat, drew the chief's blanket aside, exposed the hidden gun, and sternly rebuked him for his treachery. But the commandant wished only to prevent the consummation of the plot, without bringing on an open rupture. His own letters affirm that he and his officers remained seated as before. Pontiac, seeing his unruffled brow and his calm eye fixed steadfastly upon him, knew not what to think, and soon sat down in amazement and perplexity. Another pause ensued, and Gladwyn commenced a brief reply. He assured the chiefs that friendship and protection should be extended towards them as long as they continued to deserve it, but threatened ample vengeance for the first act of aggression. The council then broke up, but before leaving the room, Pontiac told the officers that he would return in a few days with his squaws and children, for he wished that they should all shake hands with their fathers, the English. To this new piece of treachery, Gladwyn deigned no reply. The gates of the fort, which had been closed during the conference, were again flung open, and the baffled savages were suffered to depart, rejoiced, no doubt, to breathe once more the free air of the open fields. Gladwyn has been censured, and perhaps with justice, for not detaining the chiefs as hostages for the good conduct of their followers. An entrapped wolf meets no quarter from the huntsman, and a savage caught in his treachery has no claim to forbearance. Perhaps the commandant feared lest should he arrest the chiefs when gathered at a public council, and guiltless as yet of open violence, the act might be interpreted as cowardly and dishonorable. He was ignorant, moreover, of the true nature of the plot. In his view, the whole affair was one of those impulsive outbreaks so common among Indians, and he trusted that, could an immediate rupture be averted, the threatening clouds would soon blow over. Here and elsewhere, the conduct of Pontiac is marked with the blackest treachery, and one cannot but lament that a commanding and magnanimous nature should be stained with the odious vice of cowards and traitors. He could govern with almost despotic sway a race unruly as the winds. In generous thought and deed, he rivaled the heroes of ancient story, and craft and cunning might well seem alien to a mind like his. Yet Pontiac was a thorough savage, and in him stand forth, in strongest light and shadow, the native faults and virtues of the Indian race. All children, says Sir Walter Scott, are naturally liars, and truth and honor are developments of later education. Barbarism is to civilization what childhood is to maturity, and all savages, whatever may be their country, their color, or their lineage, are prone to treachery and deceit. The barbarous ancestors of our own frank and manly race are no less obnoxious to the charge than those of the cat-like Bengalee, for in this childhood of society, brave men and cowards are treacherous alike. The Indian differs widely from the European in his notion of military virtue. In his view, artifice is wisdom, and he honors the skill that can circumvent, no less than the valor that can subdue an adversary. The object of war, he argues, is to destroy the enemy. To accomplish this end, all means are honorable, and it is folly, not bravery, to incur a needless risk. Had Pontiac ordered his followers to storm the palisades of Detroit, not one of them would have obeyed him. They might, indeed, after their strange superstition, have reverenced him as a madman, but from that hour his fame as a war chief would have sunk forever. Balked in his treachery, the great chief withdrew to his village, enraged and mortified, yet still resolved to persevere. That Gladwyn had suffered him to escape was to his mind an ample proof either of cowardice or ignorance. The latter supposition seemed the more probable, and he resolved to visit the English once more, and convince them, if possible, that their suspicions against him were unfounded. Early on the following morning he repaired to the fort with 3 of his chiefs, bearing in his hand the sacred calumet, or pipe of peace, its bowl carved in stone, and its stem adorned with feathers. Offering it to the commandant, he addressed him and his officers to the following effect: "My fathers, evil birds have sung lies in your ears. We that stand before you are friends of the English. We love them as our brothers, and to prove our love, we have come this day to smoke the pipe of peace." At his departure, he gave the pipe to Captain Campbell, second in command, as a farther pledge of his sincerity. That afternoon, the better to cover his designs, Pontiac called the young men of all the tribes to a game of ball, which took place with great noise and shouting on the neighboring fields. At nightfall, the garrison were startled by a burst of loud, shrill yells. The drums beat to arms, and the troops were ordered to their posts. But the alarm was caused only by the victors in the ball play, who were announcing their success by these discordant outcries. Meanwhile, Pontiac was in the Potawatomi village, consulting with the chiefs of that tribe, and with the Wyandots, by what means they might compass the ruin of the English. Early on the following Monday, the 9th of May, the French inhabitants went in procession to the principal church of the settlement, which stood near the river bank, about half a mile above the fort. Having heard mass, they all returned before 11 o'clock, without discovering any signs that the Indians meditated an immediate act of hostility. Scarcely, however, had they done so, when the common behind the fort was once more thronged with Indians of all the 4 tribes, and Pontiac, advancing from among the multitude, approached the gate. It was closed and barred against him. He shouted to the sentinels and demanded why he was refused admittance. Gladwyn himself replied that the great chief might enter if he chose, but that the crowd he had brought with him must remain outside. Pontiac rejoined that he wished all his warriors to enjoy the fragrance of the friendly calumet. Gladwyn's answer was more concise than courteous, and imported that he would have none of his rabble in the fort. Thus repulsed, Pontiac threw off the mask which he had worn so long. With a grin of hate and rage, he turned abruptly from the gate and strode toward his followers, who in great multitudes lay flat upon the ground, just beyond reach of gunshot. At his approach, they all leapt up and ran off, yelping, in the words of an eyewitness, like so many devils. Looking out from the loopholes, the garrison could see them running in a body towards the house of an old English woman, who lived with her family on a distant part of the common. They beat down the doors and rushed tumultuously in. A moment more, and the mournful scalp yell told the fate of the wretched inmates. Another large body ran, yelling, to the river bank, and leaping into their canoes, paddled with all speed to the Île de Cochon, where dwelt an Englishman named Fisher, formerly a sergeant of the regulars. They soon dragged him from the hiding place where he had sought refuge, murdered him on the spot, took his scalp, and made great rejoicings over this miserable trophy of brutal malice. On the following day, several Canadians crossed over to the island to inter the body, which they accomplished, as they thought, very effectually. Tradition, however, relates, as undoubted truth, that when, a few days after, some of the party returned to the spot, they beheld the pale hand of the dead man thrust above the ground, in an attitude of eager entreaty. Having once more covered the refractory members with earth, they departed in great wonder and awe. But what was their amazement when, on returning a second time, they saw the hand protruding as before. At this they repaired in horror to the priest, who hastened to the spot, sprinkled the grave with holy water, and performed over it the neglected rites of burial. Therefore, says the tradition, the corpse of the murdered soldier slept in peace. Pontiac had borne no part in the wolfish deeds of his followers. When he saw his plan defeated, he turned towards the shore, and no man durst approach him, for he was terrible in his rage. Pushing a canoe from the bank, he urged it with vigorous strokes against the current towards the Ottawa village on the farther side. As he drew near, he shouted to the inmates. None remained in the lodges but women, children, and old men, who all came flocking out at the sound of his imperious voice. Pointing across the water, he ordered that all should prepare to move the camp to the western shore, that the river might no longer interpose a barrier between his followers and the English. The squaws labored with eager alacrity to obey him. Provisions, utensils, weapons, and even the bark covering to the lodges were carried to the shore, and before evening all was ready for embarkation. Meanwhile, the warriors had come dropping in from their bloody work, until at nightfall nearly all had returned. Then Pontiac, hideous in his war paint, leapt into the central area of the village. Brandishing his tomahawk and stamping on the ground, he recounted his former exploits and denounced vengeance on the English. The Indians flocked about him. Warrior after warrior caught the fierce contagion, and soon the ring was filled with dancers, circling round and round with frantic gesture, and startling the distant garrison with unearthly yells. The war dance over, the work of embarkation was commenced, and long before morning the transfer was complete. The whole Ottawa population crossed the river and pitched their wigwams on the western side, just above the mouth of the little stream then known as Parent's Creek, but since named Bloody Run, from the scenes of terror which it witnessed. During the evening, fresh tidings of disaster reached the fort. A Canadian named Desnoyers came down the river in a birch canoe, and landing at the water gate, brought news that 2 English officers, Sir Robert Davers and Captain Robertson, had been waylaid and murdered by the Indians above Lake St. Clair. The Canadian declared, moreover, that Pontiac had just been joined by a formidable band of Ojibwas from the Bay of Saginaw. These were a peculiarly ferocious horde, and their wretched descendants still retain the character. Every Englishman in the fort, whether trader or soldier, was now ordered under arms. No man lay down to sleep, and Gladwyn himself walked the ramparts throughout the night. All was quiet until the approach of dawn, but as the first dim redness tinged the east, and fields and woods grew visible in the morning twilight, suddenly the war whoop rose on every side at once, as wolves assail the wounded bison, howling their gathering cries across the wintry prairie. So the fierce Indians, pealing their terrific yells, came bounding naked to the assault. The men hastened to their posts, and truly it was time, for not the Ottawas alone, but the whole barbarian swarm, Wyandots, Potawatomis, and Ojibwas, were upon them, and bullets rapped hard and fast against the palisades. The soldiers looked from the loopholes, thinking to see their assailants gathering for a rush against the feeble barrier. But though their clamours filled the air, and their guns blazed thick and hot, yet very few were visible. Some were ensconced behind barns and fences, some skulked among bushes, and some lay flat in hollows of the ground, while those who could find no shelter were leaping about with the agility of monkeys to dodge the shot of the fort. Each had filled his mouth with bullets for the convenience of loading, and each was charging and firing without suspending these agile gymnastics for a moment. There was one low hill at no great distance from the fort, behind which the countless black heads of Indians, alternately appeared and vanished, while all along the ridge their guns emitted incessant white puffs of smoke. Every loophole was a target for their bullets, but the fire was returned with steadiness, and not without effect. The Canadian engagés of the fur trade retorted the Indian war-whoops with outcries not less discordant, while the British and provincials paid back the clamour of the enemy with musket and rifle balls. Within half gunshot of the palisades was a cluster of outbuildings, behind which a host of Indians found shelter. A cannon was brought to bear upon them, loaded with red-hot spikes. They were soon wrapped in flames, upon which the disconcerted savages broke away in a body and ran off yelping, followed by a shout of laughter from the soldiers. For 6 hours the attack was unabated, but as the day advanced, the assailants grew weary of their futile efforts. Their fire slackened, their clamours died away, and the garrison was left once more in peace, though from time to time a solitary shot or lonely whoop still showed the presence of some lingering savages, loath to be balked of his revenge. Among the garrison only 5 men had been wounded, while the cautious enemy had suffered but trifling loss. Gladwyn was still convinced that the whole affair was a sudden ebullition, which would soon subside, and being moreover in great want of provisions, he resolved to open negotiations with the Indians, under cover of which he might obtain the necessary supplies. The interpreter, La Butte, who, like most of his countrymen, might be said to hold a neutral position between the English and the Indians, was dispatched to the camp of Pontiac to demand the reason of his conduct, and declared that the commandant was ready to redress any real grievance of which he might complain. 2 old Canadians of Detroit, Shapton and Godefroy, earnest to forward the negotiations, offered to accompany him. The gates were opened for their departure, and many other inhabitants of the place took this opportunity of leaving it, alleging as their motive that they did not wish to see the approaching slaughter of the English. Reaching the Indian camp, the 3 ambassadors were received by Pontiac with great apparent kindness. La Butte delivered his message, and the 2 Canadians labored to dissuade the chief, for his own good and for theirs, from pursuing his hostile purposes. Pontiac stood listening, armed with the true impenetrability of an Indian. At every proposal he uttered an ejaculation of assent, partly from a strange notion of courtesy peculiar to his race, and partly from the deep dissimulation which seems native to their blood. Yet with all this seeming acquiescence, the heart of the savage was unmoved as a rock. The Canadians were completely deceived, leaving Shapton and Godefroy to continue the conference and push the fancied advantage. La Butte hastened back to the fort. He reported the happy issue of his mission, and added that peace might readily be had by making the Indians a few presents, for which they are always rapaciously eager. When, however, he returned to the Indian camp, he found, to his chagrin, that his companions had made no progress in the negotiation. Though still professing a strong desire for peace, Pontiac had evaded every definite proposal. At La Butte's appearance, all the chiefs withdrew to consult among themselves. They returned after a short debate, and Pontiac declared that, out of their earnest desire for firm and lasting peace, they wished to hold council with their English fathers themselves. With this view, they were especially desirous that Captain Campbell, second in command, should visit their camp. This veteran officer, from his just, upright, and manly character, had gained the confidence of the Indians. To the Canadians, the proposal seemed a natural one, and returning to the fort, they laid it before the commandant. Gladwyn suspected treachery, but Captain Campbell urgently asked permission to comply with the request of Pontiac. He felt, he said, no fear of the Indians, with whom he had always maintained the most friendly terms. Gladwyn, with some hesitation, acceded, and Campbell left the fort, accompanied by a junior officer, Lieutenant McDougall, and attended by Le But and several other Canadians. In the meantime, Monsieur Gouin, anxious to learn what was passing, had entered the Indian camp, and moving from lodge to lodge, soon saw and heard enough to convince him that the two British officers were advancing into the lion's jaws. He hastened to dispatch 2 messengers to warn them of the peril. The party had scarcely left the gate when they were met by these men, breathless with running, but the warning came too late. Once embarked on the embassy, the officers would not be diverted from it, and passing up the river road, they approached the little wooden bridge that led over Parent's Creek. Crossing this bridge and ascending a rising ground beyond, they saw before them the widespread camp of the Ottawas. A dark multitude gathered along its outskirts, and no sooner did they recognize the red uniform of the officers than they all raised at once a horrible outcry of whoops and howlings. Indeed, they seemed disposed to give the ambassadors the reception usually accorded to captives taken in war, for the women seized sticks, stones, and clubs, and ran towards Campbell and his companion, as if to make them pass the cruel ordeal of running the gauntlet. Pontiac came forward, and his voice allayed the tumult. He shook the officers by the hand, and turning, led the way through the camp. It was a confused assemblage of huts, chiefly a conical or half-spherical shape, and constructed of a slender framework covered with rush mats or sheets of birch bark. Many of the graceful birch canoes used by the Indians of the upper lakes were lying here and there among paddles, fish spears, and blackened kettles slung above the embers of the fires. The camp was full of lean, wolfish dogs, who, roused by the clamor of their owners, kept up a discordant baying as the strangers passed. Pontiac paused before the entrance of a large lodge, and entering, pointed to several mats placed upon the ground at the side opposite the opening. Here, obedient to his signal, the 2 officers sat down. Instantly, the lodge was thronged with savages. Some, and these were for the most part chiefs or old men, seated themselves on the ground before the strangers, while the remaining space was filled by a dense crowd, crouching or standing erect, and peering over each other's shoulders. At their first entrance, Pontiac had spoken a few words. A pause then ensued, broken at length by Campbell, who from his seat addressed the Indians in a short speech. It was heard in perfect silence, and no reply was made. For a full hour the unfortunate officers saw before them the same concourse of dark, inscrutable faces, bending an unwavering gaze upon them. Some were passing out, and others coming in to supply their places, and indulge their curiosity by a sight of the Englishmen. At length, Captain Campbell, conscious no doubt of the danger in which he was placed, resolved fully to ascertain his true position, and rising to his feet, declared his intention of returning to the fort. Pontiac made a sign that he should resume his seat. "My father," he said, "will sleep tonight in the lodges of his red children." The gray-haired soldier and his companion were betrayed into the hands of their enemies. Many of the Indians were eager to kill the captives on the spot, but Pontiac would not carry his treachery so far. He protected them from injury and insult, and conducted them to the house of Monsieur Meloche, near Parent's Creek, where good quarters were assigned them, and as much liberty allowed as was consistent with safe custody. The peril of their situation was diminished by the circumstance that 2 Indians, who several days before had been detained at the fort for some slight offence, still remained prisoners in the power of the commandant. Late in the evening, La Butte, the interpreter, returned to the fort. His face wore a sad and downcast look, which sufficiently expressed the melancholy tidings that he brought. On hearing his account, some of the officers suspected, though probably without ground, that he was privy to the detention of the 2 ambassadors, and La Butte, feeling himself an object of distrust, lingered about the streets, sullen and silent like the Indians among whom his rough life had been spent. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Conspiracy of Pontiac by Francis Parkman, Jr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. Chapter 12, 1763, Pontiac at the Siege of Detroit. On the morning after the detention of the officers, Pontiac crossed over with several of his chiefs to the Wyandot village. A part of his tribe, influenced by Father Portier, their Jesuit priest, had refused to take up arms against the English; but being now threatened with destruction if they should longer remain neutral, they were forced to join the rest. They stipulated, however, that they should be allowed time to hear mass before dancing the war dance. To this condition Pontiac readily agreed, although, observes the chronicler in the fullness of his horror and detestation, he himself had no manner of worship, and cared not for festivals or Sundays. These nominal Christians of Father Portier's flock, together with the other Wyandots, soon distinguished themselves in the war, fighting better, it was said, than all the other Indians, an instance of the marked superiority of the Iroquois over the Algonquin stock. Having secured these new allies, Pontiac prepared to resume his operations with fresh vigor, and to this intent he made an improved disposition of his forces. Some of the Potawatomis were ordered to lie in wait along the river bank, below the fort, while others concealed themselves in the woods, in order to intercept any Englishmen who might approach by land or water. Another band of the same tribe were to conceal themselves in the neighborhood of the fort, when no general attack was going forward, in order to shoot down any soldier or trader who might chance to expose his person. On the 11th of May, when these arrangements were complete, several Canadians came early in the morning to the fort, to offer what they called friendly advice. It was to the effect that the garrison should at once abandon the place, as it would be stormed within an hour by 1,500 Indians. Gladwyn refused, whereupon the Canadians departed, and soon after some 600 Indians began a brisk fusillade, which they kept up till 7 o'clock in the evening. A Canadian then appeared, bearing a summons from Pontiac, demanding the surrender of the fort, and promising that the English should go unmolested on board their vessels, leaving all their arms and effects behind. Gladwyn again gave a flat refusal. On the evening of that day, the officers met to consider what course of conduct the emergency required, and as one of them writes, the commandant was almost alone in the opinion that they ought still to defend the place. It seemed to the rest that the only course remaining was to embark and sail for Niagara. Their condition appeared desperate, for, on the shortest allowance, they had scarcely provision enough to sustain the garrison 3 weeks, within which time there was little hope of succor. The houses being moreover of wood, and chiefly thatched with straw, might be set on fire with burning missiles. But the chief apprehension of the officers arose from their dread that the enemy would make a general onset, and cut or burn their way through the pickets, a mode of attack to which resistance would be unavailing. Their anxiety on this score was relieved by a Canadian in the fort who had spent half his life among Indians, and who now assured the commandant that every maxim of their warfare was opposed to such a measure. Indeed, an Indian's idea of military honor widely differs, as before observed, from that of a white man; for he holds it to consist no less in a wary regard of his own life than in the courage and impetuosity with which he assails his enemy. His constant aim is to gain advantages without incurring loss. He sets an inestimable value on the lives of his own party, and deems a victory dearly purchased by the death of a single warrior. A war chief attains the summit of his renown when he can boast that he has brought home a score of scalps without the loss of a man; and his reputation is woefully abridged if the mournful wailings of the women mingle with the exulting yells of the warriors. Yet, with all his subtlety and caution, the Indian is not a coward, and, in his own way of fighting, often exhibits no ordinary courage. Stealing alone into the heart of an enemy's country, he prowls around the hostile village, watching every movement; and when night sets in, he enters a lodge, and calmly stirs the decaying embers, that by their light he may select his sleeping victims. With cool deliberation he deals the mortal thrust, kills foe after foe, and tears away scalp after scalp, until at length an alarm is given. Then, with a wild yell, he bounds out into the darkness and is gone. Time passed on, and brought little change and no relief to the harassed and endangered garrison. Day after day the Indians continued their attacks, until their war cries and the rattle of their guns became familiar sounds. For many weeks no man lay down to sleep except in his clothes and with his weapons by his side. Parties of volunteers sallied from time to time to burn the outbuildings which gave shelter to the enemy. They cut down orchard trees and leveled fences until the ground around the fort was clear and open, and the enemy had no cover left from whence to fire. The two vessels in the river, sweeping the northern and southern curtains of the works with their fire, deterred the Indians from approaching those points, and gave material aid to the garrison. Still, worming their way through the grass, sheltering themselves behind every rising ground, the pertinacious savages would crawl close to the palisade, and shoot arrows tipped with burning tow upon the roofs of the houses. But cisterns and tanks of water were everywhere provided against such an emergency, and these attempts proved abortive. The little church which stood near the palisade was particularly exposed, and would probably have been set on fire, had not the priest of the settlement threatened Pontiac with the vengeance of the Great Spirit, should he be guilty of such sacrilege. Pontiac, who was filled with eagerness to get possession of the garrison, neglected no expedient that his savage tactics could supply. He went farther, and begged the French inhabitants to teach him the European method of attacking a fortified place by regular approaches; but the rude Canadians knew as little of the matter as he, or, if by chance a few were better informed, they wisely preferred to conceal their knowledge. Soon after the first attack, the Ottawa chief had sent in to Gladwyn a summons to surrender, assuring him that if the place were at once given up, he might embark on board the vessels with all his men; but that, if he persisted in his defense, he would treat him as Indians treat each other, that is, he would burn him alive. To this Gladwyn made answer that he cared nothing for his threats. The attacks were now renewed with increased activity, and the assailants were soon after inspired with fresh ardor by the arrival of 120 Ojibwa warriors from Grand River. Every man in the fort, officers, soldiers, traders, and engagees, now slept upon the ramparts. Even in stormy weather, none were allowed to withdraw to their quarters. Yet a spirit of confidence and cheerfulness still prevailed among the weary garrison. Meanwhile, great efforts were made to procure a supply of provisions. Every house was examined, and all that could serve for food, even grease and tallow, was collected and placed in the public storehouse, compensation having first been made to the owners. Notwithstanding these precautions, Detroit must have been abandoned or destroyed but for the assistance of a few friendly Canadians, and especially Monsieur Baby, a prominent habitant who lived on the opposite side of the river, and provided the garrison with cattle, hogs, and other supplies. These, under cover of night, were carried from his farm to the fort in boats, the Indians long remaining ignorant of what was going forward. They, on their part, began to suffer from hunger. Thinking to have taken Detroit at a single stroke, they had neglected, with their usual improvidence, to provide against the exigencies of a siege, and now, in small parties, they would visit the Canadian families along the river shore, passing from house to house, demanding provisions and threatening violence in case of refusal. This was the more annoying, since the food thus obtained was wasted with characteristic recklessness. Unable to endure it longer, the Canadians appointed a deputation of 15 of the eldest among them to wait upon Pontiac and complain of his followers' conduct. The meeting took place at a Canadian house, probably that of Monsieur Meloche, where the great chief had made his headquarters, and where the prisoners, Campbell and McDougall, were confined. When Pontiac saw the deputation approaching along the river road, he was seized with an exceeding eagerness to know the purpose of their visit. For having long desired to gain the Canadians as allies against the English, and made several advances to that effect, he hoped that their present errand might relate to the object next his heart. So strong was his curiosity, that, forgetting the ordinary rule of Indian dignity and decorum, he asked the business on which they had come before they themselves had communicated it. The Canadians replied that they wished the chiefs to be convened, for they were about to speak upon a matter of much importance. Pontiac instantly dispatched messengers to the different camps and villages. The chiefs, soon arriving at his summons, entered the apartment, where they seated themselves upon the floor, having first gone through the necessary formality of shaking hands with the Canadian deputies. After a suitable pause, the eldest of the French rose, and heavily complained of the outrages which they had committed. "You pretend," he said, "to be friends of the French, and yet you plunder us of our hogs and cattle. You trample upon our fields of young corn, and when you enter our houses, you enter with tomahawk raised. When your French father comes from Montreal with his great army, he will hear of what you have done, and instead of shaking hands with you as brethren, he will punish you as enemies." Pontiac sat with his eyes riveted upon the ground, listening to every word that was spoken. When the speaker had concluded, he returned the following answer: "Brothers, we have never wished to do you harm, nor allow any to be done you. But among us there are many young men who, though strictly watched, find opportunities of mischief. It is not to revenge myself alone that I make war on the English. It is to revenge you, my brothers. When the English insulted us, they insulted you also. I know that they have taken away your arms, and made you sign a paper which they have sent home to their country. Therefore you are left defenseless, and I mean now to revenge your cause and my own together. I mean to destroy the English, and leave not one upon our lands. You do not know the reasons from which I act. I have told you those only which concern yourselves, but you will learn all in time. You will cease then to think me a fool. I know, my brothers, that there are many among you who take part with the English. I am sorry for it, for their own sakes, for when our father arrives, I shall point them out to him, and they will see whether they or I have most reason to be satisfied with the part we have acted. I do not doubt, my brothers, that this war is very troublesome to you, for our warriors are continually passing and repassing through your settlement. I am sorry for it. Do not think that I approve of the damage that is done by them. And as proof of this, remember the war with the Foxes, and the part which I took in it. It is now 17 years since the Ojibwas of Michillimackinac, combined with the Sacs and Foxes, came down to destroy you. Who then defended you? Was it not I and my young men? Mickinac, great chief of all these nations, said in council that he would carry to his village the head of your commandant, that he would eat his heart and drink his blood. Did I not take your part? Did I not go to his camp and say to him that if he wished to kill the French, he must first kill me and my warriors? Did I not assist you in routing them and driving them away? And now you think that I would turn my arms against you? No, my brothers. I am the same French Pontiac who assisted you 17 years ago. I am a Frenchman, and I wish to die a Frenchman. And now I repeat to you that you and I are one, that it is for both our interests that I should be avenged. Let me alone. I do not ask you for aid, for it is not in your power to give it. I only ask provisions for myself and men. Yet, if you are inclined to assist me, I shall not refuse you. It would please me, and you yourself would be sooner rid of your troubles, for I promise you that, as soon as the English are driven out, we will go back to our villages, and there await the arrival of our French father. You have heard what I have to say. Remain at peace, and I will watch that no harm shall be done to you, either by my men or by the other Indians." This speech is reported by a writer whose chief characteristic is the scrupulous accuracy with which he has chronicled minute details, without interest or importance. He neglects, moreover, no opportunity of casting ignominy and contempt upon the name of Pontiac. His mind is of so dull and commonplace an order as to exclude the supposition that he himself is author of the words which he ascribes to the Ottawa chief, and the speech may probably be taken as a literal translation of the original. As soon as the council broke up, Pontiac took measures for bringing the disorders complained of to a close, while, at the same time, he provided sustenance for his warriors. And in doing this, he displayed a policy and forecast scarcely paralleled in the history of his race. He first forbade the commission of farther outrage. He next visited in turn the families of the Canadians, and inspecting the property belonging to them, he assigned to each the share of provisions which it must furnish for the support of the Indians. The contributions thus levied were all collected at the house of Meloche, near Parent's Creek, whence they were regularly issued as the exigence required to the savages of the different camps. As the character and habits of an Indian but ill qualify him to act the part of commissary, Pontiac in this matter availed himself of French assistance. On the river bank, not far from the house of Meloche, lived an old Canadian, named Quillerier, a man of exceeding vanity and self-conceit, and noted in the settlement for the gaiety of his attire. He wore moccasins of the most elaborate pattern, and a sash plentifully garnished with beads and wampum. He was continually intermeddling in the affairs of the Indians, being anxious to be regarded as the leader or director among them. Of this man Pontiac evidently made a tool, employing him together with several others to discharge beneath his eye the duties of his novel commissariat. Anxious to avoid offending the French, yet unable to make compensation for the provisions he exacted, Pontiac had recourse to a remarkable expedient, suggested, no doubt, by one of these European assistants. He issued promissory notes, drawn upon birch bark, and signed with the figure of an otter, the totem to which he belonged; and we are told by trustworthy authority that they were all faithfully redeemed. In this, as in several other instances, he exhibits an openness of mind and a power of adaptation not a little extraordinary among people whose intellect will rarely leave the narrow and deeply cut channels in which it has run for ages, who reject instruction and adhere with rigid tenacity to ancient ideas and usages. Pontiac always exhibited an eager desire for knowledge. Rogers represents him as earnest to learn the military art as practised among Europeans, and as inquiring curiously into the mode of making cloth, knives, and other articles of Indian trade. Of his keen and subtle genius we have the following singular testimony from the pen of General Gage. From a paragraph of M. D'Abbadie's letter, there is reason to judge of Pontiac, not only as a savage possessed of the most refined cunning and treachery natural to the Indians, but as a person of extraordinary abilities. He says that he keeps 2 secretaries, one to write for him, and the other to read the letters he receives, and he manages them so as to keep each of them ignorant of what is transacted by the other. Major Rogers, a man familiar with the Indians and an acute judge of mankind, speaks in the highest terms of Pontiac's character and talents. He puts on, he says, an air of majesty and princely grandeur, and is greatly honored and revered by his subjects. In the present instance, few durst infringe the command he had given, that the property of the Canadians should be respected. Indeed, it is said that none of his followers would cross the cultivated fields, but always followed the beaten paths, in such awe did they stand of his displeasure. Pontiac's position was very different from that of an ordinary military leader. When we remember that his authority, little sanctioned by law or usage, was derived chiefly from the force of his own individual mind, and that it was exercised over a people singularly impatient of restraint, we may better appreciate the commanding energy that could hold control over spirits so intractable. The glaring faults of Pontiac's character have already appeared too clearly. He was artful and treacherous, bold, fierce, ambitious, and revengeful. Yet the following anecdotes will evince that noble and generous thought was no stranger to the savage hero of this dark forest tragedy. Some time after the period of which we have been speaking, Rogers came up to Detroit with a detachment of troops, and on landing sent a bottle of brandy by a friendly Indian as a present to Pontiac. The Indians had always been suspicious that the English meant to poison them. Those around the chief endeavored to persuade him that the brandy was drugged. Pontiac listened to what they said, and as soon as they had concluded, poured out a cup of the liquor and immediately drank it, saying that the man whose life he had saved had no power to kill him. He referred to his having prevented the Indians from attacking Rogers and his party when on their way to demand the surrender of Detroit. The story may serve as a counterpart to the well-known anecdote of Alexander the Great and his physician. Pontiac had been an old friend of Baby, and one evening, at an early period of the siege, he entered his house, and seating himself by the fire, looked for some time steadily at the embers. At length, raising his head, he said he had heard that the English had offered the Canadian a bushel of silver for the scalp of his friend. Baby declared the story was false, and protested that he would never betray him. Pontiac for a moment keenly studied his features. "My brother has spoken the truth," he said, "and I will show that I believe him." He remained in the house through the evening, and at its close wrapped himself in his blanket, and lay down upon a bench, where he slept in full confidence till morning. Another anecdote from the same source will exhibit the power which he exercised over the minds of his followers. A few young Wyandots were in the habit of coming night after night to the house of Baby to steal hogs and cattle. The latter complained of the theft to Pontiac, and desired his protection. Being at that time ignorant of the intercourse between Baby and the English, Pontiac hastened to the assistance of his friend, and arriving about nightfall at the house, walked to and fro among the barns and enclosures. At a late hour, he distinguished the dark forms of the plunderers stealing through the gloom. "Go back to your village, you Wyandot dogs," said the Ottawa chief. "If you tread again on this man's land, you shall die." They slunk back abashed, and from that time forward the Canadians' property was safe. The Ottawas had no political connection with the Wyandots, who speak a language radically distinct. Over them he could claim no legitimate authority, yet his powerful spirit forced respect and obedience from all who approached him. End of chapter 12.